Well, when I had first come to New Life, they were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much. And I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much. So much. And she lived
happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected.
Ma'am, this card is can't
You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless
Your card has been declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to view the private collection of over 400 muscle cars, enjoy heavy hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and participate in a live and silent auction.
Hey everybody, Amy Lyon from New Life Mission, and we're back on the bench till 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But right now we have a special treat. We have Lillian. Lillian, tell us who you are and your entire life story. 30 seconds. Go.
30 seconds. My name is Lily McDermott, and I am a certified life coach, a certified holistic cancer coach, and the host of the Lillian McDermott radio show that I now call The Classroom.
Woohoo!
And so the goal is to take ownership for our life, no matter what's going on. And so responsibility is the key word of the program that we do, because I think we've lost our power. We've given away our power, not just lost it, but given away our power. And so my purpose is to empower women and men and children and everybody who will listen or follow me in the classroom at whenyouneedafriend.com to continue taking back ownership and saying, I can do all things because God is in us.
Yeah.
God is in us.
So how does that, okay, so you're homeless, right?
Okay.
You're, not you, someone is
Someone is
homeless. And they don't have hope. They don't think they can do anything. Where do they go? How do people get that energy when they've lost hope to keep going forward?
So what I would say to that may sound simple, but you surround yourself with like-minded people. Unfortunately, when you're homeless, you're surrounded by other homeless people, one would think. So I would say that it's so important for us to be out there and bring this hope to the people. Look at them in the eyes and say, you are enough. You can do this. I believe in you. Because everybody needs somebody to believe in them, right? Everybody.
So a lot of homeless people burn every bridge, right? The people that have been close to them. Now that's with addiction. They're not doing this purposely, and I'm not making a generalization, but a lot of the people that we've seen, their families no longer want to pick up the phone when they call.
Yeah.
So,
unconditional love is so important. That's the other thing I talk about is, we can't give up on people, but I understand we do step away because sometimes it is painful to see those we love suffer the way they do. Unnecessarily. They have all the resources that we could offer them, but yet the bottom line is the person who believes in that lack is because somehow that's in their belief system. Somewhere along the way that seed was planted and others had nurtured it, also watered it and made that seed of I'm not enough, not enoughness. And that's why I love what I do, is that I help people rewrite the programming. Rewrite the programming, because the brain doesn't know the difference between do or don't. It doesn't know the difference. It just knows what you focus on. And when you focus on something, whether you're saying I don't want it or I do want it, doesn't matter what is focused on after, because that's what we focus on. So if you're focusing on what you don't want, you get more of what you don't want.
yeah.
And what happens is we're in this place where we feel we're not enough. We have that thought, we're not enough. Then we have the feeling that we're not worthy to do anything. And then the action or inaction.
Right.
And unfortunately, it's more than one person. It takes a village. We need to encourage. And that's why I love New Life Mission. And I'm just beginning to hear about CETA, which I want both of you to be on my show.
Done.
Okay, good.
We would love to.
So we can talk about that. And so many years ago, I met a guy named Willie Baronet. I don't know if you know Willie Baronet, but he did a documentary called Signs of Humanity.
Okay.
And this documentary, they bought signs for homeless people, and they were able to tell the story. When they purchased the signs of each one, they would give them $5, $50. And Willie,
Because there is a story there for every human being, right? And part of what we're doing is we're educating the public about what really goes on behind the scenes with each of these people experiencing homelessness. So what, from a life coach standpoint,
okay.
So anybody listening right now, anybody watching that's like, I mean, what can I do? I can't, it'd be a drop in the bucket, my help. What do you say to them?
Well, that drop can run the cup over.
Right.
That drop could make a difference. So we don't know where we belong in that container, where it could overflow. But I always say, and I have this image, that sometimes when our vessel becomes too big, it takes a lot of drops to allow us to overflow. And that's when joy comes. That's when achievements come. Sometimes we need to have our vessel be like like one of those thumb, that you do. Thimble, that's it, a thimble. And so we need to just take an ownership to have that vessel of a thimble.
Okay.
So that we can see the flow of that humanity
Mm-hmm.
in everybody we see. And one of the things that Willie Baronet taught me is that the people that are homeless, we ourselves don't want to look at them. So we need to become in tune with why we don't want to look at them. And he did that. And what he discovered about himself was that he feared being homeless himself. And I think we all have that fear.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe
So if
that's why we
somebody
don't look at
doesn't
them.
have that fear, I want to know what people in the chat, like maybe why you don't want to stop, you don't want to help somebody. We'll talk later about why you shouldn't stop and why you
Yeah.
shouldn't support
Yeah.
panhandling, but what is your fear about getting involved? So
Yeah, that it's a question that we all need to be self-cleaning ovens, right? So, if once we are in alignment with what our thought, our feelings, and our actions are, that's when the flow of what God can do in our life can happen. And I know it's simple, but people that work with your organization and CEDA's as well, New Life Mission and CEDA and House of Hope, and there's others out there. God bless all of you because you are doing the things that we might want to do, but maybe are not being called to do in the same way. We can all be a part of it. Like me having you in my program is my way of supporting
sharing.
and sharing.
Yep.
Exactly. Like right now, you're being shared on my Facebook page
Oh,
as well.
hey.
Yes,
Oh, hey.
yes. So I'm excited about that.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at CEDA Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Come on, guys.
Okay,
Come on
all right.
around me. Come on in.
Okay,
We can
hello.
share a microphone. We'll be good. Hi, everybody. We're back here, New Life Mission, Butterfly, and we are so lucky to have our friends Anne-Marie and Anne-Marie.
That's right.
Anne-Marie Britt, Anne-Marie Gusky.
Yes.
And they are here. You guys tell them. Tell them what you're doing.
Well,
who you
we are from First Baptist Church of Merritt Island, and we represent all the ministries on Magnolia Avenue. I'm here helping represent the House of Hope Food and Clothing Ministry, and Anne-Marie is the Executive Director of Agape Women's Center.
You want me to talk about Agape?
Tell us.
Okay.
Tell us who you are.
So years ago, the church had a heart for women that were facing unplanned pregnancies. Many of these women were single moms, and they needed a safe place to go, a place where they could receive resources like diapers and wipes. And so that was how Agape started. And over the years, we've just continued to expand. In 2020, we had a client that came through our doors that we realized was being trafficked. And so her story really opened our eyes to the fact that being a crisis pregnancy center puts us in the front lines of serving women that are being trafficked. And so we started doing outreach and started a drop-in center where these women, especially women that are on the street, can come in and do laundry. They can take a shower, get hygiene products, food boxes, just anything that we can provide to give women a safe place to come and just share their story and know that it's all confidential.
Yeah. So what makes you, with your heart? Thank you. What in your heart makes you just amazing at what you do and out there on the front lines, both of you?
Wow. Well, I have a heart for outreach. And so when I came to Agape, that was really my heart, was to get beyond the brick and mortar and to be out in the community serving the women that are most vulnerable around us. I feel like God has just always given me a heart for women and a heart for vulnerable women. And so we're going into areas where we know these women are living. We have a street outreach that goes every week into areas where women are prostituting in order to survive. And we're bringing them hygiene products and also the hope of Christ.
And House of Hope is across the street from Agape. Everybody may know them as a food pantry, I think we're feeding nearly 2,000 people every Monday from 6:30 in the morning to 10:30 in the morning with food boxes. So it's not hot food, but anybody who's food insecure or homeless comes. They get a food box, sometimes up to 5 meats. So you can have 5 frozen packs of meat, which can feed your family for a lot. And they can fill a giant banana box. And where that helps is that single moms who are in need of food, anybody who's food insecure, anyone on single incomes, anyone that's in disability, they can come. I think our population for the homeless is less than 10% of who's coming to House of Hope. Mostly it's people who are on that fringe. And then we're able to support them. And if they do need housing and programs, we can push them into the programs that are around. A little known secret about the House of Hope is they have about 9 units of men's transitional housing behind the House of Hope. They have mentorship programs, and those guys are getting right out of prison. They're coming out of jail. They need a place to stay. They need stability. Or I'm going to shout out to Steve Young, who is the executive director at the House of Hope. He is so great at finding a man who is in addiction, in active addiction, who may come up to that House of Hope all the time looking for food. Look him in the eye and say, are you ready? Are you ready to get off drugs? Are you ready to meet Christ? They have to be ready. And so when they're ready, even if they're full of drugs and alcohol, he will put them with the money that we have on a plane and fly him to upstate New York to our partner ministry and send them to a rehab facility. They have to want to go. Yeah. We've had many men say, I'll come, and not show up that Monday to get on the plane. But sometimes they come back and we put them on that plane and they have a wonderful success rate. Like you guys, it's almost like a 90% success rate of once they get up there in the mountain and they go through this program of transitional out of drugs and alcohol and into a new life, they learn woodworking and they're building houses. And the men are doing all of this stuff and replacing their addictions with Christ, with programming, with all the right stuff. And then they can transition back to House of Hope and stay in that housing. So that's super cool. Then they can feed back into the House of Hope program. We've got some wonderful stories of men who have overcome addiction through Christ, through House of Hope, met some women at Agape, have families. I mean, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. So they're creative solutions, right?
Absolutely.
Out of the box thinking.
Yes.
People who are brave enough to say, what if? What if we tried this? What if we tried that?
And as we always say, it's not linear, right? So we're going to go in and we're going to get rehab and we're going to come out maybe 3, hopefully they're going to stay over a year, right? We know that it takes time for any of our programs or any programming to work. Even when they come out, they're going to struggle, they're going to fall, they're going to have problems. We want them to come back. We want them to see the grace of Christ. And then we want them to be able to try again, because there is a better life out there. I mean, I think you see it all the time. Do you want to talk about the strip club ministry?
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Okay. Well, first I wanted to, before I talk about our outreach into, yeah, I know, I can feel the
I'm glad there's sun.
It's not rain.
I love that we are able to just have this relationship with New Life Mission and even Helen's House, that we can call and say, hey, we have a woman that we think could be a good fit for your program, and that we've been able to send ladies to you and to see them thrive and do well. And that is such a blessing. So I'm grateful for our partnership.
What community and partnership look like.
Yes.
That's a perfect example.
Mm-hmm.
So Agape has an outreach program. We started this about 4 years ago, and we go into area strip clubs. We go as Agape Women's Center, but the ladies call us the church ladies. That is what they've called us. And so we have embraced that name and we call ourselves the church ladies. But we go because so many of the ladies working in these clubs are vulnerable for our services. We know that no woman that's working there really wants to be there. She's there because she's surviving. And this is maybe the one thing that is keeping her off the street. And so we go in with gifts every month just to let this girl know that she is loved, that she is seen, that she has value. And if she needs our resources, we are here to help her.
And they come. I mean, as you may know, they come to the drop-in center at Agape. They get food from House of Hope. And then when they say they're ready to get off, I don't want to say off the pole, but out of the streets. And I just said that. I said it on live broadcast. Is what I said. When they're ready to change their employment and make a difference in their life, that often will bring them into homelessness. because they've been working in an area where the money is a lot different than if they're working at the Dunkin' Donuts.
Right.
So now they're coming to us saying, I've met Christ, I've gotten baptized, I've come into Bible study, I want to change my life.
Yeah.
And the biggest hurdle at that point is feeding and clothing and roof over their head of their children. And so I'm so proud of the women who come to us and say, I'm ready, but I can't pay my rent next month because I'm not in the club anymore.
Yeah.
And that we can call and say, this one's a good egg. She's ready for a program. And then to move over to like a New Life Mission program or anything in the community that suits them, they can get the therapy they need. They can get the programming they need. They get the support they
How
need.
else would you make that
Do you need
transition?
this?
I don't think so.
You have this, right?
Oh no, this is
Oh.
super secret
Okay.
service coming through my ear. Yep. So then I was saying something.
Programming, sorry.
Program. Yes. How do you make that transition? You know,
It's
if you
hard.
make that decision and you want it, but you have to pay your bills and you need a roof over your head and your kids need childcare and one of them's sick, and what do you? Well, you keep doing what you're doing because that has kept you alive and that's how you've survived.
Right. And that's the grace, right, Anne-Marie?
Yeah, I mean, that's what we see these ladies that are, they want out, but they don't know how to get out, and they're stuck in that survival mode of they have a job and then a child gets sick and then they lose their job, and so they're in that cycle. And so places like New Life Mission that can come along and help with the housing is so critical for them. And then places like Agape that are offering the parenting classes, pregnancy classes, the food boxes, therapy. We have women that we send to Live Well Behavioral Health and are paying for their therapy because there often is sometimes mental illness or addiction, so that they're getting the mental health that they need. That's also critical. But above all, it's Jesus, and it's introducing them to Christ.
I'll tell you what's shocking is the strip club ministry and the partnership with human trafficking. Because that mess, that we could sit on the bench for 3 days talking about that, but that is a hard transition as well, because that's a mindset shift of like, that's not my boyfriend. This was coercion. I didn't understand that's what that was. That's a lot of therapy, right, that we're seeing our girls go through, and then having to partner with specific ministries that can handle women that take that. I mean, if they have kids and they can go into New Life Mission, you guys can handle it. But if they're just one woman and you only take women with children, right? Helen's House has been great to take some of the women and then release Sarah's Roots. She can have a tiny home that they're thriving in. I mean, it takes the whole community. There's room for
And there's
everyone.
still a need for more housing.
I was just
There's
gonna say, it's
never
not enough.
housing for women. Women with children is always such a need that we see.
So not everybody has the desire to be on the front lines, going into the strip clubs, doing the things that we're doing every day. So how do they help? How do the people watching now saying, well, you know, I really see this as a problem, but I don't know what to do. What can they do?
Well, first, they can donate and support all of the ministries, because to keep us operating costs money, and that's not the pretty part. It's not fun to ask for operating costs, but they're critical to keep our doors open. We're having a gala in January. I know you're having your opening your doors for homelessness, probably. Like, there's definitely connect. Find out how to monthly support local ministries that you're passionate about. And make sure that they are doing what you want them doing. There's plenty in town to support and give monthly income to. Also, you can volunteer in other ways. I would definitely say you could give food, literally, to House of Hope Food and Clothing Ministry, to Cedar Rescue Mission, diapers, to Agape, to New Life Mission, toilet paper. It's not fun, but we need it, right? Everybody needs those practical application items that we need to fund ministries with. And also, if you have a heart and can volunteer with your family, I know a lot of our ministries are family friendly. So you can come, bring the family, volunteer at a trick-or-treating event, come to Agape, do a serve day. House of Hope loves to have families. Kids love to pass out a can of beans on a Monday morning.
And if you can start with the children, teaching them young what it means to give back and to help. I mean, how beautiful is that? That's a generational change happening there, too.
100%. And clothing donations are also big. House of Hope has free clothing boutique where anyone can shop on a Monday, come in 10 minutes, pick 5 items, shoes, clothing, no questions asked. if anybody needs anything. So I know a lot of people are cleaning out their closets and they don't want to drive to the Goodwill drive-through, right? That drop off. So come to the House of Hope on Merritt Island. There's a little drop box on the corner of South Tropical and Magnolia Avenue. You bring anything there and any baby items for Agape Women's Center. My truck is full right now of items for some of the girls at New Life who were texting us saying, I forgot I had all these points from my parenting class. Would it be okay if I got diapers and whatever?
Because we have worked together, and some
Yeah.
of the women from your program have come to New Life Mission. So that's what the community is about, and that collaboration, because we say it and it makes a great bumper sticker. We're better together. But honestly,
Right.
It's true.
we don't have to duplicate services or reinvent the wheel. We just
Yeah. And I love that so many more programs are figuring that out. Like Lauren Johnson at Sarah's Roots. She doesn't want to do any of the things that everybody else is doing, but I can get you a tiny house. I could put you in there, and then you can link into the services that are, I think, trellis, she calls it. She's got this beautiful flourish, thrive, all these flower ideas, which you love, I know. And I love that, because why are we duplicating services? There's never enough, of course, but to work together collaboratively is the best way to help our community, and to help us not get burnt out, because burnout is real in this area.
You mentioned generational, and I think that's something else that we see often at Agape is this is generational. This is how these ladies' parents survived and lived. This is how the grandparents survived and lived. And so my heart is also to break that generational and to show them that there is something better. And that's why I love our parenting classes. We do life skills to bring in people from the community that can really teach these ladies that there is something better, and to give them the tools that they need to empower them and to get ahead in life and to break that cycle that they're in.
And it's hard, I think, to show people that something's different when that's all they've ever known.
right.
It's not normal for them to live the way we've lived. As you know, my girls came from homelessness, and I think of their birth mom all the time when she said to me, why would I do anything different? It didn't cross her mind that something different was something she could ever achieve, because her mom didn't do that. And it wasn't modeled to her. And so we live in a tent, and this tent is great, and I don't do anything other than this. And I'm thinking, don't you want more? Well, I don't have the hope because I don't think I can do it, because I never saw it modeled, and I didn't think I could do it. So to watch people break out of that is a big deal.
It is
I
a
don't
big
think we give them
and
enough.
it can be uncomfortable for them, right? Because your comfort zone, it might not be healthy, it might be toxic, but you can survive in it. So why don't I just stay here? And then if I step out, it's like, oh, that's uncomfortable. So I'm going to jump back in.
That's what I think people on the outside don't understand. Why can't they just? Why don't they just? They
That
can't.
is their normal. That's what they know.
So we're teaching them a new normal. We don't love that term, but we really are.
Yeah.
Yeah. We're going to figure it out. We're
trying.
going to figure it out. You guys, thank you so much for being here.
Hey, thank you for having us.
Yes. Any final words that you want to say? Like, what is Anne Marie? I mean, to say what is the solution to homelessness, I don't even.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm not even sure.
Only Jesus. We love
Only
to say
Jesus.
but God
But
at
God.
Agape.
Yeah.
We see so many stories where it just seems and feels so hopeless, but God. We see him step in and intervene and turn these situations around, and it's only God. It's only by
It
his
is,
grace.
and it's surrender on many, many, many levels. I mean, I think of women I've heard at graduations at New Life where they've said, I did not want to do this, and I railed against you at every turn, but I'm so glad I listened, because now I'm in a place that I never thought I could be before. And that's true surrender, but not to people, right? It's surrender to Christ and to Jesus, and to saying, I'm a mess.
Right.
I can't do this on my own. This is not of my own power. And so when things start to fall in place, that is a but God moment. That's only God is going to do that. And then that act of surrender is not once, that is over and over and over and over and over again.
You bet.
And that's hard for people who want to control things. I mean, not that I know anything about that, but you know, to control your life and to control things around you, they're giving up everything to go into these programs and off the street.
Can I share for a minute about one of our mutual clients that we
Yep,
have?
yep.
Because she's just an amazing but God story. And we met her in just a really dark place in her life and helped her attempt to kind of get out of an industry that was really pulling her down. And it took her several attempts. We would see her leave and she would do well, and then life would happen. A payment would come up that was unexpected and she wouldn't have the money, and she would spiral, and then she would end up back in the industry to try to make that quick money. And it took her several attempts, and then finally she just said, I surrender. God, I'm surrendering to you. I cannot do this. And she will tell you that he had to really just break her. But it's in that breaking that she saw his grace and his mercy and his love pour through. And it was hard for her to make that decision to go to New Life. She was terrified because that was such a surrender.
Yeah.
But God, she is doing amazing. And when she
amazing.
updates me, it just thrills my heart to see what God's doing in her life.
And those are the stories that keep us going.
100%. That's all we have.
Yes, yes. So, well, thank you guys so much for coming. Everybody stay tuned because we are going to have some city officials here. We just have so much going on. Stay tuned.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
The first feeling I had when I found out I was actually going to be a mom, it actually wasn't when I was pregnant with my oldest. I actually found out I was first going to be a mom when I was 17. I did unfortunately have a miscarriage, but for me, I believe God does everything with a purpose. So my name is Monica, and I've been in the program since July 1st of 2024. So one of my favorite memories, I feel like a lot of moms say, is the birth of my kids. For me, it was special. My oldest, I was a young mom. I was 19, so she kind of was an experience for me, but I got to have family around me, so it was definitely a big memory that was very important to me. For me, my son, just having him and bringing him home and seeing his older sister get very excited to see that she had a sibling just made me feel so warm and whole. My last one, Paisley. My best memory actually with her was after, and it was really kind of connecting a little bit more at home because I did unfortunately have some postpartum, but kind of going through those with her and growing with her showed me how much more I could connect even in those moments of darkness. And she's kind of inspired me to grow a little bit more in my mental health. All of the love, the challenges, the pushing that I get from my kids, I learn new things every day from them. One of the most proudest moments I can say is seeing myself grow from where I was. I'm sure a lot of moms can say that they're not proud of a lot of the things that they've done growing up and where they started as a mom. I can say I definitely made some mistakes in the beginning being a young mom, but seeing where I am now and where I've been, I could definitely say God's been a very important part for me, just walking with me in different seasons and showing me that it's okay to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. It's been a tough journey, but definitely so far we've made it very far, and definitely glad to have my 3 kids and to keep seeing where we're gonna go. What I would tell myself at 18, I would tell her to just be patient, to be understanding, to have more grace, and to be more open to resources and not feel like I had to do it all on my own. Some hopes that I have for my kids. I just hope that they one day understand that even though we did go through a tough time growing up, that every decision I made was so that they could have a better life and a better connection with God, and that to hope that they just never have to struggle the way that I did and several moms have had to, and that they will have that connection with each other, to support each other, to love each other, to know to go to God first, be able to have loving partners in the future, and to kind of walk hand in hand and know that I'll always be there for them to count on, to not fear that they won't have any food or shelter. I kind of just hope that they don't ever think that they're never enough. It's hard work, but anything that's worth it is hard work. Where we're at now, my kids are feeling a lot better, and I'm feeling a lot better and very safe, and I feel like I got to build that connection with my kids. Definitely, I feel like as long as you are open to change, it'll be worth it.
Hey everybody, we're gonna do a little seat shuffle right now. Melissa, why don't you go in the middle? We're gonna put you right in the middle.
I'll sit over there. You sit there. Okay?
One more time. Wait, you go there. I'll go over here. Wait, buddy, get up. Just kidding.
Swap.
We're professionals, all right? We are professionals. We are back with Melissa.
Yes.
And Melissa is going to talk to us about all of the things that Melissa is going to talk to us about. We're so glad you came out on the bench.
Thank you.
Just give us an overview of who you are and the program.
I am Melissa Brandt. I am an outreach specialist with Recovery Connections of Central Florida. We currently have drop-in centers and centers in Seminole and Orange County, and I thought it'd be great to come by today and partner and talk with everyone to let you know that we're soft opening next week on West Hibiscus, right behind the mall. And so yes, we're a non-clinical peer certified specialist for substance misuse. We have a drop-in center. It's 1632, I think, West Hibiscus. I'm from Titusville. We're getting ready to open a small center as well in Titusville. But I have brought brochures, and what we are basically is
Recovery Connections.
That's correct.
Yep.
And we just welcome people who need navigation to recovery, whatever that looks like for them. Like I said, we're non-clinical, but we can definitely pair them with clinical, people in the field, or they will meet with a peer specialist once a week after they do an assessment, and we let them tell us how their recovery looks, and we help them through it at that point. If it's about housing, sometimes it's about basics, the hierarchy of needs. So we help them either with housing or transportation. We'll even have them Uber from where they're at to our center to get them there. So we do a lot in the other two counties right now, and we're hoping that this will help Brevard as far as anyone struggling with substance abuse.
Okay, so you've been in 2 other counties. So can you tell us how that compares to Brevard County, or what you've heard of here that we needed you here?
That's why I'm glad I'm here. I cannot speak for the other 2 counties simply for the fact the organization started in 2022.
Okay.
And since that time, they have seen 3,500 people, participants. So they have been doing extremely well and keeping very busy. I was with Brevard County. I came from Housing and Human Services, and I kept seeing this name pop up over and over because we as a county had opioid abatement funds, and this organization kept coming and telling their story. And I am a parent of someone in long-term recovery at this point, but he battled substance misuse for 15 years. And I thought and I've seen him homeless and I've seen him hungry, but I thought to myself, if I could make a difference with an organization like that, I'm going to step out of my comfort zone.
Look at you.
And I'm going to go do some outreach and get some people some help that 15 years ago really wasn't available.
Okay.
And really, in Brevard, it's been scarce. I mean, let's face it, And
Buddy really, Cedar Rescue Mission, Helen's House, they really, New Life Mission doesn't take anyone in active addiction. We look to our partners in the community that will refer people to us.
Okay.
So, Buddy, what questions do you have? Like, how can her organization, Recovery Connections, help CETA?
Can you sort of give us an idea of, let's say that I show up, I'm looking for recovery.
Yes.
And so can you sort of walk us through how you would help me?
Yes, we would. First of all, if you show up to one of our centers, we would get you with a certified peer specialist who would do an assessment on you, do capital scoring on you, and just see where you're at. What are your needs? Do you have immediate needs? Do you have needs that you tell us? Like, what is your pathway to recovery? It may be, I want to go to the gym 5 days a week, or it may be, I want to attend church. Or you may need medicated assisted treatment, right? So we will help navigate what that looks like. So basically, we are providing the connections. But at our drop-in center, we have career, things that they can work on, resumes. We have computer center. We have just drop in, have a recliner seat, watch some TV, have some coffee, wait on your peer. But what we ask is that you give us once a week. You come in, you meet with us, you set your goals, and we help you achieve those goals. And hopefully it could be something as simple as I was observing a client in Seminole County who came in and he was living in a storage unit, and all his goal was to get a bigger storage unit closer to a location. Is that rain or buckets? But we are going to help navigate. If it's transportation they need, we can help them, get them an Uber for transportation. I think we do that twice a week so they can get to the center and back. Like I said, sober living, if we can get them sober living, they may need a detox facility and residential treatment. And we're going to help them find that. But all of our services are free.
So are you already networking with some of the organizations that you can plug people into?
We are, simply for the fact that I being in the county for 25 years and working for the county for a short time, I was able to connect with a lot of partners in the community. And what I'm doing is bringing our CEO and our COO, which is George Margolis and Corey Fisher, with me and the program manager, and we have been setting community visits. So we've been going to Family Promise, 211. We have a meeting with Community of Hope. So I'm getting their name. They know who I am, and I'll be in the community. But when it comes to actually what we are and who we do, I wanted them, as we grow, to become aware of Brevard and the needs here in Brevard.
Certainly.
Definitely needs.
So just a question for you. Let's say that someone comes in and is needing some help with housing. Are there finances there to help them with that, or are you just trying to find those organizations that can help them?
We currently have availability to pay, I believe it's 3 months of housing, which would be like for 3 months rent and a deposit.
Okay.
So we can help them with that and help them navigate or find where that would be and what that looks like. Again, and we have funds for immediate groceries, if that may be a need. We have funds for transportation, bus pass. We'll provide them a bus pass if that's, just not the Uber, but if they need constant transportation, they could get a bus pass. So we are helping in those modes, as well as finding what recovery looks like and getting them help, be it a job or helping them get training for a job. So we're kind of an all-encompassing, kind of welcoming, and we let them predict their path. We're going to help them, but it is their journey of recovery, and it does not look the same for everyone. It's different.
Certainly, I agree with that. We work with a lot in the recovery program that we have now. Mostly men. Our women's shelter is not really for.
We got another person, so just
okay.
Oh, okay.
No.
Go ahead. Give us your elevator pitch right now, so other organizations and people can help you.
Well, we're Recovery Connections. We're new to Brevard County, and we'll be at, I believe, 1632 West Hibiscus. Come see us. We will have a ribbon cutting with the City of Melbourne eventually. I don't know what that date is, but we are here to help people navigate their recovery journey.
Yeah, Thank you so much for coming
Thank
out.
you
Thank you.
very
It's
much. It was
very
great to
interesting.
meet you.
Make sure you leave those flyers.
I will.
For us.
I brought them.
Okay.
Thank
All
you. and it
right.
was
Thank you very
good
much.
to meet
All righty. Bless
You're
you.
watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness. While sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health, we're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Hey, we're gonna Amy Lyon here, New Life Mission.
Barry Walton here from Endless Media, and a big fan of New Life Mission.
You know what? Let me take your phone from
Yeah.
you. I'm just gonna take your phone.
Well,
I'm gonna
make
give it
sure
to someone
on that
else.
phone, thank you for taking it, but make sure, and for you guys out there watching this, make sure you push post, because that'll post to my Facebook and my friends can check out, and I told them where to donate as well, just to remind your followers where they should donate.
See, here's the thing. We may be in downtown Melbourne, but we are also throughout Brevard County and across the country.
You are.
We
It's big.
are.
It's
And
big.
you are too.
Yeah, well, that's exciting. Well, welcome. I'm glad to be part of this. Hello, country. Hello to a very important issue. Helping what these guys do is so awesome. I toured last week.
He toured New Life Village.
Yeah.
Tell us that. Let's get comfy. Let's
Yeah.
talk about your tour.
Okay. I toured last week. Do you want me to just go ad lib? Here we go. Just
Well,
take,
first,
take
you
it
know
and
what,
run with
Barry?
it.
Who are you?
I'm Barry Walton. I've been working in film and documentary films and television and commercials for about 25 years. Some of my highlights, I won an Emmy Award. I've worked for Nat Geo and Animal Planet. I've worked in pro sports. And so I have a few.
You're super cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm proud of them. I've had my moments. They come and they go in our industry. There's spikes and tops and bottoms, but you know, those experiences were fun and kind of helped shape me. But I think that this is far more important than you know, chasing around some of that stuff.
Yeah.
I really do. I'm not saying it.
What do you think? So you took a tour of New Life
Yeah.
Village. What did you think? That is our location where all new families come into the program. We have moms and children living at that location. So you walked through. You saw our Kids Academy.
Yeah. So, well, I met with Stacy, one of your top shelf people at the mission, and she took me through. And look, I'll be honest with you. If you're out there and you haven't seen a tour, you need to go to the site first. You need to check out what these guys are doing, because for me it was transformational. And you know, the property is beautiful. The site it's so nice to be able to have a site like that where you're providing services for needy people who can't do it for themselves. But more importantly is what I'm literally so passionate about is your core mission, which is to make people independent.
Right.
Get them off of government as a source, as a way of relying, build the skills so that they can go out and survive on their home. And what I was also amazed by is your numbers are upwards of 90%. Am I right?
Absolutely.
So
And that's a success rate. So people who complete our program do not return to homelessness.
Yeah.
So it's not a Band-Aid, right?
Yeah. And I can't say enough. Like, I think a big part of this is about raising funds and awareness. And if you're out there and you're an individual who can support this, and you believe that you want to see people independent off the government, not dependent on the government, you need to get off your seat, push the donate button, and get some money to this group, because I'll tell you, there's a lot of services out there. I genuinely believe what you guys are doing is unique and profound in the way the way to do it. The way to do it. So that was that was, you know, visually what you guys, the grounds are beautiful. What you're doing for the people that you're helping is powerful, but most importantly is your principles are I think what are going to lead people to success long term. So that was my impression of kind of my experience. And I was like, as soon as I heard that,
Will we
Stacey,
have his check ready
Yeah.
for him
Yeah.
as he exits the bench?
Yeah,
No, thank you so much for
yeah.
saying that. That
Yeah.
means a lot. I think when people come to our village campus, it is transformational for them because, you might imagine what it's like there, but there's opportunities not just to donate cash, but you can donate time, you can donate items. Praying for us and sharing what we're posting on social media. There's so many ways.
Yeah.
So what makes you passionate about homelessness? That transformation, that
I think, I live over in Rockledge. So Rockledge, for those of you who are watching locally, for those of you who don't, is about 45 minutes away. It's near Cocoa. And as I come off of the 520, which is a highway that exits from the 94, we're getting a little bit sloshed here with rain. But as I come off, for the longest time, me and my family, I would see a gentleman literally on the 520, you come off to go onto my street towards my subdivision. Literally, that was his home. Yeah. Like he was there all the time. He had his bed there. When the weather was bad, we would look over and see him on a rainy day, covered completely in a tarp. Mm. When the weather was good, he would just be out sitting. And so I look at that person and I go, that's not his best life. Yeah. That's not his dream for him. But what we forget is like circumstances in life, mental health issues, and challenges that all of us take for granted, like not having family, like not having someone to raise you, like being raised in a foster home and kind of getting left out, can lead you to places that you don't have control over. I think a lot of people assume that homeless people have control over their situation, right? Yep. And so for me, when I see a homeless person, I'm like, that's someone who, one, is not living their best life, and two, doesn't have control of the situation. Mm-hmm. He needs, and we look at adults and we go, they don't need parenting anymore. It's inaccurate. And all of us at some level still want parenting in our lives. And I don't want to say that they need the parent like we think of, but they need pseudo parents. They need people that are going to give them skills, life skills. We take so many life skills for granted. They're going to need the life skills to hold down the job, to control their emotions on a bad day, to recognize the value of repetition over time, and that building little pieces over time can turn into, a successful life. And the mentality of like celebrating and having thanks and being grateful for those little things. So I could ramble on.
It's okay.
But
speaking about those life skills, we had a woman who came to our program with children, and she didn't have any food. She didn't have anything when she came in. We gave her, stove, pots, pans, said, here's some soup to make for dinner for your kids. And we came back a little while later and she said, I don't know why it's not working. She had put the can just in the saucepan.
Yeah.
Because she didn't know to open it. And I know people are like, what? Are you kidding me? But if you were not raised in that environment, in fact, you maybe raised your siblings.
Yeah. Well, I mean, humans, humans are programmable. Like, and see, in this age that we live in, one argument that the scientists have right is we're very programmable, but that doesn't mean that we should just, be left to like figure out life on our own. It's important to give skills to people so that they can learn how to make a fulfilling life for themselves, right? And you look around and it really is, you look at society, and society genuinely breaks down into people that are victims who genuinely don't know how to get out of that mentality, and people who are victors, who have figured out the bridge across. And that's what I think I see your organization working to build. You're working to turn victims into victors. And that, again, just to remind people, if you're watching this, this is about, I hate to be just blatant, but this is about fundraising. And if you believe in those tenets of helping people go from being a victim to a victor, you have a responsibility, and it's the easiest responsibility because these people are actually working. They're out in the rain. She's going to spend the whole night here, And so you need to give, you need to contribute, you need to take time, because you're not leaving the comfort of your home. These poor guys are going to be here all night in the rain. So just remember that when you're watching that, and if you tune into this. And so there was my rant. I would just kind of went off.
I love
was
your
doing a
rants.
call to action.
You know what?
Call
but
to action.
You know what? You're talking about a really good thing is that people need to come out and see, right? They
Yeah.
need to see for themselves.
Yeah.
We have a come and see at New Life Village coming up on November 6th. And we're inviting everybody from 4 to 6 p.m. to come to our 326 Croton Road campus and
It's a beautiful campus.
walk through like you did. And
It's a
they can
beautiful
bring their
campus.
friends and just find out what's going on. There's no obligation to do anything, but just learning what's happening in your community.
And by the way, you guys have the cutest little chapel. If you guys, I would literally say come out just to see the chapel.
Oh, and there's more.
There's so
more
much
than
more.
the chapel. Don't
I
say
know.
it. Don't tell. Don't
I
tell.
know, but come
There's
out to see the chapel.
something pretty cool there now.
Yeah, no, but the chapel is great. Well, there is some other things. I did get to see, don't say it. I won't say it. I did get to see that space that I'm not supposed to talk about.
Yes, November 6th.
You'll have to come out on November 6th to check it out. But make sure you visit the chapel and say a prayer. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a beautiful little chapel.
That's a cool space where our moms can spend time in there. We do Bible study, and they can spend time together just talking about what they've been through.
Yeah. No, there's so much there. I mean, when I went there, it felt very peaceful. I felt like it's got a very grounded feel to it. I felt it, and I also felt a little bit like Southern California, because I used to live out in Santa Barbara, and you kind of got the old ranch style arches on the
cool.
entry
All right.
there.
That
No,
was planned.
it was kind of cool. No, I know it does, but it feels like got that old Santa Barbara, Southern California feel to it. So it's kind of unique in that regard, and you have your own little pocket. So it's a treasure of a place. I mean, that is a blessing of a place that you guys have to offer people to help them kind of build their lives back up and recover.
Yes.
You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? It's a anyway. So
Well,
you can
I
tell
love
us,
your
right?
passion. I
Yeah.
love everything that you've shared, and from a writer to another writer, you are an author.
Yes, I am an author. Yep.
You are an author. Tell us what you wrote.
Yeah,
in 30 seconds or less. Go.
Yeah, 30 seconds. The elevator pitch. I have a book. It's called The Unknown Adventurer, and it's stories of basically overcoming struggles and the lessons of those, and what I learned from lots of adventure, lots of travel, work in film, a great love story in the middle of it, of how I met my wife, and so that book is on. And if you're watching this and you see this now, you can go to my website and get a free copy. A free e-copy, endlessmediame.com, and make sure that when you fill out the form, you put that you saw me here and download a free e-copy and let me know, and then order a real copy, a physical copy too.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
But yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you so much for coming out today,
This has
sitting
been
in the
awesome.
rain with me,
Yeah.
and tell your friends, everybody.
Yeah, one last time, donate, guys, donate.
So it's an awareness campaign, but
Yeah.
if
Oh.
you donate, we won't be mad.
Okay. I
We
thought
won't
it
be
was
mad.
about donations, but still donate.
Yeah.
Get these guys some money to fill their coffers so that they can do more and help more people.
All right, everybody.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're gonna eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much, and I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much, so much. And she lived
happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card is on the card. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to view the private collection of over 400 muscle cars, enjoy heavy hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and participate in a live and silent auction.
Look alive, everybody. Act right. Act right. We've got some crazy people on the bench. Amy Lyon from New Life Mission. I am here with Buddy Morrow, CETA Rescue Mission, and the famous, the one, the only, Kenny Johnson, Palm Bay City Council. Welcome,
Yes,
sir.
indeed.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, I'm going to give you the microphone. I might just shout at you guys, but first of all, just tell us a little bit about who Kenny Johnson is. You've done a lot of things, man.
Thank you.
I might have cyberstalked you.
Name it. Retired, came back here during the 04 hurricanes. So that was a treat. Graduated from high school, went on to play college football. Graduated from college, came back here. Just last year, before we got married, me and my wife, fiance at that time, rededicated our lives to Christ, and it just repurposed our purpose with His purpose. So with everything I was doing, from city council to personal training, I was finding a way to have ministry in the marketplace. What I mean by that was, even on city council, if I wasn't quoting scripture, I wasn't speaking Christ, I was showing Christ. Even in personal training, if I wasn't quoting Hebrews 12:11 or whatever, I was still showing the grace of God and still finding an opportunity to introduce God in that conversation. So where before it was just I was living carnally and just through the flesh, but like Christ literally removed the scales from my eyes. And that's where, when you and Pastor Buddy spoke at the council meeting a year ago, I had already rededicated my life to Christ, and I was like, those are Christ followers. I need to talk to them. So I've been on fire ever since, just working with other brothers and sisters in Christ in the community. And I'm excited to be here. So thank you. Thank
Well, I
you.
call you Brother Kenny, even though
Yes, sir.
you're
Yeah.
Mr. Councilman also when I'm around other people. But we got that opportunity to meet that night.
Yes,
and
sir.
it started something, and you've been around our place and helped us out over there. But tell us what's going on in the city, of how you're starting this new stuff up with the city, trying to get some things going. Share with us what's going on in the city there with you.
Yes, sir. So one thing that the Lord showed me was to be a good steward in every area of my life. That's with being a husband, with being a father, and with city council. And one thing I've realized was, like, the Bible calls on us to help the needy, to help the orphans, to help the widows. And that's something that a lot of people tend to kind of just, I don't know if it's turn a blind eye to it or they just aren't recognizing it for what it is. So with that, I'm like, I have a platform. I've been blessed with a voice to be able to speak out on that. And with that, I'm working on an initiative called the Good Shepherd Initiative. And I've based it off of, it was out in California. They call it Homeless Connect. And what they do is they utilize a big facility, or like we could utilize one of our gym facilities at the city of Palm Bay, and they bring in all the churches, all the different nonprofits, street side showers, New Life Mission, CETA, mental health counselors, barbers, And then we find a way to bus everybody there, whether it's through Matthew's Hope, and get them the services and get them the help they need. And not just, the mental help they need, but the spiritual help they need. That's why it's important to get the churches there as well. So that's the main initiative with the city. Other than that, we have development, we have jobs that we're trying to bring in, trying to raise the educational attainment, because raising the educational attainment will attract the businesses we want here, because they'll see that they have the degrees, they have the trades, and they'll be willing to invest their monies here.
Brother Kenny, one thing that I would like to see in our community, and what you're doing is great, and I just, I want to thank you for having that vision.
Yes, sir.
But I think we need a central location where we can have a lot of our partners that are there, anywhere from mental health to the CETA, to New Life, all of our partners there, case managers, things like that, where we can get people plugged in one place. And I'd love to see shelter come there, transitional housing going there. I don't know whether you've ever been out to Texas. They have a great places out there that are just humongous.
Okay.
And they take care of 300-400 people every night. And it's anywhere from overnight shelter all the way up to transitional housing. But everything is on that block or 2 blocks that they have there now. That's something I'd like to see come to our county.
Yes, sir.
Come to maybe Palm Bay or Melbourne here.
And we have the biggest community, like between Palm Bay and Melbourne.
Oh,
we make a majority of Brevard County, so that'll only make sense.
I know. I really didn't realize how big it was until just before that council meeting. But,
yes, sir.
And then tell us a little bit, you and your family, y'all come over, y'all cook, y'all prepare meals, and some other people join you.
Yep.
And help over at Helen's house, our women's shelter, and down at the men's shelter. And the guys love that. But tell us a little bit about your ministry also, because you've got a ministry.
Yes, sir. So my first ministry is my family. Yep. So, making sure I pour into my wife so that way she's better equipped and prepared to pour into our children. And one thing I recognized, I had to talk to her about it last night, was I thought I was loving her, but I was loving her in only the way I knew how to love her. I wasn't loving her how God loves her. So that's one thing I had to go to the source. I had to go to God to show me how you love me, Lord. So then I could show my wife how to love, and show our children how we love them. But it's just by your grace. So we're doing that. We just pour into them. We have nightly devotions and prayers, and it's really just the Holy Spirit's been doing the rest in our children's lives. So we're blessed. The Bible speaks about how children are a blessing to their parents. They're like arrows to a warrior. Right now we're just sharpening our children for the spiritual warfare that's going on right now. You see it with all throughout that phone. I call it the devil's rectangle, because it's taking hold of their minds. So we're just sharpening them up. And with doing that, they see in the word themselves to help the needy. So that's where we went to CETA and we volunteered there. One of our sons cooked a lot of food, and my daughter and my wife went to Helen's house and volunteered there. And just my daughter shared a little devotion. So yeah, it's been a blessing.
And y'all are mentoring in both places you go, and we really appreciate that, because both of our organizations, we need volunteers. We need that help. We need people coming in and getting involved with us. And I'm sure that we could sit here for the rest of the time and talk about the areas of volunteers that we need. And we appreciate your family and the others that have come along with you doing that. But let me ask you a question, and this is sort of throwing it out there. This isn't a fundraiser for us. We have come and we're meeting, and it is our desire to talk with people and find maybe some solutions to the homeless crisis that we're in right now. Do you have any thoughts to some things that could curtail that, or some things that we could do?
So I would say this is a conversation that leads to a call to action. So I'm looking right at the camera when I say this is a call to action. We're supposed to love our neighbors. And with loving our neighbors, that's everybody. That's those that we agree with. That's those we don't agree with. The Bible doesn't just talk about, praying for Pastor Buddy because he's my friend. No, pray for the person who I can't stand too. So that way, God, Jesus Christ can have that road to Damascus introduction with them like he did with Saul, so that they can dedicate their lives to Christ and he can save them. And now we're all building up the body of Christ. So with that, we have to recognize that, to your point before we during the commercial break, we were talking, Pastor, that a lot of these mental health issues come from a spiritual health issue. Mm-hmm. And if you can get to the root, well, not we scatter the seeds and let the Holy Spirit get to the root of the spiritual health issue, then we're golden. So that's where we have to get outside of the four walls of the church and go out and evangelize in the streets, and you just preach the gospel and just share love. Even if we don't quote scripture, just share love and let God do the rest.
Well, the council is something that we appreciate seeing the Christian men like you that are taking a stand on our government agencies. And we know that we need more of that. In Palm Bay, with the mayor, with you and some of the other guys on there, people on there, we're blessed to have that.
Yes, sir.
And so is there anything that we can do as far as organizations in helping y'all get some of the things and ideas that you want through to help in the community, help the homeless in the community? Are there things coming up? I know that one of the things that we miss, and it's always when someone's coming against Christianity or something we're trying to do, it seems like they'll be packed with people that are against it, the nay-nays, I call them, the nay-nays. And then when we're trying to get something together for, that's Christian-based or, something that the Lord would really be pleased with, it seems like there's only a handful of people that show up.
Agreed.
So are there any things going on in the council that we could challenge the people that are watching today to get involved in right now?
Well, I know Pastor Mark Miller of Victory in Christ Jesus, he's having a Walk for Jesus march this weekend. My family and I will be out of town, but last year we went through it, and they literally marched from their church on Jupiter all the way around, and they made stopping points all throughout where they just prayed over City Hall. They prayed over the schools. They prayed over the community, and people were honking. People were like, it was amazing. So supporting initiatives like that, Victory in Christ in Palm Bay, Florida. But the main one I'll be talking to you more, Pastor, is the Good Shepherd Initiative, because I'm talking with Brevard Prevention Coalition. I'm talking to Stanley Briz and talking to Miss Amber Carroll of Brevard Homeless Coalition. So I'm starting to make contact with a lot of different people, trying to just bring all the smart people into the room. And I'm just the facilitator, like, hey, this is the mission. How do we get there? And I just step back and kind of just let the people work. So,
well, I'm sure that Amy and I know myself, we'd love to be involved and help any way that we can, because that's what we're here for.
And
we're not here for any other reason except for to try to let people see what it's like to be on a bench in the weather. We're blessed. We have a tent.
Yes, sir.
It rained a lot a little while ago, and we're both still wet some, but we don't realize sometimes what our homeless neighbors go through. And so we want people to see that. But also, like I said, we're looking for those solutions, and we're wanting to have those conversations with folks and say, man, bring it to us. We don't care who you are. Yeah. If you're watching this right now, bring it, come sit on the bench with us. We're just looking for ways to help.
Yep.
Say all the things. Anything goes here.
Yeah. So I definitely say it has to be spiritual health and mental health, and then everything else will fall into place. But one thing I've been volunteering a lot more towards the youth. But that's what the main reason why I wore this shirt was because in the book of Malachi, it talks about John the Baptist turning the hearts of the fathers back to the children and the children back to the fathers. So right now, spiritual warfare is so strong against fathers. There are those who are in the household, but they're not present. And there's those who are definitely not in the household and they're absent. So we have to make sure that we as fathers, as husbands, are walking in Christ. So that way we can, have our first ministry be rooted in Christ as well. Because the turmoil we're seeing in our society it's all by design, and we're all falling victim to it. So we got to come out of agreement with the sin, come out of agreement with the iniquities, and build one another up. Like you pour into me, Pastor, I pour back into you. And we just keep growing. So. And
you have done that, my brother. You have done that. You really have.
Yes, sir.
One of the things that just sort of comes to light today is that a lot of people don't realize the faith community and how much we do for the homeless folks. Our organization is called City Gate. It used to be Association of Gospel Rescue Missions. We have 300 and something missions that are part of, rescue missions part of us. But a lot of people don't realize, and I may have said that at the council meeting, I don't remember, and this is government telling it, this is not us making up our own numbers, but over 70% of the overnight shelter beds in America each and every night are taken care of by faith-based organizations. And many of those are like ours. We don't receive any government funding because Christ is going to stay the center of our mission.
Yes, sir.
And even when we say, hey, you know, this might be out there available for us, and I know it's the same probably with Amy, my board said, nah, we've done this long, 56 years, we hadn't had to go to the government, you know, we hadn't had to depend on them, and we depended on the Lord, and we're still doing that. Our two ministries are still doing that today. And Christ is the one that transforms.
Yes, sir.
You know, we get to be there to, you know, help them a little bit, but it's really when Christ moves in their life, he will transform them. And we have many success stories across our city and across our county where we've seen God do a great work. I appreciate you being here with us today, brother. Oh, she's not done.
Oh, I'm not done. I've just been waiting patiently.
Yes, ma'am.
I've tried to hand it to you.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
No. I was just listening. What, Kenny, do you think that the government's role, the city government's around here, role is in the homelessness crisis?
I feel, and I was part of that, that we feel like our role is only to those who have homes, not to those who don't have a home. And I feel that we owe it not only to ourselves in regards to servitude, we're meant to serve all 140-something thousand in Palm Bay, not just those who have homes, not just those who have apartments, but everybody. Right. So even if you're displaced, we have an obligation to you as well. You're a Palm Bayan, you live in Palm Bay. All right, you might not have a home at this time, but we should be working to see how we can assist. Now, I do believe in small government, so I don't feel like we should be overstepping, but we should be working with the community like we're doing right now to see about solutions, see about options, like advocating for affordable housing, things of that nature. How you doing, sir? Howdy. Yeah.
How are you? Good. How are you? We're gonna get you in a minute. We got a visitor out here.
Yes, sir.
So okay, so you're talking about everybody in Palm Bay, not just people with houses. So what does that look like? What does that look like serving them?
So it's as simple as I have a stack of Publix cards, $10 Publix cards, and when I'm driving up and I see somebody, I'll just hand them a Publix cards and a gospel tract and just say, God bless you. So it could be as simple as that, or it can be as impactful as us coming together, having a roundtable discussion of, hey, let's not only serve food. My apologies.
That's all right.
Let's not only serve food, but let's feed their souls. Like, let's take the opportunity of, you know, we draw them in with food, like with Second Harvest Bank or something of that nature, but we also have an opportunity to share the gospel with them. And we're just scattering the seeds. You know, if it's 200 people and only 20 of them give their lives to Christ, glory to God, you know.
So you're awesome, Kenny. You are.
It's by the grace.
You are awesome. And that's what you see as your role. What do you see as the city? The city as a whole.
Yes, ma'am.
Coming together.
I feel the city should be probably the main facilitator. So we have all these different nonprofits. We have all these different churches all throughout the city. We are the beacon in a sense. So we should be the organizer or the facilitator to draw everybody in. Like, hey, enough of being individuals. We're all members of the body. Let's come together. You work on this, you work on this, but let's make sure we stay rooted. So
do you think that's happening?
Not yet, but it's going to.
Where does the separation of church and state fall into that?
So that was a letter written by Thomas Jefferson, and so many people misquote it and misuse it. So what I'll say is, like I've mentioned earlier, having an initiative like this is just a way to show the gospel.
Amen.
I don't have to just say, you know, you're a sinner, give your life to Christ. It could be as simple as, hey, God loves you, and we just want to bless you with, you know, a voucher to get you a place to stay for the weekend. Something simple as that. Or, hey, CETA has an opening for you. We want to encourage you. Like, just, you know, aligning people with the right opportunities so that they can thrive and they can have prosperity. So.
Right. Because I know the city, on occasion, all cities, and that's going to lead me to another question, they have roundtables and they have discussions and they meet for 6 hours, and then the next month they meet, and but
that's usually how far it goes.
Not a lot is happening.
Yeah. It's like to the point of how I met both of you a year ago.
Right.
We had a big discussion, and then after that nothing happened. And that's what brought me to the point of where I'm at now. Like, nobody moved on that. It was a lot of words, but no actions. And that's
Right.
faith without works is dead. So we have to put action into it. Like God's looking at us like, I gave you the plan. Are you going to do it? I'll meet you on the other end, but I'm actually ahead of you. Are you going to actually move on what I'm showing
Here's
you?
some tools.
Yeah.
Here's some tools.
Yep.
Here's some
I
people.
introduced you to Pastor Buddy, introduced you to Miss Amy. Like, are you going to move, Kenny? So
And you're
we-
here though.
yeah.
We struggled, Kenny, to get city officials here. We've got Marcus Smith from the
Okay.
city of Melbourne
Good.
coming later tonight.
Nice.
But I'll be honest, it's been tough. It's been crickets. So why? Why don't, I mean, maybe they're busy, but why don't city officials want to come out and talk to us?
Yeah, I'm very well. Marcus Smith is a close friend of mine, so I'm not surprised he's going to be here. He's
Yeah.
awesome. Lieutenant Colonel, prior military, so he knows servitude. So I'm not surprised. But the others,
You think people
Huh.
just don't know what to do? And
yeah, I think sometimes when we don't know or we get uncomfortable, we just, and inaction is still inaction. So people just sometimes it's fight, flight, or freeze. Some people freeze and they don't know what to do. So, but that's where you could just have a conversation. You can be like, hey, I don't know what to do, but I like what you're doing. And then that's when, all right, let's tell you what we do, and let's tell you what CETA does. Let's give you a tour. Let's tell you what New Life Mission does. Let's give you a tour, and they can be on fire like I was when I had a chance to tour both of your facilities. So
Brother Kenny, you said something, not following through with that call to action.
Yeah.
And we had a great meeting that night. There was a lot of discussion went on, and like you said, it just didn't go anywhere from there. Do you feel like that was the organizations dropping the ball a little bit, or was it on both hands dropping the ball a little bit, not follow through with both ways?
it was everybody. We were in the middle of having a new city manager, so there was already turmoil in the city. There was a lot of turnover in department heads and staff, and then with that, it was almost like a game of telephone. Like, so this person's telling that person this, and then somebody's telling somebody else this, and then it's just miscommunication. So I feel we have a solid city manager, Matthew Morton. He's a Christ follower as well. So I'm very encouraged with the direction we're heading in now. So it's time to pick the conversation back up and not just have a conversation, but have action followed with it.
That's what I was going to ask. What's it going to take to get us back together? And that's probably going to take you guys there at the city
Yep.
inviting us to come in or
Yep.
coming up with that date. And let's have plenty of time. And I know that Amy will reach out. I'll reach out. We'll try to get as many providers there. And maybe we can come up with some solutions in that meeting.
Yes, sir.
And, so I appreciate y'all even having that.
Yes, sir.
I really do. And I even learned things that night. I really did listen to everybody. I learned things. But the biggest thing was that I met you.
Yes, sir.
And God's just given us a great fellowship,
Yes,
great
sir.
friendship together. And
Your grandson and my son go to the same
I
school.
know they do. I know they do.
Like, so
I got to go over there yesterday and watch him lead worship.
Worship,
So,
yep.
Yeah. So anyway,
that's awesome.
but very proud of him.
Yes,
very
sir.
proud of your son too.
Thank you, sir.
But thank you for coming and being with us.
Well,
today.
we're gonna wrap this up with this one final question.
Yes, ma'am.
What? How do the cities work together to help this? So we've got Brevard County. We've got how many cities in Brevard County?
Oh, yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, you have 13 municipalities, and unfortunately, everybody's working as individuals, and that's the problem. Like, we have to realize, while we all have our own municipality, homelessness is something that affects everybody.
Yeah.
And when we start looking at homelessness as brothers, sisters, fathers, daughters, and instead of looking at them as just anybody could have been a choice away from that happening to them.
Yeah.
We all have been choices away from that happening to us. So let's show them a different way of, hey, you can make different choices and have a different outcome. So that's where cities have to put the ego and pride aside, because that's one thing I recognize with working in local government, state government, and federal government. There's a lot of ego, there's a lot of pride, and if you're not careful, if you're not truly rooted in Christ, it can bleed off onto you. And I recognized it because that's what happened early on with me. I went into the game just with the right motives, excited, but then some of that started to leak onto me, and before I knew it, I thought it was me, until I rededicated my life to Christ, and I realized, no, that wasn't me. That was sin on me. So that's just something, Christ followers in government have to make sure that they lead with love, they lead with grace. But no matter what, whether you're a Christ follower or not, just recognize that we're all human beings. Like, there's the human race. Like, you're my brother in Christ. We believe the same. Like, so there is no division amongst us unless we allow the enemy to come in and cause division and cause strife and cause chaos. So we have to recognize we're all in it together.
Absolutely.
And just work together. So
Can I ask
Well,
one more
great.
question? We need to close.
Yep. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Better be
To
good,
try-
buddy.
well, no.
Better be a good one.
I'm not good at English language. I'm from Alabama. and
I'll
I'm learning-
translate.
I'm learning English for a second language right now. But anyway, would it be the organizations like New Life and CETA and some of the other people, would it be us trying to facilitate to bring the municipalities together, like starting maybe meetings with some of the guys like you and Marcus? I know y'all are both very involved in different ministries around here that are helping homeless and working like that. But would it be us? Because I don't think the cities or the counties are going to do that amongst themselves, and I may be wrong about that. But do you think that's something that maybe we could start and facilitate, bringing the governments together?
And actually, I agree with that, because unfortunately, people have their own biases. So even if Kenny Johnson goes up to Melbourne or Cocoa, there may be those that are in support. There may be those who are not in support. But with just a pure mission that just is rooted in Christ, and you have. Who's going to say no to a pastor? Well, actually, never mind. Never mind. Let me. There are those who say no to pastors, but I feel like in regards to being unbiased and uninvolved in politics, it will be better received from New Life Mission or CETA. So yes, I would say yes to your answer, to your question.
All right, everybody. Kenny Johnson, Palm Bay City Council, thank you for joining
Thank you, ma'am.
us.
Appreciate it.
We had
Thank
to
you.
spend some time with you.
Yes, ma'am.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at CETA Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
For a long time, they saw me not happy, and I refused for them to see that anymore. Hi, my name is Serena, and I've been in the program for about 4 months now. So a lot of chaos, a lot of, abuse, that type of thing. I have 4 kids. Time goes on, you get tired. So one day I finally packed up and left. Originally went to Serene Harbor, and then they have a time frame on the time that you can stay there. So I started looking for other options. And so I found New Life. When I finally got the call, it was just a state of relief. I didn't have to worry about that time frame for Serene Harbor, and I didn't have to scramble about where I was going to go lay my head. There's a huge difference in my kids' behavior being here just because there's no chaos. There's none of that. And then since being here, I got the new car. I was selling insurance before, but yeah, I've been wanting to get back into insurance, and New Life helped me with that as well. As I got older, especially probably within the last 2 years or so, I've really been wanting to seek out my relationship with God. I battled religion a long time, and just my faith. And so New Life brought that back to life. It's been a lot of changes, and they're all for the good. It's been great. Just to live comfortably, I don't have to worry about things all the time like I was before. But I just want to be able to just kind of get on my own, whether it's an apartment just to start off at, but ultimately I want to buy a house. I also, at some given moment, I'm thinking open my own agency for my kids. Well, I want them to behave. My goal for them right now, it's more of a selfish goal, I guess, but I just want them to see me happy. Them seeing me happy plays a big part on them as a whole. And my kids love me more than anybody's ever loved me. I just don't want to let them down. And yeah, I want to see my kids be just the best version of them. And I want to see them grow, and I want to be able to support them. Everything you guys are all doing, we wouldn't be where we're at. I hope that everybody can continue to believe in us, believe in the program, to continue to support us. And I think it's safe to speak on everybody, but we're all really grateful for everybody that's helped this program.
Hey everybody, Amy Lyon back here from New Life Mission, and I am on the bench with Stacy Sullivan from Sullivan's Jewelers. She is a downtown Melbourne merchant, and tell us how long you've been in the community, because you haven't always been downtown Melbourne, have you?
That's correct. I have been in the family for 3 generations is how long I've been serving Brevard. Our family's celebrating our 70th year this year.
Wow.
So my grandparents came in 1955, and I have had stores in 2 other locations, but now we're downtown to stay for quite a long time, for 5 years.
Okay, wonderful. So lots of jewelry. People want to buy Christmas gifts. Great place. Why don't we just jump right into it? I mean, we all know why we're out here. We're talking about homelessness. I'm so glad you brought the therapy dog. This is Soph,
she's
everybody. Yeah. So let's talk about homelessness in downtown Melbourne. What are you seeing? And yeah, just go for it.
I mean, we're pretty fortunate. On my road, it was connected to the Daily Bread on Waverly Place, and I feel like for the most part, the homeless have been very respectful, and occasionally, because we have a covered back porch area, we do get some people getting out of the weather back there. But usually when we talk to them about it, they come up with another solution of where they could stay. And I don't know. There's a lot of familiar faces that I see when I walk my dogs.
Okay. What are you hearing from your neighbors?
I mean, I guess it's always a concern just because we want to make sure that everyone's safe. That's the biggest key. But for the most part, we're a community, and we just try to uplift each other. And one of my favorite homeless people was Arthur. He was here for many years, and I don't know, he was just such a kind soul that it kind of made me feel a little bit more comfortable knowing that we're all humans and we're all kind of in it together.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I'll just say, Stacy, that you are not like everybody that I've met. There are some concerns that the homeless individuals in Melbourne are forcing people to close businesses. That there's what do you want to say about that? I'm sure you're hearing some of these things too.
Yeah, I think closing your business is pretty extreme. I don't really think that would be a cause for closing a business personally. I mean, we've been rooted in this community for 70 years, so I feel like if you kind of look at what enriches your business and kind of lean into that and kind of make some adjustments as needed, nothing like that should ever cause that to happen.
Well, you've seen a lot of changes in downtown Melbourne.
Yeah,
so a lot has happened.
I feel like I've heard about a lot of people having some adjustments, but I mean, we came during COVID, so I was just happy, literally wanting to do a cartwheel when people came to my door because our road was closed, Melby was getting built, there was blockades, and it was just kind of, that was the challenge that I saw more than anything else during my time here.
Yeah. Well, what would you like to see more of in Melbourne? What would you, if we're talking about homelessness, what advice do you have for people watching who...
I would say we are the most resource-rich community that I've ever witnessed. I've traveled a lot and seen. So I feel like if people were to tap into the resources like New Life Mission and kind of, if they wanted to see change happen in their life, there's definitely enough resources that change could happen because there's people who care in our community.
So are you talking about people who are experiencing homelessness, that there's enough resources? What do you think the business community's role is in helping us become a homeless-free county? That would be great.
Well, I mean, for example, what our business has done is we've created charity jewelry
so that every time we sell one, it supports a charity. 2, kind of like a give back program. And I know that when businesses are suffering, they're not super willing to give, but I feel like the more you bless, the more you are blessed. And I've seen that over and over again, from my business to, places like Meg O'Malley's, who are super supportive in our community. So to me, I feel like it's almost like taking the initiative on a personal role to see what you can do.
And educating, right? Educating yourself. There's a lot of resources out there. And
Definitely.
if you're a business, we would love to have you come down. We've got space. Come down on the bench. Tell us what you're seeing, what ideas you have, what solutions. Is there anything else that you want to share with the community?
Well, I feel like as far as homelessness goes, it's kind of just leaning on your roots. I personally had to get out of a domestic violence situation, and I could have leaned on resources, but luckily I had family in town. So I feel like, the more that you kind of draw from your social aspects of, neighbors, friends, family, businesses, you could definitely find a way to make a way. And I don't know, because I've never been in a situation where I was homeless, that finding the resources, but I think if you lean into what's available, people can definitely make changes.
Yeah. And this is one way we're doing that, is by letting the community know who's here. We're bringing out other providers, and then engaging with our business community to say, hey, we're here. If you see those homeless individuals, somebody who needs help, reach out to us. We've now seen each other face to face. You can call me.
Yeah.
You can send us messages, and we're going to be there, and we're going to help.
Well, thank you for doing this. It
Thank
really
you.
means a lot to
I
us.
appreciate you coming out.
Yeah,
So
thank you.
good to see you. Good to see you. All right.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need, to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Hey everybody, Conversations on a Bench. We are out here. We are talking about homelessness, how it affects our community. We've got businesses, government officials, all kinds of people coming out to share their opinions, their ideas, and just to ask those questions like, what do we do together? So right now we have Julie Ruger. Did I say that right? Yep. Ruger. Yes, yes. Julie. She is here from Health First, Holmes Regional Medical.
Yep.
And we'll start off with you just introducing yourself and how long you've been in the community.
My name is Julie Kruger. I am the Director of Case Management at Holmes Regional Medical Center. I have been in this community since 1979, so a very long time. I've been in case management since 2009 with Health First. So have spent a lot of times between here and Palm Bay Hospital helping out.
You've seen a lot.
I have.
You've seen a lot, and what a great resource for us. One thing that I'm just going to jump right into it, I'm going to ask questions. One thing that we see with the homeless population is unnecessary visits to the ER and not being educated on the resources that are available. And that comes with a cost to taxpayers.
It
Do
does.
you want to talk a little bit about that?
It does. So when they can't provide some of their own basic needs and shelter, it really takes a toll on their health. And they don't know where to go. They don't know what's available out there to know where they can maybe get primary care, like normally. So when they come into the hospital, that is one of the things that we like to do is provide them resources, get them established with one of our local partners, Brevard Health Alliance, and get them established with a primary doctor so that they can go and get regular follow-up appointments and keep on top of their health issues and get their medications and everything that can just help them be healthy.
Right. Absolutely. Because that is one of the first things, if somebody is homeless, they're not thinking about going in for immunizations for their children. There's a lot of things. There's just survival.
Yes.
And so over the years, what have you seen as far as, changes in homelessness? What kinds of, I don't even know. Sometimes I just don't even know what to say. You see a lot of things. You see a lot of things in your role.
Yes. We're actually seeing it more increased. Okay. And the biggest thing and what's kind of very hurtful is there's not always a lot of resources that we have in our community, especially when it comes to like shelters and where they can go to. So we have a list of a few shelters. There's a lot more for men or for women and children than there is for men, especially being in our sunny state of Florida. Some of the shelters only open when it's cold.
Yes.
And
that 4 days a year.
Yes, that 4 days a year. It's never cold enough sometimes for that. So providing them with just where they can go to get a meal, anything that we can help them with. There's great community partners out there, and making sure that they know who those partners are, where they can go to different areas to get whether it's help for housing for the future or medications, doctor's appointments, but transportation, just everything that we can provide them is a little bit of help. And sometimes that little bit of help can make a big difference.
Yeah. And so you're staying up to date on all of the providers that are out there. What is lacking in our community right now? You said there's more resources for women with children. What is lacking? What do we need more of? Like, if you had this, it would help you do your job better, helping people who are homeless.
The biggest thing, honestly, would be if we could have a little bit more shelters.
Like emergency shelter?
Emergency shelter, someplace where they could sometimes just go and get a good night rest without worrying about what's going to happen to them while they're sleeping, who's going to come up to them. They have their belongings, their prized possessions, and they're afraid to take their eyes off of it, and just having that safety net and that security blanket, that we get when we have a house over, and a roof over our head, they just don't have. So sometimes, knowing that they can't stay there maybe every single night, but giving them a chance to be able to go somewhere to get a good night's rest, knowing where they can go and to get food in their belly.
Basic needs.
Basic needs.
Yeah.
Basic needs. We try for what we can. I know the case management department feels very strongly on trying to be able to provide whatever we can and help them. But there's not enough for as much as we have when it comes to how many people we have that are truly homeless. And we see a lot.
Yeah. And the circumstances. I mean, there's no one type of homeless person.
There is not.
Tell me some of the things, the people you have seen. And
I've actually seen, it's eye-opening to some, because you have ones that have fallen down on their luck and it's just had one bad thing after another, and they've lost their housing. They lost their job due to unforeseen circumstances, the business closing, and it just snowballed from there. And I actually have ones that have enough money, but they choose to live this lifestyle because they want control over their life, and this is how they feel that they can control it with not having money into the bank, and they keep it all into certain things. I've seen just all array of just different scenarios, and what we try to do is respect whatever decisions they make, provide them with whatever resources we can, so that they can make better choices if they would want to, and where they can go for that help. But if they choose this lifestyle, that is okay. That is their right. And we try to make sure that they have just somebody knowing that, in their corner.
Right. So it sounds like fear of being controlled that might keep some people in that lifestyle. Where do you think mental health plays
we're
into that?
definitely struggling with mental health. That is another area of opportunity in the state of Florida in general, not just Brevard County. Where we have 2 Baker Act receiving facilities in Brevard County, which is
Tell
not
people
enough.
if they don't know what Baker acting is.
A Baker Act receiving facility is a place where somebody is under an involuntary hold, which is a Florida statute when they're at risk of hurting themselves or maybe hurting others and they need to get some psychiatric help. That would be where the physician or a police officer could Baker Act the patient, where they have to go to this facility for about 72 hours to get some help.
Okay.
But there's not a lot of it. 2 facilities for this size of a county is not enough, and that is not even outpatient help. And that's kind of where we try to look for what else is out there. And Brevard Health Alliance does have mental health. On not only besides the primary care, dental, and other things that they can provide. So, it's really just helping them get to a doctor, get the right medications to be able to help them heal overall.
So if somebody's in crisis, we have Coastal Psychiatric, right?
Yes.
That they could potentially call. And I mean, really, somebody in a mental health crisis doesn't have 30, 60, 90 days to wait for an appointment to get in. So we have that situation. So I'm hearing emergency shelter, more mental health, absolutely. So New Life Mission, we actually, with the Health First grant, we 2 years we received a Health First grant that allowed us to bring in an on-site mental health counselor. We found that we've landed on a hybrid model of where we have a fantastic family resource coordinator who meets with every single mom and child who comes into the program and does an evaluation and then connects them with an outside counselor. So we've got about 12 providers that work with us, and it's taken us years to get this set up. But what that does is it shortens that gap. And I think mental health counselors out there, share your thoughts, because I imagine you feel the stress of trying to help so many people and there's just not enough help out there. Yeah. Any final things you want to share with us from your perspective? Maybe if you could just solve the whole problem, that would be great.
I would love to. If I had my wand, I would wave it.
Where is that magic wand anyway?
My only final thoughts is, knowing that we work together as a community to be able to help and provide whatever we can. Neighbors helping neighbors, this is what we're all about. This is one of our biggest goals with Health First, is to make sure that, we provide for this county and do what we can to be a good partner.
Yeah. Well, I think you guys are doing a great job. Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're gonna eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we needed. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a woman's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much. And I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much. So much. And she lived
happily ever after.
Unfortunately, due to some financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card is declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
All right, this is Buddy Morrow again with Cedar Rescue Mission, and Amy and I are here just trying to get some honest conversation going on with individuals and some of our government leaders. And I have Tyrone that's stopped by. Just met Tyrone for the first time. And Tyrone Brown, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself, if you would, sir?
Thank you so much, buddy. My name is Tyrone Bryan. Recently moved to Brevard County of last year, and thankfully, since I've been here, I've been able to be a part of this space where I'm now being able to offer my feedback concerning the homeless population. And I've been a mental health professional, but now I do consulting work.
So tell us how you're involved. Do you have an office here, or tell us all about your business here?
So I work from home. My office is in my home.
Okay.
However, I do work with different housing providers who provide supportive housing and permanent supportive housing to the residents of Brevard County.
You were talking about in some of the programs in the past, you were talking about working with people in the mental health field, and you were talking to me a little bit just a few moments ago about housing and how tough it is sometimes with people to be able to get that housing. You seem to be helping those folks get into housing. How are you doing that? Because you were explaining to me things about Medicaid, Medicare that I don't even understand, to be honest with you.
May I touch on the Medicaid piece?
Sure.
So in Florida, you have the statewide Medicaid managed care plans, and that's usually done through several insurance providers. In the United States, most people who have a disability or who actually have mental health challenges would benefit more if they're on the Medicaid plan. Unfortunately, Florida is not a Medicaid expansion state, so that poses some risk and actually challenges. Now, an individual who wants to benefit from Medicaid can actually do so, and there's a housing waiver program available in Florida. And Brevard County is actually one of the counties where you can actually benefit from said housing waiver.
So if we had someone like Amy in her program there with the ladies and the children, and we have someone in either our men's shelter or our women and children's shelter there, would it be someone like you that we could bring in that could help facilitate them getting housing when they got through the recovery program?
So usually coordinated entry is the mechanism in which HUD empowers different coalitions in different jurisdictions to be able to provide housing for people. So for example, here in Brevard, you have the Brevard Homeless Coalition, and they oversee that piece around coordinated entry. What that means is, in order to get into housing, especially if you have a mental health challenge, you have to benefit from case management. And for me, I am a consultant, so what I do, I go to the institutions and the entities and help them develop their program. Here's an actual sad reality. In Brevard County, most of the housing providers don't even have a Medicaid ID as a provider. So that's where I would come in and help them become a Medicaid provider.
We probably need to talk to you at Cedar Rescue Mission and get you to come over and explain everything to us and see how we can get you involved in helping us. Because one of our hardest problems is finding, after someone's been through the program, is to finding that affordable housing for them. And we do work. Amy and I both have been talking about it while we've been on the bench this little bit of time that we've been here. We've been talking about how mental health has become a big situation in our ministries and across with other providers. And so tell me exactly what you do. If I brought you into Cedar Rescue Mission tomorrow, which direction would we go? What kind of advice would you how would you help me?
So I would first by starting off to say, a lot of times when we have these conversations, people just throw out words and throw out feelings and emotions. In order to proceed, you do need to have an assessment done. So I would actually proceed by having a needs assessment done to find out what the numbers are actually saying. Because when you're entering into this conversation, there are middle people you have to deal with. And those middle people are those insurance companies. Remember, a person who lives on the street probably doesn't have the resources in order to pay for rent. Even though the rent will be subsidized, they still have to meet that threshold and to be able to have some responsibility. So the insurance companies will come in and say, okay, we're going to participate in the housing waiver piece, but can this place that we're entering into an agreement with have the bandwidth and the staffing patterns to do so? So I would want to do that assessment of CEDA and make sure that there is that bandwidth there, as well as the ability for staff to be trained and to take on the responsibility. Because a lot of people talk about Medicaid and they stay away from it as providers because they think it's too cumbersome and the reporting process is a lot. My opinion is that's not the case. It's all about building a system, an accountability system in place where if you follow the steps that you lay out, you can actually do a really good job. And in fact, the reimbursement is what is attractive about it that most people don't know about.
So, there's a lot of ministries like ours. There's a lot of nonprofit organizations that work with the homeless around here. Some of them run on a light budget. And so is there any funding that helps pay for you to come in and help them, or is it something they have to bear that expense themselves?
That would be the case where they'd have to find the funding for me to come in. I actually am a faith-based entity and a person as well. So I would love to see more faith-based organization in this space, because Jesus did give us the command to go out into the world and preach the gospel, but also to take care of the vulnerable as well.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did.
So as far as what you just said, buddy, I work with entities not because I'm trying to make a big coin, but because there's a big need here in Brevard County. And there's a point in time information that people can look up with the Brevard Homeless Coalition will show you like a viewpoint of what homelessness looks like. So instead of me just talking about my anecdotal experiences, I think it's important to look at the actual numbers. And as far as with faith-based organization, I would like to see more step up, because in actuality, some of the managed care organizations in Florida, they want to participate in the pilot waiver program. However, like I said, most entities don't even have their Medicaid ID.
Wouldn't even know where to start.
They don't even know where to
start. Someone like you would come in and help us do something like that. And not sure whether it would fit our program or not, but certainly would like to have a sit down with you away from here. But we're looking for some good, strong conversation. We're looking for solutions. Have you got any thoughts on your mind of something that we, like New Life or Cedar Rescue Mission or some of the other nonprofits that are helping homeless, do you have any suggestions that would help us do a better job, or things that we can change that we're doing to help meet the crisis that we're in with the homeless population? Our homeless neighbors is what I call them.
I appreciate that. And I will say this. So one of the things I've been actively doing, I've been begging churches to conduct workshops. In fact, in my own church and with my own sister churches, I team up with the health ministry department and say, okay, host a workshop, in a Saturday evening. And essentially you have places like, say, some universities in Florida where they conduct mental health workshops, so like mental health first aid or suicide prevention first aid. So I've been offering these services to churches, but a lot of them are afraid. and quite frankly, I'm somewhat sometimes discouraged by the way how people are afraid to have frank conversation around mental health. In fact, I did a presentation at the church, and I did an activity where I said, okay, I'm going to read the following statements, and if it aligns with you, please move in the direction where it aligns. So, for example, I said, I know someone who died by suicide. I know someone who attempted. I myself thought about suicide. There were 30 people in the church. 26 got up and went to yes. And when the pastor they saw that their eyes were bulging wide open, I said, this is not sorcery. This is real life. So that's why my message is churches need to be in the forefront of this conversation, because the unfortunate reality is in church, most people are afraid to talk about these things because they're like, we serve a mighty God, so why am I struggling? And I think it's when you don't talk about it, you're going to have problems. God wants us to talk about these things.
He certainly does. And, we were talking just a few moments ago, Amy and myself, and someone said this, where are the churches at? We've not had a lot of participation from our churches in this, nor our government officials. We've had a couple of government officials that have been willing to come out and talk. And, we're not doing this to raise money. We're not doing this but for one reason, and that's to have some of that strong conversation. We have people in our downtown area that, their businesses, they say, have been hurt because of some of the homeless population down here and some of the things going on. So we're looking for those solutions. And so one question, I guess maybe a thought that I would put with you as we were talking with Councilman Kenny Johnson a little while ago from the Palm Bay Council, is that it seems like I don't think our government agencies are going to try to bring the providers together. And I think it's going to be left up to us. And I know that I met with Amy, and it just seems like we have so much going on. We forget sometimes what we need to be doing. And met with Amy and some of her people over at New Life Mission. A couple of us did, and they wanted to start and get some of the people that are true faith providers around here, and try to get us together and us start maybe not an organization, but start getting together. And I think you'd be a good person maybe to help us get that started and bringing our churches together and bringing the government into it. As I was talking with Councilman Johnson a few minutes ago, I think it's going to be left up to us to bring our government agencies together throughout the county and the cities. I think it's going to be left up to us as providers to get that started. Would that be something you would want to get involved with?
Yes, in fact, I approached an organization before. I'm sure some of you in the community might know of Suntree Methodist Church. They have a council or a mental health task force. And so that's something that I would like to see more often, because Suntree is that region, but we would like to see more pop up around Brevard, because unfortunately, right, in the United States, most entities cannot prevent operating in silos. And that's where you will find it very prevalent in mental health spaces, because a lot of times there's stiff competition for the dollars that is available at the federal level or the state level. City and county governments, oftentimes, they would rather outsource mental health services to a qualified provider that has been in a business for a while, because here's something that I've discovered in my relatively short time on earth. Most people, I won't say they don't care, but they're just concerned. It's very difficult to care, because when you care, you have to develop a sense of, okay, I need X amount of resources. I need to devote so much time. So it's easy to have concern and look and say, oh, that's not going too well. That's really bad. So from my vantage point, most people just have concern, but they can't really have the bandwidth or the time to actually care. And I think as Christians, that should actually come easy for us, because we have a mandate from God to do that actually. But not only just Christian, but just the general community. I've seen non-Christian communities do more than most churches.
So talking about Suntree, and my understanding they do a great job out there, yes. Suntree Methodist and everything. How hard is it? I mean, does it take the heart of a pastor, a heart of the congregation? What does it take are you aware of what it took them to get started out there? And how long did it take them to form and become the mental health outreach that they are today?
So as my experience as a crisis professional too, most people only act when there's a crisis, when something is going wrong or everything is falling apart, and they go, oh, let's do something about that. Unfortunately, that's also a way that most government act. There's a problem, let's react and create a solution. In the case of Suntree, it also involves having a leader that brings the message forward on a day-to-day basis, galvanize people to share the vision that he or she is presenting to the people to say, look, we have an extenuating problem here. Let's do something about it. If you don't have someone actually caring like that, it's not going to work, because most people have their own lives to live. We have to be honest. And people who live on the street, they know it. They see it. In fact, can I share a quick story?
Sure.
I was a friend of mine. He works for a company here on US 1, and he called me and he said, hey, there's a gentleman who's sleeping in our trash area. So I said, did you talk to him and ask him why? And they said, no, we just think it's not good. So I said, ask him, because perhaps for him it means some kind of safety, or it meets some kind of criteria for him to be there. So they did. And then they found out that the man feels safe while he's there. But then we said, have a conversation with him and say, hey, wouldn't you want to maybe try another place that actually is a bit more humane? And then he was more open to having that conversation, as opposed to just going to him and telling him that's wrong, don't do that. So the way we approach the conversation sometimes is the way that people will actually respond in a more positive way, in my opinion.
Well, I think I found from being here, we're going to have to wrap up in just a minute, but I found after first coming here and everything that it was sort of like, the Bible story, that people have passed on the other side of the road to stop from helping sometimes. And I think sometimes that's because they fear. They don't know what may happen to them. So we got to wrap this up. If you have anything you'd like to say, maybe share how to get in touch with you or something like that, because I know there's people that probably need to hear what you have to offer to them. And like I said, we'll be in touch with you. So share how we can get in touch with you.
Yes, thank you for that. My name is Tyrone Bryant. You can get in touch with me at 509-730-6228.
Thank you, Tyrone. I appreciate it. Lord bless you, man. It's good to have Christian people that are out there trying to help others, and especially our homeless population. Hope to have a good conversation with you later on.
Pleasure. Thank you.
The first feeling I had when I found out I was actually going to be a mom, it actually wasn't when I was pregnant with my oldest. I actually found out I was first going to be a mom when I was 17. I did unfortunately have a miscarriage, but for me, I believe God does everything with a purpose. So my name is Monica, and I've been in the program since July 1st of 2024. So one of my favorite memories, I feel like a lot of moms say, is the birth of my kids. For me, it was special. My oldest, I was a young mom. I was 19, so she kind of was an experience for me, but I got to have family around me, so it was definitely a big memory that was very important to me. For me, my son, just having him and bringing him home and seeing his older sister get very excited to see that she had a sibling just made me feel so warm and whole. My last one, Paisley. My best memory actually with her was after, and it was really kind of connecting a little bit more at home, because I did unfortunately have some postpartum, but kind of going through those with her and growing with her showed me how much more I could connect even in those moments of darkness. And she's kind of inspired me to grow a little bit more in my mental health. All of the love, the challenges, the pushing that I get from my kids, I learn new things every day from them. One of the most proudest moments I can say is seeing myself grow from where I was. I'm sure a lot of moms can say that they're not proud of a lot of the things that they've done growing up and where they started as a mom. I can say I definitely made some mistakes in the beginning being a young mom, but seeing where I am now and where I've been, I could definitely say God's been a very important part for me, just walking with me in different seasons and showing me that it's okay to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. It's been a tough journey, but definitely so far we've made it very far, and definitely glad to have my 3 kids and to keep seeing where we're gonna go. What I would tell myself at 18, I would tell her to just be patient, to be understanding, to have more grace, and to be more open to resources and not feel like I had to do it all on my own. Some hopes that I have for my kids. I just hope that they one day understand that even though we did go through a tough time growing up, that every decision I made was so that they could have a better life, and a better connection with God, and that to hope they just never have to struggle the way that I did and several moms have had to, and that they will have that connection with each other to support each other, to love each other, to know to go to God first, be able to have loving partners in the future, and to kind of walk hand in hand and know that I'll always be there for them to count on, to not fear that they won't have any food or shelter. I kind of just hope that they don't ever think that they're never enough. It's hard work, but anything that's worth it is hard work. Where we're at now, my kids are feeling a lot better, and I'm feeling a lot better and very safe, and I feel like I got to build that connection with my kids. Definitely, I feel like as long as you are open to change, it'll be worth it.
Amy Lyon, New Life Mission, and I have some fantastic special guests for you. We have Mariah and her daughter Ava. They are graduates of the New Life Mission program, and we're gonna ask them some questions. But first, I would love to hear. Oh my goodness, where do we start? Right? Well, Mariah, tell us where you were and how old Ava was when you made the call to New Life Mission. We're going back.
We're going back.
Okay.
So originally, before I called New Life, I was living on the streets in Cocoa. I lived in the woods off Lake Drive. I slept on top of the bench, under the bench, beside the bench, you name where the bench, the tree, the bush, I lived in there. I was pregnant with her. She wasn't born yet, so I ended up going to a program and then called New Life once she was born and came down here from Orlando. So I had nowhere to go. I was by myself. I had family, but I needed something to make sure I got on my feet without having to rely on them 100%. So, yeah.
And sometimes, like, bridges get burned in that process, right?
Yeah, bridges get burned easily.
Yeah.
you overstay your welcome.
Yeah. So you came into the program. I mean, so much happened. And tell me some of the things, like when you first came into the program. Okay, you're coming from living in the woods, right?
Yeah.
And what was that like, coming to New Life Mission?
It was more of a culture shock. I had no boundaries, no rules, no structure, no nothing. It was just survival from one day to another. And then coming to New Life, there was a lot of structure, a lot, but it was helpful. Made sure, like, to this day, I still use every tool that I got from New Life in my everyday life.
What kind of tools?
So, like, financially, I still save. I make sure I go to work full time.
Ava's eating raindrops. I mean, we should all be eating raindrops right now.
She loves the rain.
Ava, you're going to share with us in a little bit. You're next.
So, I still use it every day, and I still go to work full time, but now, like with the job that I have, I try to give second chances. So people that don't have jobs or that need to get on their feet and they can't get on their feet.
Right.
I try to help as much as I can. It's not always 100%, but it's more than I can do. But I still try to, like, help. I've taught her about helping homelessness, and she's big into helping people who have no homes.
I think you want to share. What do you want to share? You're just
people.
Tell us about how Mom has taught you to help people. Tell us what that means to you.
So when we went somewhere and stuff, we give them money, and we went there before, and my mom was thinking about giving them, like, food and stuff. and like money, and like at Valentine's before I have a little stuffy thing and I got it to a homeless people. So it feels like happiness.
Oh, it feels like happiness. Does it make your heart feel good to help people?
Yes.
Yeah. What do you want to tell people who don't have houses?
That maybe that if I have $100, I can just give them to them or something. Or if my mom lets them go in our house.
Okay. That's an idea, right? We're always looking for ideas. So there's people watching too that maybe wonder how they can help. What do you think the people at home watching on their computers right now, if you could say something to them, people, here's how you can help. What do you say to them? Here's how you can help people who are homeless.
Like helping them get some like home or true love or something.
True love. That's beautiful.
They need a family, so, and I know that they're just playful, and some people just kick them out sometime when they're just playful and stuff.
Well, you heard it here. You heard it here from Ava. So you have something exciting happening soon. You're going to have a new bedroom. Tell me about where you'll have a new bedroom.
What do you mean, like?
Maybe your mom can tell us about your new bedroom.
So we got in the end of 2023, beginning of last year, we got selected for Habitat for their first 3D build home by Habitat. They're in the process of still building it, but we're going to be one of the first families for Habitat to have the 3D home. So now we'll have like a forever home. So we came from the woods and the bench and couch hopping and not having a place to go to having home that's our own, that's a safe haven rather than not knowing what the next move is going to be.
Yeah.
So it's more comforting, but then also it's inspirational for me because I used to look down on myself and I didn't think I'd be anything or be capable of being anyone or having a home, considering what I lived as. Like a lot of people who are homeless don't think they deserve anything. A lot of them beat themselves down. They all have a lot of them have mental issues. And working through that and then finding inner peace. And for me, it was more finding God and giving me the strength to realize I kind of follow the serenity prayer a lot. So rather than looking down on myself, I kind of use hope as a building block. And so I would start with hope, and then I would go to having a dream. And then in order to have the dream, I had to complete my hope, which then made my reality come true. So putting all the effort in that I had kind of put me in the place that I'm in today. And then having the support system and showing that I've changed kind of brought my support system closer.
Right.
So now I have family everywhere. I call New Life my family. And I try to be there for all of them and not just be like, oh, hey, I need something, but rather like, oh, let me show you where I was at and where I'm at now.
I think you do that for the new moms coming into the program.
I try.
To be able to, I mean, you work, you're busy, you've got an energetic 6-year-old named
Energetic.
Ava,
So
and
energetic.
that keeps you busy.
It's very busy, but it keeps me on the right path. It sounds weird, but boredom can lead to a lot of dangerous situations. So I found if I keep myself busy, or if I find something to do, or I have a schedule, or I work and I'm not sitting at home, or if I find some activity or accomplishment that I want to do, like going to school and where I'm trying to do paralegal.
Yes.
So I'm almost done with that. I have half the course left. I did all the general requirements. Now I just have to finish the other half. But that for me is kind of still part of my story, where I want to help those who can't help themselves.
Yes.
And during my homeless time, I felt like I didn't have anybody to help, or I didn't have the courage to ask for help because I had too much pride. I was that stubborn person in the woods. I remember telling my dad, and he's like, well, let's get you out of here. And I'm like, no, I like the woods. I like nature. Like, I was stubborn because I didn't want to show weakness or pain, but a lot of the times you have to break that wall to...
So could that be what, a lot of people who say they choose this life?
A lot of the times it's choose that life or drugs or mental health, but there's not a lot of mental health resources or facilities for them to go to. Because what I did is I went through a program, dealt with one thing, went to another one that dealt with mental health. Once I did the mental health, I felt like I was strong enough to go on my own. So I took those steps to actually get there. And a lot of the times they don't have that very easily available in Brevard. There's a lot in Orlando, but there's not so many in Brevard.
Do you think that's step one for people?
Step one is fixing what mental, the situation that brought you into homelessness. For me, that's the first step you need to deal with. It's not just, oh, well, I have no money. It's not that. It's more of, there's something that caused you to give up on yourself or not try hard enough. Or if you're a vet, like PTSD or anxiety or any sort of thing. A lot of the times that's what keeps them, and they don't have the help for that.
Yeah.
And once I got the help for it, I felt like I was ready to go. But I didn't want to make that move, and I knew myself. Once I got one issue fixed, I went to another issue and made sure that was fixed, because I might have one part fixed, but the second part is the deeper part that led me to one issue. So for me, it's like seeing a lot of homeless people. I try to teach her, I'm like, they're not all bad. I'm like, they're not. A lot of them just need help and they don't have the help. And for me, like, I wish there was a lot more programs open for it, because I've seen what it does. And I have a lot of friends who are retired vets, and I know a lot of them have mental health issues. And like, I have friends that have mental health issues, and they have the VA.
Yeah.
But they can only do so much there.
Ava, what do you think? What is the solution? How do we help more people?
Like giving them a home or something.
Giving them a home or something. And love. I think you said love. I have a really big question for you. Do you want to sing a song? Tell me a song and we'll sing it. Oh.
Itsy bitsy spider went up the water spout. Down came the rain and washed the spider out. Out came the sun and dried up all the rain. And the itsy bitsy spider crawled up the spout again.
I think I got another one that I know you like to sing.
I know. Jesus loved me this Bible, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones and hear me know, they are weak but he is strong. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me. Yes, Jesus loves me, for the Bible tells me so.
Yay! Ava, thank you for being here. Is there anything else you want to tell all of the people watching?
Everybody loves and nobody hates you.
Amen. That's
Amen.
it. You heard it from Ava.
The first feeling I had when I found out I was actually going to be a mom, it actually wasn't when I was pregnant with my oldest. I actually found out I was first going to be a mom when I was 17. I did unfortunately have a miscarriage, but for me, I believe God does everything with a purpose. So my name is Monica, and I've been in the program since July 1st of 2024. So one of my favorite memories, I feel like a lot of moms say, is the birth of my kids. For me, it was special. My oldest, I was a young mom. I was 19, so she kind of was an experience for me, but I got to have family around me, so it was definitely a big memory that was very important to me. For me, my son, just having him and bringing him home and seeing his older sister get very excited to see that she had a sibling just made me feel so warm and whole. My last one, Paisley. My best memory actually with her was after, and it was really kind of connecting a little bit more at home because I did unfortunately have some postpartum, but kind of going through those with her and growing with her showed me how much more I could connect even in those moments of darkness. And she's kind of inspired me to grow a little bit more in my mental health. All of the love, the challenges, the pushing that I get from my kids, I learn new things every day from them. One of the most proudest moments I can say is seeing myself grow from where I was. I'm sure a lot of moms can say that they're not proud of a lot of the things that they've done growing up and where they started as a mom. I can say I definitely made some mistakes in the beginning being a young mom, but seeing where I am now and where I've been, I could definitely say God's been a very important part for me, just walking with me in different seasons and showing me that it's okay to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. It's been a tough journey, but definitely so far we've made it very far, and definitely glad to have my 3 kids and to keep seeing where we're gonna go. What I would tell myself at 18, I would tell her to just be patient, to be understanding, to have more grace, and to be more open to resources and not feel like I had to do it all on my own. Some hopes that I have for my kids. I just hope that they one day understand that even though we did go through a tough time growing up, that every decision I made was so that they could have a better life and a better connection with God, and that to hope they just never have to struggle the way that I did and several moms have had to, and that they will have that connection with each other, to support each other, to love each other, to know to go to God first, be able to have loving partners in the future, and to kind of walk hand in hand and know that I'll always be there for them to count on, to not fear that they won't have any food or shelter. I kind of just hope that they don't ever think that they're never enough. It's hard work, but anything that's worth it is hard work. Where we're at now, my kids are feeling a lot better, and I'm feeling a lot better and very safe, and I feel like I got to build that connection with my kids. Definitely, I feel like as long as you are open to change, it'll be worth it.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need, to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Ready? Hey, we're back here, Conversations on a Bench in downtown Melbourne. We've had a steady, I only have 20 hours left, a steady stream of people coming down to share their thoughts on homelessness. And right now, we have Yvette from Brevard Schools, and I'm going to have her introduce herself, and then we're going to have a good conversation about the kids in homelessness.
Hi, good evening. I am Yvette Collado. I'm the district liaison coordinator for all the students in transition and the unaccompanied youth of Brevard County. So I'm over all public and charter schools.
Okay. What does your department do? The department you work in?
So
Students in transition.
Absolutely. The program I work under is called McKinney-Vento Act, and it's a federal act that was put together in 1987, and my role is predominantly to make sure that there aren't any barriers to our students' education, that they're immediately enrolled with no questions asked, no proof of address. We just enroll our kiddos in any public and charter school that they're living close to, give them free lunch and breakfast. They're entitled to transportation if they live beyond the 2 miles. And we also give them everything educational that they need. So if they have school fees, if they have books to pay, field trips, we cover that.
Okay.
And then in addition to that, if I'm able to, I do fundraising and I'll help out with shoes and clothing.
Which you have done for New Life Mission.
Yes, and it's been a pleasure.
Right.
I enjoy.
So this is a big you just summed it up, but this is a big deal.
Yes, it is.
So how do you find these children? How do you know that they're students in transition? And is that homeless children? Is that poverty?
Yes, and let me make that clear. The students in transition are our homeless students from all over Brevard County. So it includes all our public schools and charter schools. Private schools are not included.
Okay.
So when they enroll, when they do that annual enrollment or re-enrollment, there's a form in there called residency form. So when parents are enrolling their students, it's going to ask them, do you rent or own, or do you stay somewhere temporarily? If the parent chooses and puts, I'm staying somewhere temporarily, the form will populate. They have to fill out the entire form. The school will get an alert on Focus, which is our student information system. And that'll alert the SID contact at every school to reach out to the family, see what their needs are. If it's due to homelessness or living in a hotel, if it's due to hardship, we go ahead and code them. So that way food and nutrition and transportation are able to see that that student is in transition.
Mm-hmm.
So we do that on a yearly basis. So every year when they enroll, the parent is going to see that form. It's going to be asked those 2 questions. And if you write that you rent or own, then obviously we can identify you, which sometimes our families will do that because they don't quite understand that through McKinney-Vento, if you're sharing housing, that's very important. If you're sharing housing due to a hardship because you're fleeing due to domestic violence, or you got evicted, or you're just not able to cover the increase of rentals, you fit that category of a family in transition.
Yeah.
And sometimes they're not aware of that. And it's important that they understand to be very honest, because it doesn't go anywhere. It's for the student, for us to help the student.
Right. And so nobody knows who these students are. They're not, or let's talk about, is there any, do you see parents not wanting to admit their situation? Or
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I've come across mothers that are afraid.
Mm-hmm.
They think that, they now become victims, right?
Mm-hmm.
If they're fleeing due to domestic violence, they think they're going to get caught, or that someone's going to say this is where your child is enrolled at, which we don't do that, because if they're let's say they're in one of our shelters, we don't disclose addresses. We cover that on Focus.
Okay.
Sometimes I come across families that are afraid due to maybe immigration.
Okay.
Or perhaps they got evicted, and they feel like, I'm not going to disclose that. They're just very vulnerable. They don't want to
Absolutely.
share their situation. So yes, most of our families, I would say, don't feel comfortable sharing what they're going through.
What are we looking at as far as numbers in Brevard County?
Yes.
And are they growing? Talk a little bit about numbers.
Yes. So I have been the coordinator for the homeless students since 2021.
Okay.
And ever since right after the pandemic, it's gone up.
Okay.
Last year, we were over 1,500. And this is with our parents being vulnerable because they don't want to share. So at the end, we ended up with over 1,500. And this year, we've already identified close to 900. And it's only October. So every day, we're identifying families and students. Because sometimes our front office clerks don't get to all the forms.
Right.
One school could have close to 2,000 students. So it takes a while to find them in our system. And it takes a while for parents to come through and call us and say, Yvette, I need help.
Yeah.
How can you help me?
Oh
and
my
I
gosh,
get
that's the
calls
hardest
every
thing that
day.
people do is say I need help or admit I'm not okay.
Yes.
Yeah, and those kids. So talk a little bit more, you mentioned it, but about some of the services that are available to those kids. For example, if we have a family that comes to New Life Mission in Melbourne from Cocoa, they can potentially get transportation.
Yes.
To the school that they were at.
Correct. So pretty much they get two options. So a good scenario is, let's say I'm living in Vieira, a hurricane comes through, I become displaced, I lose my home. Now I go to a hotel in West Melbourne. My kids could either stay in Vieira or they can choose to go to their zone school. So students in transition get pretty much two options, which is pretty nice, because if they want to stay in their school of that they're zoned at, we have to give them transportation.
Okay.
Yes.
So what is the cost of this program annually? Do you know approximately?
I do not know how the state calculates that. I do know the state collects our data through Survey 5, and that's usually the survey at the end of the year. They do their calculation and come back and tell us through a grant that's written. It's called a Title IX Part A, Homeless Youth, Children and Youth Education Act. And they pretty much come back and tell me how much that's going to be.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, due to what's going on, my funding has decreased. So usually at this time, it's a competitive grant. It's done every 3 years. Usually year 2, I'll see an increase. I saw a decrease.
Okay. And so what does that mean for you? A decrease in funding?
So unfortunately, the children, my unaccompanied youth, which we had 172 last year, those are the students that are living couch surfing.
Okay.
Or they're with friends, and they're not living with their guardian, custodial parent. They need help with caps and gowns, going to their first prom.
Okay.
So if I don't have fundings to cover that, then I have to tell them I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You know, and so what I do is I try to do a lot of fundraising to help cover that, because actually the grant only covers educational things. So like laptops, hotspots, and even this year, because our funding went down, I had to go from normally purchasing 20 laptops to purchasing 3, because I had to make room for hotspots. So it's unfortunate because we're not giving our most vulnerable students what they need. And many of them, you know, their home is not stable.
Right.
They don't know where they're going to be. They're moving from hotel to hotel because even the hotels are expensive for our parents.
They absolutely are. So finding a stable place. Can, whatever that is, it's really loud. Sorry. Anyway, I get distracted. I'm like squirrel brain. I'm like, so what can the community do? Coming together, how can we help the schools? Obviously, if we can get rid of homelessness completely.
That would be amazing.
How do we do it, Yvette?
I would just say, it's hidden. To me, it's very hidden in Brevard County.
Okay.
And I just feel like a lot of people don't realize that there's a huge need out there. And I want people to know that there is a huge need. There are a lot of mothers with children that need our help. And just coming together and being aware that there's a need and being sensitive towards them, not react as if, well, I don't see homelessness.
Yeah.
Because many of them are in shelters, as you know, or in hotels, or living in their vehicles, hiding behind Walmart. And it's very, it's here. And we do need help, and they need help.
How much do you do with the families to help direct them to resources? What kind of bandwidth do you guys have to do that? So you're providing transportation, you're providing for their needs, you're providing for their meals. I mean, that's got to be hard to, speaking as someone who's also on the front lines, you know, with all of these families, to know that you can't help everybody move from that situation.
I just try my best. I do a lot of training at my schools. I train. I go out to the schools. I make sure there's a SIT contact representative at every school. I try to educate our parents as they get identified. I call them and I tell them of their rights. It's very important that they're aware that they don't need to feel afraid because their child is coded and focused. It's not going to go anywhere. It's there for food and nutrition to see, hey, this child is going to eat for free, breakfast and lunch, and have a meal every day with no questions asked. Your child is going to get transportation because of the law. The law is there to protect them, so there aren't any barriers. So it's very important for me to just train our parents that are going through homelessness and to train our schools and our community. So they're aware that homelessness is here. It's very obvious, and we need to help them.
And from what you said, increasing.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, if I look at October's data from 2024 to today, we have at least 100 extra students identified. So our data has increased. And I probably didn't answer, I don't know if I answered your question, but when I started, we were in the thousands. Now we're up to 1,500.
Yeah.
So every year it's increasing.
Yeah.
It has not decreased since I've been a district liaison. So there's a huge need.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, anything else that you want to share as far as what the community can do? Well, I don't know if you want to say what the schools should do, but any ideas, any other thoughts, anything you want to say to the people that are watching?
Absolutely. Just know if you want to help, I work at Brevard Public Schools. We take clothing, monetary funds, gift cards for our families and children. They can use it for food. They can use it for clothing and shoes. So just know that the numbers have increased and we do need your help and your support. And you know where we're at. We're at 2700 Judge Fran Jameson Way in Viera. Just ask for Yvette Collado.
BrevardSchools.org.
That's right.
Well, thank you so much for coming on.
For
I know
this
that you've been a great
opportunity.
resource for us talking about students in transition, and when we have families come to our program, helping to make that transition as seamless as possible. I mean, there's a lot of stress and a lot of trauma in those changes. So having someone like you, I mean, you are so nice and
Thank you.
just so, I think people, if they get a phone call from you, will feel safer and feel calmer. So you're definitely in the right position.
And they can feel safe.
Yeah.
To call me.
All right. Well, thank you
That's
for
what I'm here
coming
for.
down.
Well, thank you
I
for the
appreciate it.
invitation. Thank you.
All right.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're gonna eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a women's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much, and I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much, so much. And she lived
happily ever after.
financial challenges, we're going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card has been declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to view the private collection of over 400 muscle cars, enjoy heavy hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and participate in a live and silent auction.
Conversations, haven't we?
We have had good conversations. We're a whopping
I am.
4 hours, 18 minutes in.
We don't have very long to go, do we?
Oh, we're almost done. I mean, easy peasy.
We've both been wet. Changed a little bit of clothes, but I'm thinking about the homeless neighbors that are out there tonight, in that they may not have the opportunity to have a thing over their head and be sitting there in the rain. I know that one church I'm particularly thinking about right now, and I won't mention their name, but they have a large overhang, and I bet you if we went there tonight, there'd be 10 or 12 people that are up under that overhang just trying to get out of the rain. So
yeah.
We're blessed.
We are blessed. We are blessed.
So what did you think about some of our conversations? I really enjoyed Councilman Johnson. I thought he did a good job, and I didn't get to hear all the others, but most of the ones that I've heard, everybody's been pretty sharp at what we're looking for.
Yeah, I think people struggle. They don't know what to do or what we need. You know, the city's kind of, well, this person and this person, and then the other people are like, well, that person. I mean, that's the question, right? How do we bring all the persons together? I mean, Kenny has a heart of gold, and Kenny Johnson, we've got Marcus Smith coming up in a little bit. Other than that, we haven't heard from a lot of city folks. So
That's it. That is it. That's all that responded to, calls or emails. And
do you think it's because they don't know what to do?
I don't, I really don't know. I think that sometimes they look at when things go on downtown and we're talking about our homeless neighbors, I think they shy away from it a little bit. Maybe because they're afraid that it may bring a lot of homeless down here to talk with us. We were hoping that we would get some people that are experienced homeless here tonight to share with us, share what they go through. So those that are watching us can feel just a little bit of what they're going through.
Right.
But I don't know. It bothers me a little bit. Does it bother you?
It bothers me a lot of it.
I was trying to be kind.
Yeah, I know. My heart is just, we want to do so much, right? And we want to help so many people. And there's enough of us in this community that if we can rally people together, we can make a difference. We really can. I don't know what other cities are doing. I don't know.
Really something the Lord laid on my heart, and I don't know, I mentioned it earlier. I think we were talking, I can't remember who I was talking with, but you remember when we met about getting some of our faith partners together and not starting a new coalition or anything like that, but bringing us together. And I wonder if we really need to work on that. When Kenny said put in action, following through,
yeah,
I sort of didn't follow through on that.
Well,
so
You know, we get busy, right?
Yeah, we get busy.
We get busy.
But I'm wondering if we do something like that, and then we do begin to reach out to our cities and to our county people and stuff like that, and try to bring them together.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether it'll work or not. You know, we see what's showing up here.
Yeah.
So.
Well, and does that include our churches? Would we be bringing churches together?
I think that we would bring some of those churches into the conversations, because they're as much a part of this as anyone. We were at a meeting, Brandon and Drew, who's going to speak with us. Drew Warren's speak with us. Several people were there. There was about 10 of us all together, and we met with one of the churches that was experiencing more homeless population being at their church since Daily Bread shut down. And you know, he's wanting to get something together, and try to reach out more. And so here we are again. We haven't met since that day.
Yeah.
And so I think Kenny hit the nail on the head when we talk about all this stuff, but we're not good at finishing.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And I'm not blaming it on anyone. I'm blaming it on myself.
Wow.
You know, because I'm one of the ones that's not finishing. So I think we
But
really
you're
need
here,
to
buddy.
I'm here.
You're here
I'm
today.
here on the bench.
And
you twisted my arm and made no.
No. We came together, two separate missions, seeing that, you know, we're modeling what that looks like for our community, coming together and putting all of our great ideas together.
You know, you said it every time we've been around each other. We're better together.
Yeah.
And I love that phrase. But you know, tonight I really haven't heard much to the solution.
Mm-hmm.
Really haven't.
I haven't either. And so I would love if people are watching this, or, I mean, ask us some of the hard questions. We've got Marcus Smith coming up at 9:00. And what questions do you have for him? Does anybody wonder why Palm Bay and Melbourne don't work better together?
Ooh.
Oh, better together.
Better together.
Yeah.
Maybe we need to work on that, like I said, and try to bring them together.
Is that our role, do you think?
I don't really think it's our role. Mm-hmm. But then again, if we don't do it, I don't know whether it'll ever happen.
Yeah, who will?
Yeah, who will? And I think it's left up to organizations like ours to start working toward that. And, you know, I guess it's you and I.
Yeah.
Maybe need to get that started.
Hey.
So when are you going to do it? No.
I'm going to put that right on my calendar. I'll be right upon that. This is me. I forget my question. I get so excited.
Just don't ask me.
I had asked the Kenny Johnson what the city's role is in homelessness. And one of the things Buddy mentioned earlier is that in the United States, the overnight shelter beds, we've got 70% being, I'm saying it all wrong, but Christian missions are filling the gap. I mean, they're doing 70% of the work.
Yep. Every night in America.
Yeah.
Every night in America.
So what is a city's role?
I don't think we've got an answer to that question yet.
Yeah. Yep.
I think, and as much as I love Brother Kenny, I think he danced around it a little bit.
He did. He did dance.
And you know, I come from a family that my father was a politician for the time I was a young teenager, all the way up till he was probably close to 65, 67 years old. And I understand a little bit the politicians go through.
Yeah.
And then at my time of lobbying, when I was lobbying there in Tallahassee for the Christian Children's Homes and Schools, I understand politics. And sometimes you just sort of back away from it and do the best you can to change what you feel like you can change.
Right.
And so, but we've got to get them involved somehow. They've got to step up. Our city and our county governments have to step up.
Mm-hmm. We have Brevard County Judge Clarissa Harrell coming on in a little bit. We've got Linda Johnson from St. Mark's United Methodist Church. She's going to come on. I'm excited to have Linda here. We haven't had a lot of response from the churches.
I know that's a little bit bothers me too. Just like
you know what?
said.
It's like ask and you shall receive, buddy. We actually have Pastor Torres from Veterans Church.
Amen.
Who popped on by, and you know what? He's He's a little camera shy at the moment, but he'll be coming through. I would love.
Come on and join us. Come on.
Do you want to sit by Buddy, or do you want me to? Okay, come on in the middle. Come on in the middle.
I'm going to hand you my microphone.
All right, we have 5 minutes until we're going to a national broadcast, but tell us a little bit. I want to hear about your church. I know about your church, so I want all of them to hear about your church.
Veterans Church that started in 2015. It started at VFW Post 4206. It started initially as an outreach because back then in 2015 we said, well, you know, a lot of us combat vets don't like going to the VA because we kind of don't like talking to our shrinks. We don't want the pills. And so we said, okay, well, you know, God created us. God can fix us.
Amen.
So that's where Veteran Church comes at. You know, we wanted to offer the combat veteran and any veteran and civilian and any person that has experienced trauma a spiritual option that goes beyond just me telling you what to do as a psychologist or psychiatrist would do to a client, but actually offering practical and time-proven methods to deal with the situations that we brought back from the battlefield and trying to acclimate to being a civilian again, which is really, really hard for a lot of us.
So what is the situation for veterans in our community? Are they getting the help that they need? Nothing is off limits here. You say
No. I guess it's kind of like the same problem that my brother here experiences with CETA, and it's the fact that the help is there, but the ones that need the help, they don't want it.
Why?
If you've been, I will speak strictly from a veteran's point of view. If you've been in a combat zone where you'd had to rely upon your buddies and you have all these traumas, all these nightmares, all these flashbacks that you're dealing with constantly, day in and day out, and you self-medicate, you go to the VFW bar or American Legion bar and you try to drown the demons that come against you, and you think you're good, but you're not, because you're self-medicating, be it one way or another, be it through alcohol or through pills. What happens is that you are desensitized to what you're doing to your family. You're desensitized to what you're doing to yourself. You're desensitized to what you're doing to your community, to where you live at. And you're not paying attention to any of that. And you say, I'm good.
So we're going to the national broadcast in a minute, but I haven't had enough of you. Like, I have so many questions for you. Can you stick around for just a little bit?
Sure.
And we'll bring you back on right after the national.
Sure.
Okay.
Thank you, Pastor.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate that.
Well,
Do I move? I go.
let's all talk about our feelings while we're here.
Thank you for sticking around with us, Pastor, because I know you have a lot to say.
I know.
People don't realize what our veterans are going through. They really don't. We, matter of fact, just in the past probably 2 or 3 weeks, we have had the opportunity to give furniture and stuff to veterans that are moving in their own places that have been through recovery. And so we believe in helping the veterans, but like you said, in case someone wants to help, it's just hard to help anyone. It really is.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's a situation that we face. Me and my capacity as a pastor, as a chaplain for the Melbourne Police Department, that's something that I see every single day. The fact that you have to try to convince them. The Bible says that we're supposed to bring them even kicking and screaming, but sometimes, man, that is really hard.
Yep.
Because even though they need, and you paint the picture, this is what you're doing, and you show them what they're causing, what it's causing to themselves and whatnot, they still don't want the help. They still think that they can tough it out. They still think that they can fix it.
Well, and I think really when you're talking to someone that was addicted, you just really, even though someone tries to paint that picture for you, you really don't ever see it. You really don't until something really bad comes in your life. And I've said this often at the mission down there, sometimes till someone really hits rock bottom, they're not willing to change. I've watched them come through the mission 2, 3, 4 times, and then they finally come in. And I say, until they're eating out of a dumpster, that's rock bottom for them. And they realize, I've got to do something to change this.
And the worst type of addict there is the legal addict, like I was. At one point in my military career, and I was active.
You got microphones in your face.
And I was active duty. I was on 45 different medications daily.
Wow.
I was on uppers to deal with during the day, downers for the night, and whatnot. And it wasn't until I went to Puerto Rico on leave one day, and my father was a pastor in Puerto Rico. So I go to the service and whatnot, and all of a sudden I see my mother say, cut it out. And I'm like, what? I would sit right next to the altar where my dad was preaching, and she goes, cut it out. And people in the church were telling me, cut it out. And I'm like, what am I doing? So at the end of the service, I'm like, what was wrong with you people? What were you saying? And she goes, well, do you want to tell him? She asked one of the people to tell him, show him what he was doing. I had spent 2.5 hours doing this.
Oh my goodness.
I was like off my rocker. But I was normal. At that, when they told me that, I quit cold turkey. I took all my meds from the VA, and threw them down the flushed them, and when I went back to my unit, I was stationed in California at that point. My doctor asked me, "What? Where are your medications?" I'm like, "No, I don't want them." And I quit cold turkey. Even right now, I have severe PTSD. I have panic attacks. I have the whole shebang, depression, and all that good stuff. And my shrink at the VA asked me, you want me to give you something to deal with? I said, no, I don't want it. Give me something to try to sleep at night.
Are you opposed to people taking medications?
No.
Okay.
No. See, that's a great question, because a lot of people say, well, you're a preacher, you're supposed... No, wait a second. I believe, and at Veterans Church, we this is one of our it's part of our foundation, is the fact that God can do anything. Amen. Anything, and he can do it immediately, but he gave man wisdom in order to help along.
We're going to be back in just a few minutes with Pastor Torres.
Let them know that they're about to watch national feed.
Okay, we're going to have a national feed. You're going to see some of the other rescue missions across the country.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m., across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
And show the kids that you can become someone no one expected you to be.
My name's Mariah. I have a 6-year-old daughter and a 16-year-old son. And I got here August in 2021 and graduated in 2023. Being in New Life gave me the chance to save money, to put my motivation towards work and stability. I held my job for 3 years. I have a Habitat home that I am purchasing. In order to be a recipient, you had to have financial stability, show that you held a job for over a year. They wanted to see that you actually can sustain your financial situation and you can hold responsibilities properly. You also couldn't have any debt. I cleared my debt the first year that I was in the program, and then the rest of the money that I had, I saved. Going and seeing the house kind of was a reality check that it is real. It's not just a fabrication of my mind. Last year they started building and recently they put up all the walls and the roof and the windows. So seeing the house built so far is exciting. I'm hoping it'll be ready by Thanksgiving or Christmas. Kind of a fun idea to think of God blessing me with a gift that I never thought I'd receive. It just kind of made me feel like there's a home and there is an ending and I have some place of my own now rather than being on the streets or doing couch hopping, and there's stability and a safe place for my daughter to live. First time she saw that, she ran around the whole house telling me where everything's gonna go and her bed's gonna go here and that this is her bathroom. I feel good that I took the right steps and chose to come to New Life and chose to better myself and get on my feet and be the role model that I wish I had. I kind of want to make up and kind of prove that you can break the chain of past history.
The first feeling I had when I found out I was actually gonna be a mom, it actually wasn't when I was pregnant with my oldest. I actually found out I was first gonna be a mom when I was 17. I did unfortunately have a miscarriage, but for me, I believe God does everything with a purpose. So my name is Monica, and I've been in the program since July 1st of 2024. So one of my favorite memories, I feel like a lot of moms say, is the birth of my kids. For me, it was special. My oldest, I was a young mom. I was 19, so she kind of was an experience for me, but I got to have family around me, so it was definitely a big memory that was very important to me. For me, my son, just having him and bringing him home and seeing his older sister get very excited to see that she had a sibling just made me feel so warm and whole. My last one, Paisley. My best memory actually with her was after, and it was really kind of connecting a little bit more at home because I did unfortunately have some postpartum, but kind of going through those with her and growing with her showed me how much more I could connect even in those moments of darkness. And she's kind of inspired me to grow a little bit more in my mental health. All of the love, the challenges, the pushing that I get from my kids, I learn new things every day from them. One of the most proudest moments I can say is seeing myself grow from where I was. I'm sure a lot of moms can say that they're not proud of a lot of the things that they've done growing up and where they started as a mom. I can say I definitely made some mistakes in the beginning being a young mom, but seeing where I am now and where I've been, I could definitely say God's been a very important part for me, just walking with me in different seasons and showing me that it's okay to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. It's been a tough journey, but definitely so far we've made it very far, and definitely glad to have my 3 kids and to keep seeing where we're gonna go. What I would tell myself at 18, I would tell her to just be patient, to be understanding, to have more grace, and to be more open to resources and not feel like I had to do it all on my own. Some hopes that I have for my kids. I just hope that they one day understand that even though we did go through a tough time growing up, that every decision I made was so that they could have a better life and a better connection with God, and that hope they just never have to struggle the way that I did and several moms have had to, and that they will have that connection with each other, to support each other, to love each other, to know to go to God first, be able to have loving partners in the future, and to kind of walk hand in hand and know that I'll always be there for them to count on, to not fear that they won't have any food or shelter. I kind of just hope that they don't ever think that they're never enough. It's hard work, but anything that's worth it is hard work. Where we're at now, my kids are feeling a lot better, and I'm feeling a lot better and very safe, and I feel like I got to build that connection with my kids. Definitely, I feel like as long as you are open to change, it'll be worth it.
For a long time, they saw me not happy, and I refused for them to see that anymore. Hi, my name is Serena, and I've been in the program for about 4 months now. So a lot of chaos, a lot of, abuse, that type of thing. I have 4 kids. Time goes on, you get tired. So one day I finally packed up and left. Originally went to Serene Harbor, and then they have a time frame on the time that you can stay there. So I started looking for other options. And so I found New Life. When I finally got the call, it was just a state of relief. I didn't have to worry about that time frame for Serene Harbor, and I didn't have to scramble about where I was going to go lay my head. There's a huge difference in my kids' behavior being here just because there's no chaos. There's none of that. And then since being here, I got the new car. I was selling insurance before, but yeah, I've been wanting to get back into insurance, and New Life helped me with that as well. As I got older, especially probably within the last 2 years or so, I've really been wanting to seek out my relationship with God. I battled religion a long time, and just my faith. And so New Life brought that back to life. It's been a lot of changes, and they're all for the good. It's been great. Just to live comfortably, I don't have to worry about things all the time like I was before. But I just want to be able to just kind of get on my own, whether it's an apartment just to start off at, but ultimately I want to buy a house. I also, at some given moment, I'm thinking maybe open my own agency for my kids. Well, I want them to behave. My goal for them right now, it's more of a selfish goal, I guess, but I just want them to see me happy. Them seeing me happy plays a big part on them as a whole. And my kids love me more than anybody's ever loved me. I just don't want to let them down. And yeah, I want to see my kids be just the best version of them. And I want to see them grow, and I want to be able to support them. Everything you guys are all doing, we wouldn't be where we're at. I hope that everybody can continue to believe in us, believe in the program, to continue to support us. And I think it's safe to speak on everybody, but we're all really grateful for everybody that's helped this program.
I found out I was actually going to be a mom. It actually wasn't when I was pregnant with my oldest. I actually found out I was first going to be a mom when I was 17. I did unfortunately have a miscarriage, but for me, I believe God does everything with a purpose. So my name is Monica, and I've been in the program since July 1st of 2024. So one of my favorite memories, I feel like a lot of moms say, is the birth of my kids. For me, it was special. My oldest, I was a young mom. I was 19, so she kind of was an experience for me, but I got to have family around me, so it was definitely a big memory that was very important to me. For me, my son, just having him and bringing him home and seeing his older sister get very excited to see that she had a sibling just made me feel so warm and whole. My last one, Paisley. My best memory actually with her was after, and it was really kind of connecting a little bit more at home, because I did unfortunately have some postpartum, but kind of going through those with her and growing with her showed me how much more I could connect even in those moments of darkness. And she's kind of inspired me to grow a little bit more in my mental health. All of the love, the challenges, the pushing that I get from my kids, I learn new things every day from them. One of the most proudest moments I can say is seeing myself grow from where I was. I'm sure a lot of moms can say that they're not proud of a lot of the things that they've done growing up and where they started as a mom. I can say I definitely made some mistakes in the beginning being a young mom, but seeing where I am now and where I've been, I could definitely say God's been a very important part for me, just walking with me in different seasons and showing me that it's okay to make mistakes as long as we learn from them. It's been a tough journey, but definitely.
Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the President Emeritus of World Vision and been a good friend for well over a decade. And Rich, so appreciate leadership of World Vision globally, especially in reaching out to helping children, and especially in the area of really crisis, and being able to say, how do we serve and love in the name of Jesus? But as president of World Vision, that really wasn't your initial calling, or maybe it became a calling, but really your background was more out of the business world. And why don't you share just a little bit of your time at Lennox and how God worked in your heart to begin to move you into a place of humanitarian aid and being able to care for people as how you lived out your faith?
Well, sure, Tom. Thanks for having me on the program today. And yeah, back in the late 1990s, I was the CEO of Lennox Fine China and Crystal, America's fine china company, back in New Jersey. And as I like to say, I was minding my own business when one day a recruiter called and said he was representing World Vision, and that World Vision was looking for a new president. Now, my wife and I had been donors to World Vision for about 15 years at that time. So we knew of World Vision. In fact, we knew the president of World Vision, who was then planning to step down. But I basically said to him, well, that's a hard job to fill. You need somebody that's, part CEO, part Mother Teresa, and part Indiana Jones. And, good luck with that, right? Finding somebody. But and of course, as recruiters often do, later in the conversation, he said, well, what about you? Would you be a good candidate for World Vision? And I think my voice went up about 3 octaves, and I said, me? Surely you don't mean me. And, Tom, at the time, I knew nothing about global poverty. I had no theological degree. I had never done any fundraising. I'd never worked for a nonprofit. I mean, I was a terrible candidate, I thought, for the president of World Vision. And I won't get into all of the details because of time, but this was clearly God knocking on my door and asking the question, are you available? Are you available? And I didn't want to be available. I was at the top of my career. I was 47 years old. I was, I had made it to the CEO chair in a wonderful company. And I call it my rich young ruler moment. And we all know that story from scripture where this rich young man comes to Jesus and says, Rabbi, what must I do to inherit eternal life? And Jesus gives him a stock answer. Well, keep the commandments, worship the Lord at the temple, keep doing the things that, the scriptures command you to do. And of course, the man, who might have been a little cocky, he said, well, I've done all of that. You can check me out. I've covered that base. I keep all the commandments. I'm a faithful tither. And then, as I like to say, the young man made one mistake. He decided he would ask another question, and he should have quit while he was ahead. He said, is there anything I still lack? And scripture tells us that Jesus looked at him and loved him and said, you lack one thing. Sell everything you have and give it to the poor, and come and follow me, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. Well, I wish at the time World Vision was calling me, that story was resonating in my head, because metaphorically, what World Vision was doing was saying, Rich, sell everything you have, quit your job, quit your career, sell your dream house, turn in your company car, pack up your family and move them 3,000 miles to the West Coast and follow me. In other words, give everything you have to the ministry with the poor, and then you'll have treasure in heaven. And at that time, I was more interested in treasure on earth than I was in heaven, to be honest. And so it was a difficult decision. But the way that story ends in scripture is tragic, because it says the man went away very sad because he had great wealth. So kicking and screaming and fearful of, this is a career suicide, I did quit my job. World Vision offered me the job. I quit my job, and we sold our house, and we moved all the way to Seattle, Washington. And I showed up that first day terrified that the Lord had made a terrible mistake. And as I cried out to him, I said, Lord, if you don't show up, this ministry's in trouble, and we're both in trouble, because I don't know what to do next. I feel helpless and totally dependent on you. And I felt the Lord was saying, I've got you right where I want you. You are totally dependent on me. Now, keep showing up and watch what I do. And that's what I did. And I served for 20 years. I ended up being the longest serving president in World Vision's history. So yeah, that's how the Lord got my attention.
I love that, Rich. And really, thanks so much for sharing your story, because I'm sure there are a lot of folks out there that God could be knocking on their door or inviting them into a second chapter of their life and leadership, and maybe hearing of your courage to be able to step out and follow might allow them to do something similar. So really appreciate that. How about though, as you began to kind of think about that role that you had as president of World Vision, it began to inform and impact kind of your understanding of the gospel. And one of the things I appreciate that is the book that you wrote, The Hole in Our Gospel, which was really significant and almost shares for you of certainly coming to a place of faith in Christ, but then this second conversion of looking at what does that faith really mean, or how do we live it out or engage or act in it. And I just wanted to kind of read a quick excerpt out of that I've appreciated over the years that you wrote out of The Hole in Our Gospel, when you say, we're the carriers of the gospel, the good news that was meant to change the world. Belief is not enough. Worship is not enough. Personal morality is not enough. And Christian community is not enough. God has always demanded more. When we committed ourselves to following Christ, we also committed to living our lives in such a way that a watching world would catch a glimpse of God's character, his love, justice, and mercy through our words, actions, and behavior. We are Christ's ambassadors, wrote the Apostle Paul, as though God were making his appeal through us. God chose us to be his representatives. He called us to go out to proclaim the good news, to be good news, and to change the world. Living out our faith privately was never to be an option. And what might you hope, as you kind of look and have penned those words for Christ followers across our country, as they would reflect and glean on living out their faith today, how that perspective maybe changed your heart a little bit, and how you would hope it would change the hearts of other Christ followers?
Well, Tom, let me first say I couldn't have said it better myself than that quote. But I would add a couple of things. I think, first of all, I would say that we need to understand as followers of Christ that he did not call us to a life of comfort. He called us each to a life of service, a life of loving other people with the love of Christ in our heart and demonstrating his life to that watching world. You know, most of us go to, if we're Christians, we go to worship every Sunday. We go to Bible studies during the week. Our kids are in Sunday school. But the Lord, I don't think, is impressed with all of those activities unless they result in putting what he taught us into action, right? So there's some great scriptures about this. In the book of James, James says this: suppose a brother or sister is without clothes and daily food. If one of you says to them, go in peace, keep warm and well fed, but does nothing about their physical needs, what good is it? In the same way, faith by itself, if it's not accompanied by action, is dead. I can't imagine a better scripture for a homeless ministry to settle on and to talk about. There's another one in 1 John chapter 3, where John says this: if someone has enough money to live well and sees a brother or sister in need but shows no compassion, how can the love of God be in that person? Dear children, let us not merely say that we love each other. Let us show the truth by our actions. Our actions will show that we belong to the truth, so we will be confident when we stand before God. You know, just in closing this question, this answer, there is a real simplicity to our Christian faith that is often lost in the complexity we create around faith, right? The Lord gave us the two greatest commandments: love the Lord your God with all your heart, mind, and strength. And he said the second commandment is like it: love your neighbor as yourself. And I would add a third great commandment, which is the Great Commission, which is about sharing the love of Christ to everyone so that they too can become disciples of that same loving Lord. So love God, love others, and then make disciples of other people by sharing the love of Christ so that they can also then love God, love others, and make new disciples. So it's kind of a virtuous cycle. And that's the simplicity of our Christian faith that a 5-year-old can understand. We all know the question used to be these little bracelets: what would Jesus do? Right? WWJD. try substituting the question, what would love do? Because Jesus is love. John tells us that God is love. So what would love do about homelessness? What would love do about refugees? Don't ask what a political party would do, or, what should the government do? What would love do about refugees, about homelessness, about those struggling with mental illness or addiction? We need, as Christians, to ask that question, what would love do, and then attempt to do it.
Mm. I love that, Rich, because we're really talking about being grounded in love, and then saying that our faith has a tangible expression that lives itself out, that ultimately impacts other people. And being able to do that. Oh, that's great. Well, one of the questions I have, and again, coming out of your leadership position a little bit, you really engaged in two significant humanitarian crises. One was AIDS and HIV in Africa. The other was around refugees and migrants, especially in Syria. And you've had front row seat to humanitarian crisis. And as we look in the U.S. today at close to 1 million people that are experiencing homelessness and issues with addiction recovery and mental health challenges, what, from a leadership perspective, could you take from your engagement of a large organization that was helping to bring solution to those situations globally to what we're trying to do here on the homelessness front in the United States? What kind of leadership insights could you provide?
Well, I think for those that might be listening, big crises are often overwhelming. When I used to talk about to our donors and child sponsors at World Vision about global poverty, and I had the statistics of global poverty that 1 billion people are living on less than $1 a day, and 29,000 children under the age of 5 die every day of preventable causes. And I throw out these huge numbers, and what I found is people were overwhelmed by these big numbers. Like, how could I possibly make a difference? How could I possibly make a dent? In other words, those facts were having just the opposite effect that I wanted them to have. Instead of inviting them to make a difference and do something, they kind of, oh, it's hopeless. We can't possibly make a dent. But what I learned about any crisis like this, no matter how big, it always boils down to helping one person at a time. The world has changed one person at a time. So no act of kindness, no donation is too small to make a difference. We can each do our part. There's a part in Scripture where Jesus says, if you have the faith of a mustard seed, you can say to this mountain, you can be thrown into the sea, and the mountain will be thrown into the sea. And, I always struggled with that, really, I've tried that and it didn't work. I tried throwing a mountain into the sea and it didn't work. But then I turned it around and I said, well, what if he meant a mountain of mustard seeds, right? In other words, if each one of us as Christians has our mustard seed of faith, what if 100 million Christians in America took their mustard seed of faith and pitched in? I bet 100 million Christians, if we each picked up our shovel, could throw that mountain into the ocean. We could throw that mountain into the ocean. And I think if we each picked up our shovel on the homelessness crisis, we could also deal with that crisis, one person at a time, everybody doing their part, everybody doing whatever small or large role they can play. God is not asking everybody to quit their job and move their family and go lead a homeless ministry somewhere in America. He may be asking some to do that, but he's asking the rest of us to just, be involved and do our part, be involved and do our part. So I think if we all pitch in, this is a manageable crisis, and we can make tremendous progress in helping these desperate, desperate people who live in our streets.
I kind of look at that, Rich, and you would probably say at some point in your leadership at World Vision that the situation around AIDS and HIV was unsolvable, irresolvable. I think probably as we look at people living on the streets in the U.S., that many would have kind of a similar feeling that we can't fix it. Yet your history would say some of these irresolvable situations can be fixed. What hope might you give us as we look at trying to help those experiencing homelessness, that we could get on the back end of this and be able to bring some kind of resolution?
Well, First of all, I would want to say to those that are already serving and giving toward the end of helping the homeless in our country, thank you. You're doing exactly what Christ calls us all to do. Every single person you are helping is precious to God, created by God in his own image and precious to him, no matter their circumstances, no matter their religion, no matter, where they are in their life. And many of them are in addiction or struggling with mental illness or just, financial disaster in their life, and they can't afford to have a home. Even women and children, as you know, are on the streets, living in automobiles in terrible conditions. So, but to those who are standing on the sidelines, I might say it's time to do something. We all have three things that we can offer: time, talent, and treasure. We can all do something, no matter how small. My wife and I, we're big boosters of World Vision. We're donors to World Vision. We have been for 41 years, but we give to 3 different homeless ministries in Seattle where we live. Because we read the scripture and we see Christ's passion for the least of these. And I can't think of another group that title fits better, the least of these in our country, than the people that are so poor that they're living on the streets and they're living hand to mouth. So with time, treasure, and talent, you can give, you can volunteer, you can advocate to your local government officials for this in favor of doing more. We can all do something. We have to remember that Jesus is going to ask every one of us what we did for the least of these brothers and sisters in our world. When I preach on Matthew 25, that famous passage where the sheep and the goats are gathered together, right? And it's the judgment day. It's not a parable, it's a prediction. And Jesus tells us this story. He gives us this prediction, and he basically, goes through, I was hungry and you gave me to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me to drink. I was in prison and you visit me. I was sick and you cared for me. I was a stranger and you welcomed me. And people say, I'm paraphrasing, obviously, Lord, when did we see you hungry and thirsty and naked? And when did we visit you when you were sick? And he says, I tell you the truth. Whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did it for me. And of course, the people that did those things are welcomed into the kingdom of everlasting life, and the people that didn't get a very different treatment. And I like to say in Matthew 25, this is the final exam, right? This is the final exam. It's the judgment day, and there's only one question on the final: what did you do for the least of these? And fortunately, and that's the question Jesus is going to ask each one of us when that day comes. And fortunately, we all still have the time to work out our answer to that question. Right. And I don't want to get into the whole theological thing. Of course, I believe in salvation by faith alone. But the evidence of faith is what Jesus is looking for in our lives. How will he know whether our faith is genuine? He'll look for the evidence. And the evidence he's looking for is, what did you do for the least of these, of my brothers and sisters? So anyways, I would just encourage people to get involved, no matter how small. If you can give $25 to a homeless organization, that'll make a difference. That'll change somebody's life. If you can give 25,000 or 25 million, that'll help even more. Or if you can volunteer once a week in a volunteer program in your community, that'll make a difference. And everybody can pray. We can pray for the homeless. So those are some words of encouragement.
Those are great words of encouragement, Rich, and just really appreciate this conversation. Appreciate the friendship that we've had over the years. Appreciate really, again, your leadership in.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
And all yours.
Hey everybody, we're back. We're on the bench with Pastor Torres. Just a final wrap up. What does our community need? What if you had to ask people right now, what do you need from them? What can the church do? I'll keep talking. I'll keep peppering you with questions. No, I'll give you a second to think.
The biggest thing that the community can do, the church at large, is pray for us. We are the only church of its kind in the entire United States. We're the only veterans church in the United States that's geared towards the veteran, the combat veteran, and their families. More than anything, we beg you for your prayers, more than anything, because we know, being children of God, that Jesus is the answer. But we also know that the load that my brothers and sisters brought back from the hills of Afghanistan, the sand dunes of Iraq and Panama, Bosnia, Kosovo, it's great. And that's something that doesn't let go. But you and I serve, or we know a guy that can.
Yeah, amen.
We know a guy. And I tell people, and a lot of my fellow pastors, when I say I know a guy, they're like, that's disrespectful. No, I know a guy.
Yeah.
I know a guy. His name is Jesus.
Yes, sir.
So you see, imagine you're getting ready to, you're Peter walking on the water, and you start sinking, and you start saying, "Oh, thou holiest, greatest, master, say your creator," and all that. You drown. You got to say like Peter said, "Dude, I'm sinking." And that's what we need more than anything, that you help us pray, and that the Lord gives us wisdom, courage, definitely strength, because I get emails from the Baptist Association, like how many were baptized, how many came to the Lord this year and whatnot. And our ministry is the long haul, because it's just like your ministry. It's a long haul. You first have to deal with the problem, and then they come to the Lord. That's how that works. And more than anything, like I said, I can't say it enough, we need your prayers. We need your prayers more than anything. And more than also, what my friend Amy's doing here, she's doing a great job. And what Bud here is doing also. And I'm glad to have been a part of tonight.
Yeah.
Because it may not be a huge fire that started, but it's a spark.
Amen.
And that's all that's needed to light a fire in this place.
All right. Let's light a fire. All right. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
All right. Well, we're going to
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need, to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
Amy, you get us started.
All
We've
right.
got Councilman Marcus Smith with us tonight, and I'm glad you came out, brother. I really am.
Thank you for the invitation, buddy.
Yeah, but I'm going to give you my mic. She's going to ask a few questions. I may
Okay.
come up with something, too.
All right, I'm ready.
We're going to hit you hard, but we
Okay.
want to find solutions to the problems that we have downtown.
I mean, solutions is very, very important, right?
Yeah. Why don't you give us a quick 20 seconds who you are? November of last year, you came on to the city council.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit
Okay,
about
so thank you again for having me. My name is Marcus Smith. Yes, I was elected to the city council November 2024. Retired military, 30 years of service, retired as a lieutenant colonel of the United States Air Force. Prior enlisted in the Navy. When I retired, I was retired as a logistics officer. I worked at Patrick Air Force Base for many, many years with the rescue squadron there. When I retired in 2021, I joined the Planning and Zoning Board, became the chair of the Planning and Zoning Board, decided to run for office, and look at God. When I was doing that, I've always been a public servant, and I just decided to continue to serve, and here I am right now. Originally from Atlanta, Georgia, have an electrical engineering degree from Georgia Tech. When I got my MBA, so that was the track that I was on. I was going to be doing the engineering and the project management, but now I currently serve as a financial advisor with New York Life, and I just fell in love with helping people that way, with financial literacy. Had a tax business now for 15 years, and I've helped a lot of people around the world, done a number of workshops. John Maxwell, love training and leadership. So I believe in solutions, right? So if problems, rather than frustration, then let's try to work together and figure out if we can find solutions. So let's have this discussion. I'm here tonight and ready to talk with you all about homelessness. So.
The problem is homelessness.
Yes, it is.
What's the solution? Okay, we'll unpack that.
All right, let's
bit.
go.
Unless
Let's
you
talk.
got it. Unless you
No.
right?
We have to chip away at it, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So we've got city, we've got Christian nonprofits, we've got other nonprofits, we've got businesses.
Yes.
How do you see everyone coming together, and what is the city's role in homelessness?
Well, that's a great, tough question to start off with, right, Amy?
Yeah, you know what? I just go right
just jump right in, right?
Yep.
Well, so here's what I'll say. So I was a community leader even before I got elected. And what I believe is that everyone definitely needs to work together. But we have to be results oriented, because a lot of times there's a lot of lip service and talk. I've listened throughout the day some of the conversations that y'all have had. I was listening early to my good friend Kenny Johnson and some of the things that were said earlier. I did visit New Life Mission a couple of years back before I got elected with the current mayor, Paul Alfrey, and I really love what was happening there. And I think that the model that New Life Mission offers is a part of one of the ways that we can solve homelessness, which is helping people to become self-sufficient. The Bible talks about it. Rather than giving people fish, let's teach people how to fish.
Yes.
That's one of the reasons why I'm a big believer in financial literacy. I was going to wear my financial literacy shirt because financial literacy works. Workforce development works. I believe in things like what's happening with Providence Place. We move away from the soup kitchen model, which is what the Daily Bread was, and we move more into the Providence Place model, right? And so we do those kind of things, but we also have to realize that there's no panacea, right? There's just not a one fix thing. We just can't hit the light switch and then expect. We have to continually work together. So as you say, these different levels, you have the businesses, you have the city government, you have the nonprofits. We have to understand the role that we each play, and then we continually work together. And what do I mean by that? What that means is that
I'm glad you asked, because I was going to ask.
So what I mean by that is that as we continue on the evolution, we continue to monitor and we continue to say, here are the results. Because just like any project, like I got a couple of projects that hopefully we'll get a chance to talk about. I'll start a project and I'll be like, okay, this is a 7-year project. Mm-hmm. And I'll go in automatically thinking like that because of either the dynamics or the people that I'm working with. And I'll say, hey, you all, you have to have what I coin, which is strategic patience. We have to have an understanding to say that there's no way Rome wasn't built in a night. Whoever came up with that, they were absolutely right? So we have to be patient with one another and say, let's start down the path, chip away at it, and let's continue to evolve and make it better. Are we moving in the right direction? Because if we're moving in the wrong direction, then we need to change directions and we need to fix the course. So that's what I think. We look at the different levels, identify the problems, and then we try to make and get results to make things better.
So what does that look like for homelessness? We've identified a problem,
yes.
Right? We have an increasing problem
or
changing problem.
Yeah.
So what does that look like? What do you think is the city's role?
Okay, so let's be specific. So one of the things that I've done, we had a homelessness workshop in the city of Melbourne. Were you all aware of that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We did that. And one of the tasks that came out of that is we're doing asset mapping. And that was something that was near and dear to my heart. And so Love Inc. is one of the organizations that I've worked closely with.
They'll be here tomorrow.
Yep. So Christy Stewart, another good friend of mine. And so we've started to identify, work with the different organizations to identify where our resources are. Mm-hmm. So you have this big nebulous, big problem, and then you start to chip away, say, okay, let's identify the resources. And then we start to put the puzzle pieces on the board, right? A part of that is not only with asset mapping, we also say, okay, well, what are some of the other things that we're missing here? I'm also part of the Brevard Prosperity Initiative. I've been doing that for 3 years. I don't know if you're familiar with that.
I'm not. Tell us about that.
So Shannon Precise, and that was something under the Florida Chamber of Commerce. They have websites that identify the zip codes that are the most underserved. And we're doing, so underneath the Brevard Prosperity Initiative, I've started a workforce development initiative at the Historic American Legion. I have 10 students already about to graduate, get their certification and audiovisual certification. So again, financial literacy, workforce development, similar to what y'all are doing at New Life. We have to continually to put puzzle pieces on the board, get people trained in order to become more self-sufficient, right? So Brevard Prosperity Initiative, Stephanie Robinson, I know she's not here. She's with Career Source Brevard. They're offering a grant to the Historic American Legion. And I'm hoping that we take this Historic American Legion and we actually get continual funding and we actually make it a hub for entrepreneurship and workforce development in the South Melbourne area so that we say this underserved population that's here, I'm a vet, right? I also used to be the program director for the Small Business Development Center up in the Cocoa campus, right? So how do we help people to become more entrepreneur, self-sufficient? How do we help people to create more opportunities so that it's a thing that I really believe in, which is increase the hope factor, right? So as opposed to saying that, yes, I know we have these problems, so if I can help one individual or a few individuals by investing in them, and I see that in the New Life mission, and then as they move up the continuum, then now they're able to help not only themselves, but the family members that are around them. And if we use that as a model, just similar, I'm also with the Neighbor Up Brevard, and I see what they're doing in the Neighbor Up Brevard model with the Booker T. Washington neighborhood. Let's continue to do models like that, and we meet people where they are, right? We stop trying to force feed and keep just giving handouts, but we meet people where they are, invest in them, and help them to lift themselves up. So if you ask me what I feel like the solutions are, is we continue to sort of do models like that, and we have volunteers and people that are willing to be patient and invest in the human nature of folks, and we build.
So what are they investing in? Are they investing in the nonprofits? Are they investing in, like, as we're collecting data, I'm just not wrapping my brain around like what are, I'm patient, but I feel like the problem's getting worse and worse and worse. You know, what are you hearing from people in downtown Melbourne or anywhere else?
Yeah, we need to figure out the funding side of that. I think if I think about your question, yes, we probably need to invest in a nonprofit. I know Buddy has reached out to me about an idea that he has. We need to figure out how to, so if I back up a little bit, when I ran my campaign, I had 4 pillars of progress, and those were just things that are near and dear to my heart as a community organizer. One of them was community economic development, right? Invest in communities. So hopefully this may answer your question about what do you invest in. Number 2 was nonprofit and small business development. Invest in the nonprofits and the small businesses. And you're going to start hearing me, even as I stay in office more, put a little bit more programs out and proposals out about that, right? And number 3, workforce development. Invest in workforce development programs. So a lot of people will say maybe invest in CTE. I love the CTE at the high school level, but I also believe in investing like Brevard or Doet. Invest in the program I'm talking about with the American Legion, because we need to reach working adults, because I think one way to shift communities is to invest in the aunts and uncles and the adults that are in the area, because maybe they just want to shift what they were doing before, and they just need a little bit more of an inject of hope in order to lift themselves up and lift the families that are around. And then at number 4, which I just left the police community forum, is called civic engagement and empowerment. I think we need to figure out how to help people to engage a little bit more in the community, to help them reduce the frustration. In other words, help them understand that they have a voice, and their voice can be heard, and their voice can actually help to be a part of the change. So invest in those first 3 are actually pathways to prosperity, of ways that things that can be invested in and create pathways to prosperity.
Right. Because I think people are frustrated, I mean, in general. And where did you say you came from? The law.
I came from God. No, just kidding.
No. Amen. Just from now you came from the.
Oh, I was down at the Melbourne Police Relations Council. They have their annual police community forum, and it was down at the right here at the Civic Center.
Maybe that's where everybody is. We haven't seen law enforcement.
Oh yeah, they're all down
We're really
there.
struggling. Tell me your thoughts on this. We are really struggling
Yeah.
to get.
I heard you say that earlier. Yeah.
We're struggling to get people out to have the conversation. You know, city. Now we're not struggling much with other providers. They want, obviously they're doing the job. They want to be a part of it. But why do you think people might be hesitant or, to find solutions or to have the conversations?
They may be hesitant to have the conversation, but I don't think people are hesitant to do the work. I'm not getting the sense that in this day and time, just even based off of some of the things I just mentioned to you, I think that people are ready to do the work now.
The general public.
Okay. No, let me not say general public. Let me say maybe little specific pockets.
Like nonprofits. Nonprofits are doing the work.
Right. Yes.
Yeah. I know a lot of people have questions about what is the cost to taxpayers. Homelessness has a definite cost to taxpayers.
So like the city of Melbourne, right? We gave even before I got on the council, they gave the $3 million to Daily Bread, and they were going to give that property as to help them to actually get that place launched. I mean, so the city of Melbourne has led the way and really to say we are committed to helping with the homelessness problem. So there are initiatives and things like that are happening. And I can't really speak for the other municipalities, but there are things that I'm aware of. And now that I'm engaging even more myself, I want to be a part of helping to lead those kind of initiatives.
Across the state, but we have a county-wide crisis.
Yeah,
so
I know.
as,
in the county, yeah.
As Buddy and I, Independent Missions, look to work together, and then we're working with Community of Hope and Love Inc., and we're trying to work along with everyone else. You might have heard Kenny earlier say, that all the cities need to get their egos out of the way and work together. What would that look like? Do you agree? And what would that look like?
I do agree, and we've talked about that even at our level, because it is a countywide, and you don't really hear that collaboration at that level yet. And I'll use that term yet. And I think that what we need to do, things like this, to advocate and to put it a little bit more on the radar. There's another organization that I could try to maybe help you all get on the radar for, which is the League of Cities. Are you all familiar with the League of Cities?
I have spoken in front of the League of Cities. I've had my 3 minutes many times.
Well, let's get you more than 3 minutes.
No response from anybody. Nobody knows what to do.
Not but there's another avenue at the League of Cities to where it's not the 3 minutes, to where you actually get to brief as a part of being on, because I use that term yet because things are, I think, shifting, because with New Life Mission, I've been asked to be a part of what's the event coming up next year?
Community Care and Share.
Yes. I love that. The big dream. We was all talking about what is your big dream. So there are things coming up now that I think that working together collaboratively to where let's ask again.
Yeah.
Right?
Keep asking.
Yeah.
I've got a question.
Absolutely keep asking.
What do you think it would take to bring our government agencies together? We were talking to Councilman.
Buddy, take a microphone.
We were talking to, and I call him Brother Kenny, just like I call you Brother Marcus. And I don't mean disrespect, because I know y'all are doing a great job as council people. But one of the things we were talking about is it left up to us, the nonprofit organizations, the providers around here. Is it up to us to start trying to bring the cities and our county together, and get something like that started so there's more interaction with the cities, or is that left up to the cities need to get more involved?
So yes, I heard you ask that question, and the answer is yes, and yes on both sides, right? So, and she just really said it. You just have to keep asking. So if you think about it, even from a biblical standpoint, which is even from the first story in the Bible, in the wilderness, there's sort of this drumbeat, right? And you even think I'm a big believer in I read Dr. King, right? Where do we go from here? Community chaos. And I want to be the drum beat, the drum major for justice, right? There's this thing of just this consistency of a drum beat. And I don't have to beat loud, but I just have to stay consistent.
That's great.
Yeah.
So what could you say to us as two nonprofits sitting here? How could we start a action to try to bring our city governments together and start addressing, with the city leaders and things like that, to address some of the issues that we feel like we have? Maybe not some support sometimes, and I'm not necessarily saying Melbourne. I know y'all work hard at it. I've been in plenty of council meetings, but we're wanting to do some things, but it seems like no one wants it in their backyard, and so it's just like we want to build another portion on our property there, and we're going to have to go through probably a year or something like that to even get to that point of seeing whether we can get permitted, because we need a special use permit. But what are some of those things that you feel like in your heart that we could do, and maybe if New Life Mission and Cedar Mission was the beginning of this, to try to bring our city governments together on the homeless situation?
I mean, when did Helen's Place open up?
It's been a year ago.
Year ago?
Yeah, year
right?
ago.
When did New Life Mission open? It's been a while.
4 campuses. We've been around 16 years.
Yeah. So,
in downtown here, we've been here 56 years. 56
so,
years.
So I think that the testimony or the testament is I think we're talking about it. Number one, we're doing it right now, right? Number two, we just talked about, we almost just in space ethereally just crafted out a plan, League of Cities. We just kind of talked about, we just do things and then we pray, and then we just
keep hitting it one step at a time.
Right, we just keep hitting it one step at a time, and then we measure the results. And it's almost like I'm a big believer. I read a lot of books. Jim Collins, Good to Great, right? And he talks about the flywheel push, right? And he talks about the hedgehog concept. You have a couple of things that we go for, and we just keep pushing the flywheel. And we put it out there to the universe, right? It's almost like the book The Secret. I can name a lot of books that talks about it, right?
Yeah. Let me go back, because you said you had a couple of things you were working on. I don't know whether you've already mentioned that or not.
I have, but let me mention it clearly. Let me mention it again. Yeah. So through the Brevard Prosperity Initiative and working with Career Source Brevard, we started a workforce development program. That's a pilot program at the Historic American Legion. And right now we ended up with 11 students, and 10 of those students are currently testing to get a workforce development certification through AVIXA, and they're going to get audiovisual certification. We run into a little roadblocks, but I think it's a big deal, because workforce development, I think, is just one of those solutions to help people to become more self-sufficient. Sure. And we know that there's a lot of employers, maybe not the big boys, but what about the second tier, the third tier employers who just want good employees? So the vision that's in my head is to create a entrepreneur and workforce development center at that Historic American Legion, because during the day, it could really be a place to where it could offer a variety of classes that maybe are not offered anywhere else, right? To help people get certified. That's one thing. I'm also involved in another organization, the Concerned Citizens of South Brevard, and we're documenting history, because Melbourne was originally settled by 3 freed slaves. I don't know if you all know that. And we're building a monument right there across from the American Legion. And we're looking at maybe starting a historic and a cultural trail. So there's a lot of initiatives. And so my point about that is, if we're able to improve the quality of life of an completely underserved community, I think those are the kind of things that also can improve homelessness. Because if I can help a potential community and improve the quality of life by creating opportunity for others, and just say, hey, look, everything is improving, that's going to improve the mindset of everybody that's involved. A rising tide lifts all of the boats.
Yes.
So we just have to continually to do things like that, because then that way, no matter where you are, no matter where you go, it's going to be like, hey, I am so proud to be a part of, from this community, to be in this area, and no matter where you go, because a lot of situations of maybe whether that's crime or hopelessness are down in areas where they're underserved populations. So we got to improve all areas. Yeah. Is really my point.
Well, I think even with the providers, I was in a meeting just a few weeks ago, and Councilman Newman was there, and several providers were there, the church, local, and I think, as Kenny said it, we start things and we just don't follow through with the actions. But I think that we need to do a better job, even with our nonprofits, of us coming together. And instead of having a meeting three times a year or something like that, and have one thing I enjoyed about this meeting, we have these meetings and then we have somebody come and speak to us and they spend the hour speaking. What we did is we sat around a table and we talked about the situations and how to improve on what we were doing. And I think it was maybe the best meeting I've been in as far as dealing with our homeless population, with the providers. And I think Amy and I and others, I think we need to work on coming together a little bit better. And I think Amy started something a few months ago that we're going to follow through with, and bringing those providers together, especially the faith-based providers. And I know you've probably heard this, and I know the people on the feed, they probably heard this more than they want to, but each and every night, 70%, a little over 70% of the homeless, what do you call it? What type of beds? Overnight shelter. There we go. It's a shame we do that and I can't even remember it. But anyway, the overnight shelter beds, over 70% of them are done by faith-based organizations.
Yes.
And that's in America.
Yes.
So anyway, we got to wrap up. Do you have another question?
If I could say one last thing, so I'm a very strong faith-based man, and I read my Bible app every day, and And I have this from my Bible study yesterday. So love compelled Jesus to prioritize people. The woman at the well, the man with leprosy, a Roman officer, a blind beggar, Peter's mother-in-law, a widow's son, a despised tax collector, even the thief hanging next to him on the cross. Jesus didn't see problems. He saw and loved people. Love compelled Jesus to serve others. He washed his disciples' feet, pursued the marginalized, had compassion on the sick, weary, and broken. In the end, he gave his own life for ours. So if Jesus is the model of loving all, then that's the same model that we all need to follow in our community. So.
Amen.
Good words, man. Good words.
Thank you so much for coming out.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
Keep
you.
up the good work.
All right.
Now let's go to work. We got a lot of work
We
to
got
do.
a task list.
All right.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
For a long time, they saw me not happy, and I refused for them to see that anymore. Hi, my name is Serena, and I've been in the program for about 4 months now. So a lot of chaos, a lot of, abuse, that type of thing. I have 4 kids. Time goes on, you get tired. So one day I finally packed up and left. Originally went to Serene Harbor, and then they have a time frame on the time that you can stay there. So I started looking for other options. And so I found New Life. When I finally got the call, it was just a state of relief. I didn't have to worry about that time frame for Serene Harbor, and I didn't have to scramble about where I was going to go lay my head. There's a huge difference in my kids' behavior being here just because there's no chaos. There's none of that. And then since being here, I got the new car. I was selling insurance before, but yeah, I've been wanting to get back into insurance, and New Life helped me with that as well. As I got older, especially probably within the last 2 years or so, I've really been wanting to seek out my relationship with God. I battled religion a long time, and just my faith. And so New Life brought that back to life. It's been a lot of changes, and they're all for the good. It's been great. Just to live comfortably, I don't have to worry about things all the time like I was before. But I just want to be able to just kind of get on my own, whether it's an apartment just to start off at, but ultimately I want to buy a house. I also, at some given moment, I'm thinking open my own agency for my kids. Well, I want them to behave. My goal for them right now, it's more of a selfish goal, I guess, but I just want them to see me happy. Them seeing me happy plays a big part on them as a whole. And my kids love me more than anybody's ever loved me. I just don't want to let them down. And yeah, I want to see my kids be just the best version of them. And I want to see them grow, and I want to be able to support them. Everything you guys are all doing, I mean, we wouldn't be where we're at. I hope that, everybody can continue to believe in us, believe in the program, to, continue to support us. And I think it's safe to speak on everybody, but we're all really grateful for everybody that's helped this program.
Hey everybody, we're back out here, Conversations on a Bench, downtown Melbourne. It's rainy, but that's okay. We're gonna show up, rain, snow, sleet, shine. Isn't that United States Postal Service too? So we are here right now. We've got Brevard County Judge Clarissa Harrell. She's gonna share with us. She knows we're out here talking about homelessness. We just had Marcus Smith with Melbourne City Council. So welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Yes, we are so glad you're here. She's got a lot going on. Her daughter's getting married, right? And so she took time from that. Tell us a little bit about you. Who is Clarissa?
Well, Clarissa is Brevard County, born and bred. I spent most of my entire life in Brevard. I went to Palm Bay High School, went away for about 20 years and pursued college and law school and some work in Charlotte, North Carolina. And while I was in North Carolina, I got involved with the Guardian Ad Litem program. And that was my first exposure really to the homeless community up there in North Carolina. And I started doing some volunteer work with children who were in those unfortunate circumstances. That led me to law school. And that led me to a career that lasted 30 years before I got onto the bench last year. And that 30-year span of being a trial attorney took me into the worlds of child dependency, like child welfare law, for about 5 years, 14 years of family law dealing with child-related issues, having psychologists as experts, determining time-sharing plans for parents and shared parenting responsibilities. And then also I was a child abuse prosecutor, prosecuting those who were accused of committing physical and sexual abuse of children. And I did that for a total of 3 or 4 years, I think, over time. So I've had a pretty diverse exposure to different types of child-related legal issues over the years. And I actually taught first grade for a year. I took a break from law, so I had to get some experience in teaching.
Busy.
And I just got appointed by the Florida Supreme Court to the Legal Needs of Children Committee for the Florida Bar. I'm the judicial representative for the Florida committee for that. So I'm looking forward to bringing
Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm going to bring some of those insights and things that I learn about helping children who are graduating from foster care and going out into the world to transition through the help of guardianship programs and things that might help them get on their feet once they emerge from foster care. So I have a lot of strong interest in children's issues over the years. I'm currently in county court judge in the civil division.
Okay.
So I don't have a lot of nexus with children's issues right now, except unfortunately a large portion of my caseload deals with eviction cases.
Well, let's talk about
Yes.
that. Oh my gosh. So you've seen a lot. You've seen a lot of changes over the years. You have a lot of information. We have seen an increase in evictions and homelessness due to evictions. Tell me what you're seeing.
It's heartbreaking. I have an obligation, of course, as a judge to follow the law and enforce the law. And Florida statutes they give plenty of opportunity for due process for people to come into court to defend claims for eviction and other types of claims and to present arguments. But the thing that most people are unaware of for the tenant side of those cases is that the statutory requirements are very stringent. You have to file things by the right time. You have to make the right claims for relief for them to be what we call legally cognizable by the reviewing judge. So in many cases, there are people who set forth absolutely compelling, tragic circumstances. They have children with developmental disabilities or serious medical needs. They've lost their job. Their funding from either charitable sources or churches has run out. There are veterans groups that provide assistance for a lot of those families, but those circumstances are sometimes very well defined. Sometimes these families just happen to fall out of that qualification process. So it's really heartbreaking because sometimes I have to enforce the law as it stands, but I know that there's going to be suffering as a result of that. And so this is why I'm such a huge believer in New Life Mission, because this organization is a solution for people who are, these moms who are doing their best to hold their families together, who have lost other housing options. They have a place to go to not just get a roof over their heads, but to rebuild their family life, their children's futures, their own futures, through everything that New Life offers them in those programs.
Yeah. Thank you so much for saying that. You know, generational change is so important to us, and we actually serve more children than we do moms. So we've got moms with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 children, and how would mom get ahead, you know, without program? The evictions, you know, she's coming from domestic abuse, or, I mean, I'm sure you see every possible imaginable situation, and you know, it's hard, right?
It's very hard. You can almost sense the desperation in litigants that come to court, not just in eviction cases, but also criminal court cases, domestic violence cases, injunction cases. You can feel the suffering and the desperation that they're going through, and there's really a feeling of hopelessness that there just aren't enough resources to go around. I wish we had 100 New Life Missions, because I've seen the work that's being done on that campus firsthand, and I think it would, my feeling is that there are people in our society, our local community, who feel disconnected from family life, from security, from hope, from connection with, you know, the things the rest of us really take for granted, friend networks, professional networks, and they feel they're on the outside of all of that. They feel ostracized from all of that, with no hope of being able to break that boundary to get into that world. And what I love about New Mission is you're not just putting a Band-Aid on the solution and giving the moms and the kids a temporary place. I've seen the program. It's amazing. It's so well thought through. You're giving them interviewing skills and employment opportunities, and helping them get diplomas, GEDs, giving the kids the kind of help through the Kids Academy.
Yes.
Not just the educational aspect, but the loving embrace of the staff there that treats all these kids like they're their own kids. And we've all heard the testimonials. These kids start to really blossom. And I think the mothers start to realize that they are empowered by their own children's success that was brought about through New Life. And they don't have to just cross their fingers and hope they have a roof for another couple of weeks. They can actually chart a plan for their lives that will bring them into an area of stability and security, where they're not just casting about on the fringes of our housing and other parts of society that are so valuable. I mean, you think about what happens when someone loses a roof over their head and doesn't have family to go to. And I think about it every day because I'm seeing those faces in court. What I've tried to do, and this is maybe a luxury of being in county court, is not just mechanically do the job, but to bring people in for hearings whenever I can, so that the landlords and the tenants can have a conversation that they were not able to have maybe outside of court for whatever reason. And I think the process helps humanize each of them to the other person, where each of them becomes aware of the struggles that the other one's been suffering. On the landlord side, many tenants are really unsympathetic that they have a mortgage to pay, maybe to preserve their own property and to feed their own kids. So that humanization of the legal process, I think, is really important to open up a dialogue. It doesn't affect the way I do my job as a judge, but it often starts conversations that lead to resolutions. Often we have landlords who are offering a plan to get out of a situation, and that will at least give that person time to explore resources like New Life Mission or Cedar or other places that may be emerging. And I've just heard about the new buses that are coming out for overnight shelter.
Yep.
Tell me, I don't know if you. That's
I
something
don't
that
know a
New
lot
Life,
about that.
okay.
That's not a New Life mission.
Okay, that's another
venture.
resource they'll have.
Absolutely.
So sometimes just buying a little bit of time and paying what they can is workable with the landlord. So I try to make it as positive as I can and to get everybody communicating. Sometimes it's too late in the process, but I try to make sure that I at least explain to everybody involved why the decisions have to be made the way they are, so that if they're ever in that situation again, they'll know what steps need to be taken to protect their interests. But you see the people who are I'm not able to help in court, I think. But you do something more important for them, which is a broader life plan for those families.
I think what you do is important. So I'm looking at you going, I don't know how she does it. But
I love people, and I love the energy of making people realize that you can solve problems. Sometimes it's a group effort, and a judge in a courtroom is just one person in that courtroom who's part of that solution. Maybe there may be outside resources that people can direct them to, but beyond that, it goes back to this, humanization process. If you get to know the other person who you perceive as your adversary or your problem, you can start to empathize with the position that they're in. And like I said, it doesn't work in every situation, but I pursued this job to be a problem solver, and I'm just going to pour my heart and soul into being a problem solver the best I can, and I'm going to try to learn as I go to get better at it, because I've learned not every problem can be solved easily, but usually with some persistence you can make some progress.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in you wanting to make a difference and wanting to solve problems is an important thing. When you talk about humanizing, I think that's what we're trying to do all the time is when we share our stories of families who have gone through the program, showing that this is someone's daughter, this is someone's sister, this is family, this isn't just somebody out there who doesn't want to get a job. I mean, you've seen the circumstances that people come through, and sometimes it's just like bam, 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 they just get hit over and over again. And it's generational.
It is generational, and there are almost like pockets of the community that are suffering more than others, and it's almost like you just need to have one injection of some force in the community, whether it's one of the initiatives that the previous speaker talked about, or whether it's politician driven or whether it's just charitable organization driven. If you can just inject and reach some portion of that needy community, it will start to filter out to the other people. The information gets out there. People learn about what to do to help themselves. Mm-hmm. But you have to have some self-confidence to do that, and many of the people I see in court don't have that self-confidence. They've just been beaten down from day one. They've been born in unfortunate circumstances. They've been maybe born to drug-addicted mothers. They've suffered from physical abuse, emotional abuse, and they didn't have the kind of structure in their family life to give them the tools and the confidence to succeed. And that's something that's very hard to overcome, I think, for almost anybody. And that's something else that New Life does that's different from other organizations. You get down, it's such a holistic wraparound approach. You get down to the psychology of how to start thinking better about yourself as a child or a woman who's trying to provide for her children, and to help empower them to see that they do have the ability to rise above those circumstances and their histories. It just takes that validation of the network that you've built around them there on the campus, and that's rare. I wish there was a way to do that for everybody.
Stay tuned. We're gonna have a ripple effect across the country, right?
Even more. I hope so.
I think you hit on a really important piece, and it's hope, right? It's kind of that elusive thing, but if you've ever not had hope, if you've ever hit complete rock bottom, to be able to just pull yourself up by your bootstraps, like people say, just go get a job, just, chin up and all those things. Well, you've seen people that it's like, oh man, Hope is not always so easy to find.
Exactly. I give this is a simplistic example, but to the inmates at the jail who I see occasionally during first appearances, you know, I say, think about the long game with what your life plan is going to be here. Many people are, you know, so excited to get a family or somebody to bond them out of jail so they can get back to their work lives and their families. And then they miss a court date and they're back in jail. So try to take a little bit of extra time to explain, keep the forward progress, try to think about the long-term plan for what you want to do and make decisions every day. It's hard for everybody to figure out how to make the best use of their time every day.
Especially if you've been in survival mode. So
Yes.
you're not thinking long game, you're thinking the next hour, the next day.
Exactly. And I venture to say that 90% or more of the litigants I see in court, both criminal and civil, have been in survival mode for a long time because there's a certain reactivity instead of proactivity in their life choices and impulsivity sometimes that just comes from maybe being in a shell shock state for too long, too much emotional overload, too much trauma to process. And so they don't know how to react calmly. It's not in their DNA at that point. So you almost have to try to teach and elevate. And you know, I'm a judge. I'm not a psychologist. I don't pretend to be one. But I think that everybody in society, whether it's the people at New Life who are the gold standard in this, or the people out in the community at large who may be watching or listening tonight, and the people in the courthouse for sure. Everybody has a role to play, and there are big differences that can be made in very small things.
That's my next question for you. What do you think that people can do to be part of the solution?
Well, kindness is a good place to start. I have been criticized by some people for maybe being, quote, too nice. I don't think anybody can be too nice. I think that nobody is going to respond to hostility and anger and lectures and judgment. No human being is going to respond well to that. Even the highly educated, mature people who have been brought up in very secure, lucrative environments don't respond to that well. So I think being kind to others sounds so trite but so true, and choice of words. I think being as a judge, I'm really becoming conscious of my word choices in the courtroom and outside the courtroom. And sometimes I get feedback from my court deputies and my judicial assistant about the way that they've perceived my words having impact on others. And every case is different. Most of my words are rulings on objections and things like that, but there are opportunities in the workday, whether you're giving a prefatory explanation to the litigants in a courtroom for a big court event, like a pretrial conference day, for example, and opportunities in the community to speak from the heart about what you can share from your own experiences about the court system or life choices that they might want to learn from. And you have to do it in a way that is not prejudging anybody or any situation, but to let them know, I've seen this type of thing happen in court before, and you're free to choose that type of thing. However, be aware that these are some consequences that you might not have intended to experience, that you might experience because this other person did. I think it's just to get people thinking about their choices and how that domino effect is going to happen when they make certain choices.
And it's not just a decision, just make it, you're taking the human being into it, and maybe not everybody does that. It's like, here's the
I'm not sure how successful it is all the time, frankly. Sometimes I feel like I'm talking to a wall, but
you don't know what happens when somebody leaves that room though.
That's true. I don't, and I always hope maybe, although they might have rejected my suggestion to try to work together better with neighbors or family members, although they might reject that today, maybe, like you said, it will come back to them in another opportunity where they can either choose friction and confrontation, or they can choose harmony and kind words to other people.
We have people who come to our program and they may not go all the way through to graduation. And so for us, if somebody leaves, we have to say, okay, seeds were planted, right? And what happens beyond our doors, if we're doing the right thing in the next thing that we do, what kind of ripple effect can that have that we're not seeing?
That's my hope. My hope is that something will help somebody at some phase of their life, if not that particular day. But I have to be very careful. We're not allowed to give legal advice of any kind to anybody. We're neutral arbiters of the law and finders of fact. And so I've had to be very careful about maintaining that role to do my ethical duty properly and my legal duty properly. But I don't think any harm comes from just being nice to people. I try to find things, and this is just maybe a simple parenting thing. I have 6 kids and 10 grandkids, and about to get a new son-in-law tomorrow. And I just think about, as parents, what we do when you praise the good things you see your kids doing and you ignore the bad things that to the best you can, not to reward that with attention. So I've had some feedback that I need to come down a little harder or harsher on people who are disrespectful in court. And I don't know if it's my parenting experience, but my inclination is not to reward that with attention and time. My intention would be to praise the people who are behaving in a responsible, constructive way, and let the audience of people in the courtroom see this is the behavior that gets you results and forward progress in your case, and just let people learn that way rather than making a big issue out of somebody's negative behavior.
Or having negative behavior yourself, being that loud.
That's judicially frowned upon, for sure. Certainly not something that nobody wants a reputation for that, I don't think.
No.
But there's a very large volume of cases. Some of the personalities are very fractious, and so you just try to walk a measured line. For the types of litigants, though, who have suffered homelessness and are in and out of that transient lifestyle, it's so hard to find words, positive words for them, because you know how difficult their lives must be. And platitudes or nice words almost sounds a little patronizing, I think. So it's also very hard to tell somebody that you're empathetic to their circumstances when they know that you've not lived it.
Yeah.
I have not had to sleep on a street in this kind of rain in the dark in the middle of a city before, and I've never had to raise my children in that environment. So it's very hard to find the right words sometimes because I don't really know what they're going through. I know how miserable it must be. I know the limitations of what I can do to help them. So sometimes just trying to develop a catalog of resources like New Life Mission and places in the community I've met in the last year and a half, where we can kind of help direct them for resources or information is the best I can do.
Yeah.
And
I think that's an incredible start. I mean, number one, you said be kind. Number two, direct people to resources, but also we're not asking anyone to have all the answers themselves. Anyone who's watching, we're not asking you to solve homelessness, but you can support organizations that are.
Exactly. And I do think every organization and person who supports efforts to eradicate homelessness is valuable. There's no question. But I think what I'm seeing at New Life and also the organization, I just was at an event last week that assists homeless veterans in this area, it's a very drilled down approach. It's not just throwing money at a problem. It's actually getting to the root issues. And a lot of that is, like you said, the restoring the hope, confidence.
Mental health is
mental health is a huge
crisis.
And I see the mental health crisis across all socioeconomic areas in my courtroom every day. And And that's difficult to deal with, especially if you recognize what's going on, but you can't diagnose it. You just have a sense of what's going on. So you, again, trying to find the right words to diffuse situations and redirect people and keep them focused is tough. I wish we had some social services built, some offices right in our building. I know
there's
not
an
really
idea.
I know there's not the space for that right now. I know that we're way overcrowded in our building with staff. And
how about an addition? Let's go up.
I love it. I know they're building some right now, but they need extra courtrooms, so that's where that's going, I think. But I know that there are other cities that have complexes where there are spaces built right in. I think Seminole County. I think the Seminole County Sheriff's Office actually has like a drug, an opioid or drug prevention office just across the street from their courthouse or adjacent to it, where people can literally walk to the next building and get resources and direction and help.
Wow.
And I'd love to see that trend pick up a little bit, because people have a hard time getting to the court, especially if you're homeless. You got to take a bus or walk or ride a bike for miles in bad weather to get to court. And they're there. There are some programs like drug court. We have a great drug court. We have a veterans court. Some great specialized courtrooms that can help. In dependency court, there are all kinds of child welfare or agencies involved that provide assistance. But what about the people who are in court for misdemeanors? And all of us in the courtroom know that the conduct arose from intoxication, mental health issues. I mean, it's obvious, but there's no place to send them. It's hard for everybody.
Yeah.
Because they're just going to be back in once this case is over because nothing's been resolved.
Right.
So with New Life Mission, though, you're actually resolving things by giving people the educational tools and professional tools to emerge from their situation.
And the time. It takes time, especially if these are behaviors that you've had for generations and for years and years. To go in and expect 30 days in a shelter is going to fix all that? No.
Exactly. And, it's dangerous out there in the world. It is, my feelings about homeless people, aside from just the sympathy of the situation, have primarily to do with just the safety of their day-to-day existence. You think about this, talk about survivor mode. I was a criminal prosecutor for 12 years of my career, and so many crimes erupt in places that are dark and abandoned, where people are forced to live, and there's a fundamental safety thing that's there, and all kinds of horrible things happen. And
you've seen them.
I've seen it, and you see the tragic consequences for the offenders' families and what they go through. You see the consequences for the victims of these crimes, and you think, had they had the stability and structure, comfort, support network, and an income and a roof over their head, would any of that have even happened?
Right.
So, there are thousands of cases that each of us has to deal with, and everyone is unique in the circumstances, but it's frequently very tragic. It really is. So.
Well, thank you for doing what you do.
It's my honor to do it.
We're going to keep the conversation going, too.
I hope so. And
Absolutely.
I want to come back to the campus at New Life as much as I can. I love it there. I feel peaceful and focused and centered there. So I can't even imagine what the children and the moms are feeling there. It's a very uplifting, calming, inspiring atmosphere that's been created there.
Thank you.
And
that's our goal.
I know there are probably dozens of volunteers who have contributed to make that happen.
Yeah.
And it's everything from
and supporters. We don't utilize government funding, so it's fully from our supporters that make it happen.
It's amazing. And I wonder if there's a way, I know your focus is on the work that you're doing, but if there's a way to spread your model to other types of organizations that serve other communities here. I know it's probably hard to divert your resources anywhere else, but I'd love for you to share
God can
your
do
model.
amazing things. So, yep.
Exactly.
That has come across my mind before, so stay tuned.
I'm sure you have a long to-do list that you're working on every day.
I have job
no
security.
Yeah, you certainly do. I do too, unfortunately.
I know, I wish we didn't. I wish we were put right out of our jobs.
If there were no conflict in the world and no poverty and stress and violence, that would be the case. But sadly, it's just going to continue this way. I feel like everybody should take some kind of role in trying to fix that, even if it's the small things like the small kindnesses or donating to organizations that they care about. I feel like everybody can play a role, but the more that you can individually do, the better it's going to get. And I think Brevard County is emerging as one of the better models overall, not just for New Life Mission, but I know in terms of service to homeless veterans as well. I've learned a lot about that recently too. So there's some great things going on in Brevard County. It's just a matter of trying to find enough time to do all the good works that you want to do, right?
Yeah, and I think if everybody can wrap their brain around the fact that homelessness actually does affect anyone who pays taxes, because there's a cost for the court system, for these crimes, there's a cost of all of it. There's a cost of jail time. Okay, we're in the splash zone. Splash zone. Yeah, there's a cost to all of this.
There's a huge taxpayer cost. I don't know how that gets remedied though. Unless you can invest a lot of money on the front end with education and housing, I don't know how you prevent successive generations from entering the court system. Like you said, it's a generational problem, and but if you can help even just one person emerge from it, help even just one child emerge from that through the help of the resources of New Life Mission or their mother's successes in the program, then it's all worth it, right? You can even help one. And then the idea is there's the ripple effect throughout society.
We're going to keep working.
Good.
Thank
goodness for you. Thank goodness you're going to keep working.
Yeah. Thank you for coming out today.
It's my
I appreciate
pleasure.
it.
It's really an honor. Everybody here is so lovely, and I know there's another speaker waiting to get up here, so let me
That's Stacy.
say goodbye.
Well, thank you.
Thank you so much
I
for
hope
having
the
me.
wedding is lovely.
I'm just so happy with the young man my daughter has chosen, that even if it pours rain and there's any kind of glitch, it'll still be a lovely day.
It will be
but
great.
Thank you for your good wishes.
Thank you so much.
Take care of yourself.
All right.
Well, welcome everybody to this conversation, which is between myself and with Rich Stearns. And Rich is the...
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
For a long time, they saw me not happy, and I refused for them to see that anymore. Hi, my name is Serena, and I've been in the program for about 4 months now. So a lot of chaos, a lot of, abuse, that type of thing. I have 4 kids. Time goes on, you get tired. So one day I finally packed up and left. Originally went to Serene Harbor, and then they have a time frame on the time that you can stay there. So I started looking for other options. And so I found New Life. When I finally got the call, it was just a state of relief. I didn't have to worry about that time frame for Serene Harbor, and I didn't have to scramble about where I was going to go lay my head. There's a huge difference in my kids' behavior being here just because there's no chaos. There's none of that. And then since being here, I got the new car. I was selling insurance before, but yeah, I've been wanting to get back into insurance, and New Life helped me with that as well. As I got older, especially probably within the last 2 years or so, I've really been wanting to seek out my relationship with God. I battled religion a long time, and just my faith. And so New Life brought that back to life. It's been a lot of changes, and they're all for the good. It's been great. Just to live comfortably, like I don't have to worry about things all the time like I was before. But I just want to be able to just kind of get on my own, whether it's an apartment just to start off at, but ultimately I want to buy a house. I also, at some given moment, maybe I'm thinking maybe open my own agency for my kids. Well, I want them to behave. My goal for them right now, it's more of a selfish goal, I guess, but I just want them to see me happy. Them seeing me happy plays a big part on them as a whole. And my kids love me more than anybody's ever loved me. I just don't want to let them down. And yeah, I want to see my kids be just the best version of them. And I want to see them grow, and I want to be able to support them. Everything you guys are all doing, I mean, we wouldn't be where we're at. I hope that, everybody can continue to believe in us, believe in the program, to, continue to support us. And I think it's safe to speak on everybody, but we're all really grateful for everybody that's helped this program.
Hey everybody, out here on the bench in downtown Melbourne. I've got Linda from St. Mark's United Methodist Church coming at us with a poster. We got to address this because I'm not going to pretend like it's not here. What do you have?
Well, I was at a demonstration a while back, and I was looking for a poster to kind of express my feelings. And I saw this one. I actually cribbed it off of the internet, but it says, "We will never change the world by going to church. We'll change the world by being the church." And I thought, wow, that is so profound.
That is so good.
And on the back side, I made a collage. I'm kind of a collage maker.
Yeah.
I made this from the United Women in Faith Response magazine, because that organization really understands about being the church.
Right.
And in their vision statement, they support women and children and youth. And so I thought, wow, like the more I got to know them, I was Lutheran originally, but I've come to the Methodist Church, and I really love this organization because they're doing good work.
Yeah.
And they have vision for the future. So, they're trying to educate and trying to advocate.
Yeah.
So it's exciting.
Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you joined us.
Yeah.
And can we start just so we can share with people a little bit of your background?
Okay. Well, that's kind of why I'm here. So I know Stacy Donovan on your staff because her daughter Taylor was in my homeroom. I taught at West Shore Junior Senior for 20 years. So I was a middle school science teacher there. And we have our homeroom kids for 6 years. And so, Taylor is just a favorite of mine. And when I see her at your fundraisers every year, she's lovelier and more professional than ever. And it just really pleases me. So, but anyway.
We'll be posting a photo of Taylor soon.
I know. But yeah, so I was a teacher for 20 years, mother of 3 daughters. And then I've had other kind of experiences that kind of led me to this work. So after divorce, I did some foster care work. I only took 1 kid at a time, and because I was single. But I told them, I said, I don't want to adopt, but I'm on this teacher schedule, which is perfect for watching kids and caring for them on the weekend and stuff. So I did that for a while, and I've done some mentoring through Stephen Ministry, so I had training for that. And through some of those experiences, I learned about struggles that women have, when their relationships fall apart and they have kids and, they're just struggling. And I all of a sudden I was like, because empathy kind of comes with some shared experience,
Absolutely it does.
Yeah, and so then I've done some recent things. Take Stock in Children is one of my favorite groups. I have a girl that's a senior this year, and she's really starting to look at her future. And through Take Stock in Children, she'll have 2 years of Eastern Florida State College. And so that's awesome, and for her, it's very motivating. She comes from a difficult family, and but she's bright and she has a lot of potential.
That's
so
great.
Yeah, so I'd like to plug in as a retiree. I'm retired now.
Okay.
I got remarried in 2025. And
Congratulations, it is 2025.
Oh, sorry, 20. I told him I get stupider as the evening goes on.
Oh,
so
yeah,
10
well.
o'clock, you just don't know what's going to come out of my mouth.
That's what's going to happen to us, too. So get ready. 10 o'clock, we're going to be doing great.
In 2021, I got remarried and was just such a delight. I have a super husband and he's so supportive. And that's just made my retirement more fun because I'm free to do some of these things in the community that I've always wanted to do.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about St. Mark's.
Okay, so St. Mark's is actually where I met my husband, Phil. It's a great story. We both did the booth where you do projection, so we did the slides and stuff like that, and he did the contemporary service and I did the traditional service, and Phil's very quiet, but he's also super funny. And so we would swap jobs in between the service, and we kind of got to know each other in just a very kind of a quiet setting. And I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's really funny and he's so nice, And he's a faithful person, and to me that was really important. And you don't want to be yoked, with somebody that doesn't believe and doesn't really want to do the work that you want to do. So it's been a great relationship that way. So, but St. Mark's has come through a transition. We merged with First Church under pastors Dion and Craig Hammond. And didn't you go to seminary with Dion?
I didn't go to seminary.
Oh,
no.
Well, then I got the wrong person.
But that might have been Stacia.
Yeah.
Our founder.
Oh, the founder.
Yep.
That's it. So,
Yep.
and you're Amy, you kind of picked it up where she left it off.
I did. I've been here a little over 7 years. She was a founder 16 years ago, started it.
Okay.
So she retired 3 years ago.
Okay. Well, I'm, a little confused.
No, hey. You know what? The thing is, it was seamless. You didn't even notice.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. But so the Hammonds now kind of, they are co-pastors of this merged church. So First Church and St. Mark's are now one church. We're rebranding to get a new name, and looking forward to that future of ministry together. But I was going to tell you that. Well, first of all, we got to promote the women's conference.
Oh, we got a women's conference coming up here.
So we have a women's conference coming up. So
save the date,
January 31st and of 2026. Which I was like, really? That's kind of far out.
It's right around the corner.
But it is right around the corner.
Yeah.
And it's raising money for New Life Mission and also Ways for Life.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Yeah.
We'll have Ways for Life here tomorrow.
Excellent. And so we're trying to raise awareness about homelessness in Brevard and who's affected. And because not everyone is going to do foster care or, mentor people that have, struggled with trying to find a job after being a felon. That's another group that I really have empathy for, because I worked with a woman and I'm like, what do you mean you can't get a job?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you definitely start to learn about how difficult it is to try to make it under some of these conditions. But let's see. So I was going to tell you about the stuff that St. Mark's and First Church are already doing. So to me, kind of the interesting thing about supporting these nonprofits is kind of the level of commitment that people have. And so last year, the Providence Place had a great idea. They had a chili cook-off. It was on Front Street, and they advertised it. They said it's going to be great food and live music and beer and desserts. And I really like desserts. And so I looked at it, and the tickets were $50. And a lot of people are like, they'll donate, but they're not going to give $50. But it was right around my birthday, and so I texted my friends and I said, I'm having a birthday party. It's at Front Street. And I said, it's going to cost you $50 to come.
Yeah.
But people came, and we had an excellent time.
Oh, what a great idea.
Yeah, it was really fun. And so I thought, and I'm a little bit like that. Like when I come out for New Life Mission, I'll donate, but if you invite me to the Rialto and I get to get dressed up with all my friends, and I get to, just
share with them.
Yes, and sit in that beautiful setting and be part of something exciting.
Yeah.
That I'm kind of getting a lot from that for my cup hunter box or whatever I put in the pot.
Mhm.
But I think the trick is to like engage people in a way that says you don't have to always be getting for your donation. We want you to invest in a way that that's meaningful for you, but where we don't always have to song and dance, to get your participation.
Right.
And I think the church struggles with that as well. But so St. Mark's has a fabulous women's group. I told you about United Women in Faith, and I met with those girls today, and they're in the 80s and 90s.
Oh,
and
they're young.
Yeah, and they're faithful, and they've been faithful for a long life, and their example to me has just been amazing. And but they're serious about mission. And so, the United Women in Faith donates to New Life Mission. They have for years, for Ways for Life, for Daily Bread, and the men's group. We have a really good men's group that
You do. You have a great men's group.
Have you heard about it? Oh,
Yep.
well, you know Jerry probably.
Yeah.
Everyone knows Jerry. So, at his 90th birthday, the room was packed because it's just a fabulous human. Yeah.
Yeah.
But the men's group, through that good leadership, has also, when we have a pancake supper, the money goes right out the door.
Yeah.
Yeah, goes to New Life Mission or goes to Ways for Life.
So that's one of the ways you guys are being the church, right?
Yes.
Let's talk about the difference between being the church and going to church.
Yeah. So, one of the books they're having us read right now is called "Practicing the Way" by John Mark Comer, and I'm a big reader. But anyway, this one I'm hardly into it at all. And he said, I think we've misunderstood being a Christian. Some people will go as far as being a disciple, but they're kind of like, well, that's so old-timey. The language is kind of old-timey. Like I have to leave my fishing job to fish for humans, and they, you know what I mean? Like they just kind of pretend like they don't really get it.
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
And I'm all about grace, man. I'm raised Lutheran. I'm all about grace, and thank God, Ray. I mean,
Right.
honestly. But at the same time, discipleship's important. And Comer, he said, well, what if we called it apprenticeship? Would people understand it better as apprenticeship? You're actually expected to have some skills and demonstrate some skills, and it's not so much your own power or your own, something that puffs up your own ego, but it's understanding what servanthood means. And I think you learn that in community, and that's kind of St. Mark's, man, is awesome like that. It's not a big congregation, but it's a faithful congregation. And so, people like Jerry Maupin and my women, I'm not going to name them because then I'll get in trouble. But leave up a name.
Name them.
But
What?
but I love these women. Their example is just amazing.
Yeah.
And I don't have any blood there at all. You know how sometimes, well, my grandmother was, on this committee, or no, man, I'm not.
Yeah.
So, but I've been just welcomed there and allowed to take some leadership. Because sometimes it falls on you.
Yeah, it sure does. What do you think the role of the church is in this community to help homelessness?
Yeah, I think it's huge. And one thing I heard recently was the term toxic empathy. Have you ever heard that?
I've heard that, and I've heard toxic charity.
Okay, and this just cut me to the core. And I want to tell you, I told you that I was trained Lutheran, right? And Martin Luther defines sin as the heart turned in upon itself. And he says, remember, our whole thing was to love your neighbor, feed the hungry, go into the world to teach, to heal, to witness. And the simplest parable is the parable of the Good Samaritan. Like, I have a little grandson, and he's 3, and we're singing Bible songs, and I haven't talked about parables yet, but, that's one of the first ones you teach. Like, who is your neighbor? And you watch the people pass. The guy is bloody and laying in the road, and you watch people walk past, and you're like, that's not okay.
Right.
So I think, empathy is for real. And another book I really would recommend is by Will Willimon. He's a preaching professor, and I think he came out of Duke Divinity, but he had a book on aging, and he said, empathy is the reward of old age. He said, looking back, we see that life can be tough for everybody, and that's why older people should be, and a lot of times are, more generous, less severe in their judgments, less envious, kinder, and more compassionate than the young. Just because you've seen stuff, you know, and you know, those experiences that I was telling you about really have kind of softened me up a little bit as well. But that idea that empathy could be toxic, I'm like, come on.
Yeah.
You know, and I think we need to know Scripture. We really need to know. And a funny thing about our pastors is they task lay people to preach. And St. Mark's has a worship service at Ocean Ave every Sunday, 7:30 in the morning. And so a couple times I've been able to preach at the beach. And, it makes you like think about what's the message that you want to deliver, and then spend some time like crafting your words. And for me, the sequence, because, it comes out like in a crazy mixed up order. But, it reminds you that like discipleship's real, apprenticeship's real. Like, what steps have you taken? That scripture verse about why are you still on milk? You should be on solid food.
Right.
You're meant to grow in your faith, and it should show.
Mm-hmm.
The fruit of the Spirit should show.
Right.
And we're not supposed to judge, but we can sure give people an elbow. Like, come on.
What are we nudging them? When you're, come on, what are you nudging them to do?
We're saying, let's go to the birthday party. $50 for Providence Place.
So do you think it's up to people to be nudging each other?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
that the accountability piece that you're
That's
talking
definitely
about?
a piece.
Okay.
And that's very Methodist, the accountability piece. And it makes you a little nervous, because one of the things they talk about with accountability is, confessing. And I'm like, oh, I don't sign up for that. So, but that, in those small groups, in those life groups, you're meant to do life together and share some of those struggles. Like I had an excellent small group at Sundry United Methodist there, that even though I was single, they let me in the couples group. My friend had to
thank goodness.
My friend had to advocate for me, and I was like, no, I won't go there. But in those accountability groups, I mean, you can say your piece,
Yeah.
And I was recently divorced, and you're just kind of a mess after all that.
Yeah.
And but that's when I started fostering, and I had this crazy foster kid, and he used to come with me to the group, and it's just that's a great place to do life in a small group.
Yeah.
And so the upside is they love you and when you're difficult, but the challenge is like, and they're gonna nudge you. They're gonna require some accountability.
Yeah. And not everybody wants that. So I have a question. I'll ask this for all the churches that come out.
Yeah.
And so far, there's not a lot of them. So what are your thoughts on that?
That breaks my heart.
It breaks your heart. What is the church's responsibility? I kind of asked you this once already. In homelessness. I mean, where is the church right now? I mean, we're actually doing church right now, right?
We're always doing church.
We're doing church right here, right now. I've asked you like 4 questions in a row, but I'm going to ask you one more. Churches are sending people all over the world to do missions, right? And I think that's great. But in our backyards, right here, we have people starving and sleeping in the streets. And do you think in Brevard County that our churches could do more?
Of course they could. Yeah.
What does that look like?
Well, I'll tell you, this
Not that anybody's doing anything wrong.
This is a great plug for Dinner Church at First Church. So they have a recovery ministry where they share a meal, they hear a Jesus talk, and they take communion at the table of grace. They said that part of the program is done in 1.5 hours, And then afterward, there's a Narcotics Anonymous meeting afterward. And they said all the meals are donated by their community groups. And that actually the people at First Church are excited about serving because they're like, oh, like this is what servanthood looks like, right? Because and people, if you give them a project to work on, I think if it meets kind of their skill set, you know how you have everybody's gifted, that whole thing. It has to be an area of their giftedness. But I mean, look, their giftedness is cooking.
Yeah.
You know?
So as nonprofits, what we can do is just even publicize more the opportunities we have that maybe people can find their giftedness and use their skills.
Yeah. And it's funny. One of the things that this Will Willimon said is that senior citizens that volunteer are motivated by their spirituality. And so you want to tap into senior citizens. You got to get them off the cruise because they're on the cruise a lot of times. And I told my husband I was not going to polarize the audience by saying things like that. But the truth is, like, people in retirement, they can do, if they have money, they can do what they want.
Yeah.
But I volunteer at Meals on Wheels, which is part of Aging Matters. And when I first signed up for them, I thought I was going to drive. I was like, I can deliver meals.
Great.
And they go, no, you go in the kitchen. I was like, what? I'm going to peel onions? But it's okay. And I met, I work with the staff there, but a lot of the volunteers that come in they're church people.
Yeah.
And they're church people of both political persuasions, because sometimes there's a little tension in the kitchen.
Oh, yeah.
But I mean, they volunteer because they are faithful people and they understand servanthood,
Right.
And but I think, again, you gotta show people some opportunities, kind of like you do with high school kids. You're like, you got to do these volunteer hours. How do you want to do them? What service appeals to you?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, anything else you want to share with people?
Yes, I think so. Oh, so I have a friend, and she is a retired RN. She was a missionary kid in Zimbabwe, and she was part of an innovative nonprofit program in Bellingham, Washington, and you want to meet her. She's fabulous.
Give her my number.
Yeah, I definitely will. And she talked about how case management is the best way to deal with homeless issues.
Right.
And she said that duplicating services is costly and ineffective and frustrating for everyone.
Well, we're seeing that. And that's part of why we're out here, is so that we can get everybody working together, having this conversation, and we're not duplicating services. And
yeah. So you have to meet Lynette.
You give me Lynette's number. I will make a phone call.
I'm telling you, like, and we all know a lot of people, but some of these conversations you don't have unless you probe a little bit, and then you're like, whoa.
Well, that's what we were just talking about with Marcus Smith, is how we need to. Oh, do I see moms over there? How we need to continue talking, even when it seems like maybe nobody's listening, that we need to just keep having the conversation and keep having the conversation. And that's very much what Jesus did. He didn't give up. He kept going.
I heard Marcus, some of what he said, and I thought, I should know that guy.
Yep. Well, thank you so much for coming on, and we appreciate you.
Good.
All right.
Yep. Thanks a lot. It was fun.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, further than what we're going to eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we need. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care, bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a woman's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after. He never wanted me to work or leave the house. I noticed as time went on. He seemed very helpful, but I was pretty confused. I knew he loved me, but I knew something wasn't right about it. He sabotaged friendships, and he tried to get in the way of some of my family relationships.
Looking around the woods, she tried to find something that looked familiar to help her remember her way back. Every which way she turned, she felt more lost than before.
I was pregnant with my son and gave birth. At that time, my daughter was still living with her dad, part-time, and my ex-husband relapsed. So this was a turning point for me. I saw myself in my daughter, and I remembered my childhood when I was her age. That's when I knew something had to change, and I needed to get her out of that situation.
When the little girl realized she was lost, she felt scared and alone.
So I was able to get full custody of my daughter, but things got worse from there. He was mentally abusive to my daughter. I think he was jealous of my children spending time with me and wanted me all to himself. So after being married for him for 10 plus years, I finally decided to leave. He died suddenly of a heart attack. So, even though our life together was very unhealthy, I was somewhat stable and clean with him. I was clean and stable. And so he helped me do all that. And then he was gone.
The lost girl heard her grandmother's voice in her head, saying, "Courage isn't the absence of fear, but the action you take despite feeling afraid." So the little girl chose courage.
After my husband passed, we had nowhere to go. It was a very scary time for me, and I was a widow, and I was basically going into homelessness, and that's when I called New Life Mission.
The little girl picked up a long, sturdy stick she found on the ground and suddenly remembered a friend of her grandmother's who lived nearby. He was a carpenter, and she knew he would be able to show her the way home.
For the first time in that time frame, I just knew I wasn't alone. I had someone to walk with me and help me figure this out.
The little girl was able to find the carpenter, and he was able to put her back on the right path.
I knew that I couldn't fix me. I knew that people couldn't fix me. I had to give it all to God and let Him fix this situation and walk with me through this journey. He is the only one that could have walked beside me. In some turmoil, we had just lost my husband, and my kids weren't doing well when I had first come to New Life. They were broken. We were all broken. And God just walked alongside me and healed me through that journey. My daughter was, going through some mental health crisis of her own at that time, and I was given advice and resources in the community that helped me so much, and I just had support. I really just needed someone to walk with me alongside. God, they helped me so much, so much. And she lived
happily ever after.
going to have to lay you off.
Your application's been rejected. You're going to have to raise your rent.
We're going to have to evict you.
I want you out of here in 10 days.
You can't bring your son here tomorrow unless your card is declined. I'm so
I want
sorry.
you out of here. You can't park here in 10 days.
Hey, this is New Life Mission. I have good news. I'm calling to let you know we have a place for you.
For 15 years, New Life Mission has been opening its doors to homeless single mothers and their children. We equip homeless mothers to transform their families for generations. Through education, accountability, and goal advancement, our program equips and empowers them to self-sufficiency. We believe accountability is the key to achieving long-term success. We walk alongside our families and are committed to compassionately providing educational opportunities, job training, and life skills necessary for success. Above all, we believe in the transformative power of a relationship with Jesus Christ and are committed to sharing this message of hope to all of the people we serve. We know the program works, but we need your help. We're asking our community to help us open doors for more families. You're invited to join us for a fundraiser hosted by the American Muscle Car Museum. Learn more about New Life Mission and how you can help us open doors for homeless mothers and their children. You'll also get to view the private collection of over 400 muscle cars, enjoy heavy hors d'oeuvres and drinks, and participate in a live and silent auction.
Strength will rise as we wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord. Strength will rise as we wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord our God. You reign forever. Our hope, our strong deliverer. You are the everlasting God. The everlasting God. You do not faint, you won't grow weary. You're the defender of the weak. You comfort those in need. You lift us up on wings like eagles. Strength will rise as we wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord. Strength will rise as we wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord. We will wait upon the Lord our God. You reign forever. Our hope, our strong deliverer. You are the everlasting God. The everlasting God. You do not faint, you won't grow weary. You're the defender of the weak. You comfort those in need. You lift us up on wings like eagles, our God. You reign forever. Our hope, our strong deliverer. You are the everlasting God. The everlasting God. You do not faint, you won't grow weary. You're the defender of the weak. You comfort those in need. You lift us up on wings like eagles. Amen, amen. Isaiah 61:3. The Spirit of the Lord of God is upon me, because the Lord has anointed me to bring good news to the poor.
He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of prisons to those who are bound, to proclaim the year of the Lord's favor, and the day of the vengeance of our God, to comfort all who mourn, to grant to those who mourn in Zion, to give them a beautiful headdress instead of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of mourning, the garment of praise instead of a faint spirit, that they may be called oaks of righteousness, the planting of the Lord, that he may be glorified. You're the God of this city. You're the King of these people. You're the Lord of this nation. You are. You're the light in the darkness. You're the hope to the hopeless. You're the peace to the restless. You are. There is no one like our God. There is no one like you, God. Greater things have yet to come. Greater things are still to be done in this city. To come, greater things are still to be done here. You're the Lord of creation, the creator of all things. You're the King above all kings. You are. You're the strength in the weakness. You're the love to the broken. You're the joy in this sadness. You are. And there is no one like our God. There is no one like you, God. To come, greater things is still to be done in this city. Where glory shines from hearts alive with praise to you and love for you in this city. Greater things have yet to come. Greater things are still to be done here. There is no one like our God. There is no one like you, God. There is no one like our God. There is no one like you, God. Amen.
For a long time, they saw me not happy, and I refused for them to see that anymore. Hi, my name is Serena, and I've been in the program for about 4 months now. So a lot of chaos, a lot of, abuse, that type of thing. I have 4 kids. Time goes on, you get tired. So one day I finally packed up and left. Originally went to Serene Harbor, and then they have a time frame on the time that you can stay there. So I started looking for other options. And so I found New Life. When I finally got the call, it was just a state of relief. I didn't have to worry about that time frame for Serene Harbor, and I didn't have to scramble about where I was going to go lay my head. There's a huge difference in my kids' behavior being here just because there's no chaos. There's none of that. And then since being here, I got the new car. I was selling insurance before, but yeah, I've been wanting to get back into insurance, and New Life helped me with that as well. As I got older, especially probably within the last 2 years or so, I've really been wanting to seek out my relationship with God. I battled religion a long time, and just my faith. And so New Life brought that back to life. It's been a lot of changes, and they're all for the good. It's been great. Just to live comfortably, I don't have to worry about things all the time like I was before. But I just want to be able to just kind of get on my own, whether it's an apartment just to start off at, but ultimately I want to buy a house. I also, at some given moment, I'm thinking open my own agency for my kids. Well, I want them to behave. My goal for them right now, it's more of a selfish goal, I guess, but I just want them to see me happy. Them seeing me happy plays a big part on them as a whole. And my kids love me more than anybody's ever loved me. I just don't want to let them down. And yeah, I want to see my kids be just the best version of them. And I want to see them grow, and I want to be able to support them. Everything you guys are all doing, we wouldn't be where we're at. I hope that everybody can continue to believe in us, believe in the program, to continue to support us. And I think it's safe to speak on everybody, but we're all really grateful for everybody that's helped this program.
Hey everybody, Amy Lyon, but this isn't about Amy Lyon. This is about Tara.
Not really, it's about Amy.
This is our family resource coordinator over at New Life Mission, Tara.
Yes, that's me. But I decided to flip the script on Amy, and I want to interview Amy. I wasn't even planning on coming to be videoed, but
here we are.
All right.
We are.
So Amy, how long have you been with New Life Mission now?
A little over 7 years.
Okay.
7 years.
How did you come to New Life Mission?
Oh, good Lord.
And end up as the CEO?
Yeah, you betcha. Well, I came from Minnesota. There you have it. Came here in 2014. I was a caregiver for my dad, and he passed away, and I really had lost my purpose. And long story short, it was in the process of writing an article. I'm a writer. For the opening of Joy's Place, our second campus, that I decided this is where I needed to work. That I had hit rock bottom's basement, and I didn't know what to do with myself. And I prayed, and I was like, God, you gotta do something with me, because I've got this, at the time, 8-year-old boy, and I'm really struggling here. So he sent me on this little assignment for this little mission, and it had a big impact. And I decided I needed to work there, but I didn't just need to work there. I needed to be a case manager, something I'd never done before in my life. And now I'm here, just like that.
Oh, that was fast.
Yeah, easy peasy, right?
Case manager to CEO.
It sounds like a book.
It does sound like a book. So I want to ask you, this is going to be a hard question. What would you say over the last 7-ish years would be your highest point, like your most favorite moment of being a part of this mission?
Oh my gosh, you got to prepare me for something like this. Okay, I'm going to give it a thought for a second and let it just come to me.
Okay. Well, this is really not planned.
I guess my favorite moment is a moment with the moms. And it's always a moment with the moms, right? It's when I took the position as CEO about 3 years ago, and I was feeling really disconnected from them. And so I went to a Bible study with them, and we were talking about Rahab, who was labeled as a prostitute. And the moms, you know, they're like, yeah, prostitute, oh my gosh, there's hoes in the Bible. Yeah, they said it. All right, they say a lot of things. We were talking about those labels that we all wear, and it was Stacy leading the Bible study. And I went first, and I said a label that I wear is, you know, I feel like a little bit of an imposter. You know, here I am, I have a 2-year degree that took me 6 years to get. I don't have a 4-year degree. I don't have a master's of divinity. It has been hard for me to go to church. You know, I get mad at God a lot. And who am I to lead a mission for homeless women with children? And the thing I didn't share with the moms that night, we went on and we talked. And the piece I didn't share with them, that if I had been really honest with myself, and I'm just going to be honest right now, maybe because I'm tired, I haven't had enough to eat, and the label that I would have shared is bad mother. Aww. Right? And I'm not a bad mother at all, and nobody would say that, and I know that about myself now, but I didn't at that time. And so I know how the moms, and I love them so much, I just can't even... When they came down this afternoon and they were like, we're here for you. I was like, wait, I'm working for you. You know, but I'm being blessed by them and seeing their strength.
Yeah.
Every day.
And the change in them.
And the change in them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing she's not going to say is that we had Bible study like 3 weeks ago, and our Bible study teacher couldn't make it. So then it was me. But then Amy was still there. And so Amy and I ended up taking the night over, and I loved watching her interact with the ladies because if you walk in a New Life, you don't know that Amy's the CEO. She's just so down to earth and in touch with everybody. And that night was really special because she shared, I shared, and the moms shared, and it meant a lot to them. So there's another point for you.
Yeah.
But, okay, the next question is, what would you say has been like the biggest obstacle New Life has had to overcome in the last, 3 years, we'll say?
In the last 3 years, oh gosh, let me settle in. Okay, what have we... I think there is a very real enemy that doesn't want to see us succeed, and that attacks our staff and attacks our moms, has attacked me in my mental health in the last year. Yeah, and you know, I'm the CEO. How dare I have mental health issues, right? But we're stronger than that, and we're stronger together, and we have a network of people coming together to help these moms, but we're helping each other too.
Yeah. Well, and I think anybody who claims that they've never struggled with their mental health is probably lying.
Yeah.
So I just want to throw that out there. So that would be your hardest point. What would you say, like, is your proudest accomplishment since becoming the CEO?
Oh, since becoming the CEO. Well, my proudest accomplishment in my life is children, right? Isn't that what moms say? I don't think about it that way. Like, I think about, like, I'm proud of the moms and of the way they raise their children, and like I am inspired by their bravery. That, I mean, they are tough, man.
Yeah, they are.
The things they have been through and their stories, and the fact that they keep going.
Keep fighting, yeah.
Keep fighting. So one thing to say I'm most proud of, I'm proud of our staff, and not just because you're sitting here and many of them are looking at me, but I mean, everybody comes. So when I get to interview almost everybody. I don't think I got to interview you.
No.
But the one thing I ask them is, how did you hear about us? And they say, well, Indeed. And I just wait a little bit. And then they say, well, actually, I was going through a really hard time in my life. And then it comes down to their story of how God actually led them to us.
Yeah.
So it's so much more than I was browsing on Indeed.
That's true.
Yeah.
I got here because Charlotte was trying to get me to take a job 3 years ago.
See? I mean, Stacy's going to share in a little bit how she came to the mission. So
Can't wait to hear that one.
everyone's got a story, right?
Yes. 2 more questions for you.
Yep, I'm ready.
What is one of your biggest hopes for the moms in our program right now?
The current moms or the moms who are coming?
Either or.
Or and.
Or and.
Either and. Or. Well, I look at the moms and I think at the moms who are waiting, and the more moms we want to help, and now my squirrel brain starts going and I'm like, where's my tambourine? And I'm getting all excited and thinking,
oh no, she's gonna get it.
And I'm thinking, like, honestly, I have felt a little bit disappointed with the conversations that we've been having so far today. And I don't know if I can say that, but I feel like people have come a little bit with, they have been great, but people aren't showing up out here the way I had hoped that they would.
Yeah.
But I think that there's amazing things about to happen in our community.
Yeah.
And there's so many more moms and men and children to be served. And I think it's people like us who, even when it's hard, we keep saying, there's more to do, and we keep encouraging each other.
Mm-hmm.
And I totally did not answer your question, but if you can ask it again, I will focus and I will answer it. And it's only 10 o'clock, people. We got 14 hours.
My brain rabbit trailed too, but I think the question was, what are your hopes for current and future moms?
That they know that they're loved, and that if they are lacking in hope, that there is something that sparks a little, just something that helps them get to the next day, and to the next day, and the day after that.
Yes. Can I share something?
Yeah.
So earlier when the ladies were with you, our ladies from New Life, one question that you asked was, I think you said something like, what can we do to prevent homelessness, or something along those lines. And something that they said during devotional, I think it's okay for me to share this. Yeah. One of the moms was reading a book and she said, Tara, this is it. This is why we end up in this spot, because we don't know who we are. We don't know our identity. We don't know where it lies. Once we know, I think life will be different, but because we don't know who we are, we end up here. And I went, well, that is profound.
I think that is really profound, because they don't know who they are, and so they accept circumstances.
Horrible circumstances sometimes.
And go back to circumstances.
Yeah.
And maybe it's generational.
Oh, it absolutely is. For all of us.
Yeah.
So, last question is, what would you like to see happen in the city of Melbourne? Big picture, CETA, New Life, all the places that we work with.
Oh my gosh. Well, I think it's bigger. I think it's Brevard County.
It is.
It is. I want to see us be so on the front of homelessness and making it such a priority that we become a national model. That people look to us and they fly here into Melbourne, Orlando International Airport, and they say, I want to know what they're doing, because they got it figured out.
Yeah.
And I don't know how to do that. And that's why I serve an incredible God.
Yeah. I think we're on our way.
I think we're on our way. So,
think that's all the questions I have for you.
That's easy, Tara.
I know,
You
it's
didn't
too
even
easy.
ask hard questions.
All right,
That's
I can
easy.
come up with another hard one if you want.
Well, I am going to actually pass the microphone over to the one, the only, Stacy Donovan, to talk about... Where's my tambourine?
I'll trade you spots.
I thought you were going to talk to Stacy.
Oh, I can if you'd like.
Yeah. Why don't you guys talk amongst
Stacey.
yourselves?
Join me. Hi.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. So I don't know what we're talking about, but we're going to talk. Tell us
I
how
like
you
to
ended up
talk.
here.
Hmm?
Tell us how you ended up with New Life.
Oh, goodness. Okay, so I actually found New Life Mission, oh gosh, it must have been around 2010 or 11. I was at church. I was in children's ministry, and we came across a mom with a child who was homeless. So as a ministry in the church, we know that people come to the church for help.
Yep.
So I was just wanting to find out, I just wanted to find out what resources were available in the community for a homeless mom. And so a friend told me about Brevard Rescue Mission, and I went to take a tour, and it was at Casa Carol, their first house. And I stood in the living room, and I was just I just thought it was beautiful. And I feel like God had given me a vision when I was in there, because I just had this like desire in my heart to come back and teach Bible study for women. And I always wanted to go back. So but at the time, I had 3 kids, and it was hard, and I would still keep in touch, and then when the kids got a little bit older, I was working at the chamber, and then I got reacquainted with it because I remember hosting an event that Steve Jaglavas had actually won an award for. I actually did the ribbon cutting for the sewing shop in 2020.
Wow.
And I fell in love with it. Actually, Amy gave me a tour of the shop, and I was like, this is awesome. And I was ready to sign up and volunteer and start, to get involved. And then, I had some doubts. I mean, I feel like God wanted me there, but I was also like, what could I possibly offer single women who are homeless? I have 3 kids. I have a wonderful husband. I'm not homeless, and I'm not a single mom. So what could I possibly offer them? And I think it kind of held me back. And then, I was, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. By the way, have you had your mammogram?
It's kind of personal.
Okay, well, let
But
this
yes.
be let this be the public service announcement.
Get your
Everyone,
mammogram, yes.
Get your babies checked. Get your mammogram. You got to get your mammogram. Anyway, so I was diagnosed with breast cancer, and then that was the next 2 years of my life was spent, going through that. And I think chemo really messed me up. It was really hard for me and to bounce back. And so I found myself needing a job. And then I had a friend reach out to me and tell me that New Life Mission was hiring. So I actually applied as a case manager.
I think we all did.
Yeah. But the program director at the time actually talked me out of it in the middle of the interview. She's like, I see you more of I see you more as a development person, just because of where I worked before and the connections that I had in the community. So they kind of convinced me to do something else. So I got involved at the mission, but it's a nonprofit. I really just wanted to be where God wanted me.
Right.
So it was my husband that encouraged me. He said, because I had a couple of different jobs lined up or job interviews. And so I just felt I just didn't know what the right decision was. So I just prayed and I said, God, would you just please, he was like, don't make a decision until God shows you in his word where to go. So I was like, yeah, but in my heart, I didn't know if it was possible for God to really show you such specific directions in the Bible. And I had been facilitating women's studies, but even just the thought of him doing that, I there was a part of me that didn't believe it. So at the time, I was studying the life of Elijah.
Okay.
And I found myself in 2 Kings, where Elijah was at the brook. And so I'm asking God for coordinates. And so as I'm asking him this and he's leading me through the steps of Elijah, I'm like, okay, I'm at the brook, but how does that translate? And so every week I would just go back, and then after the brook, there's the feeding of the birds. And at the time, we weren't really involved in a church anywhere. It's been like about a decade. So when I was asking God, am I at Cherith? Like, am I at that brook? And he showed me, well, no, that's where you have been. And so he really just kind of made sense of the last decade of my life.
Wow.
Showing me that he was sustaining us in unusual ways.
Wow, yeah.
Like he did for Elijah, because a Jewish man wouldn't eat from dirty birds.
Yeah.
So I felt myself encouraged by that, and it just kept me going back to his word, just really waiting for him to show me. And then where does Elijah go after he leaves the brook? Do you know?
I don't remember.
2 Kings 16 through 19. Elijah goes to the city gate.
Ooh. City gate.
He goes to the city gate where the widow was with her son on their last meal. And I was just like, I remember where I was sitting, and I was like, I called my husband immediately. I was like, and so that's kind of how I wound up at the mission. I really feel like God really brought me there.
Yeah.
In such a specific way. And so that was in 2022. And I am so blessed to be there. When I actually started on October 31st, 2022. And in November, just a few weeks later, I facilitated a first Bible study in that very same living room that I stood in all those years earlier.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
So one thing Stacy won't tell you, but I will, is that our ladies ask all the time for Stacy to lead the Bible studies. But it's because she's conversational. It's not like, I'm going to teach you the word. It's, hey, here's this, let's talk about it. And we love our ladies. They go off tangents, and she will let them go, and they will have the conversation, because it's usually pretty relevant. But yeah, they'll be like, who's teaching Bible study tonight? Is it Miss Stacy? Like, no, not tonight.
I do love being with the moms.
Yeah.
And I just feel like that was one of the reasons that God brought me to the mission, was just to have that time with these ladies. They're here for just a short time. And we believe that transformation really happens through a relationship with Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So that is when we get together for Bible study. That is the time that, we have to make the most of, this opportunity that God gives us to share the gospel with these women who are hurting and many of them have just never received like true love without like strings attached.
Right.
So it's just so important for us to come together and not just read God's word, but to like, what is this like, just to really talk about it in today's language and how it applies to like their specific situations.
Yeah.
And I think that's why they love it so much, is because it's not just someone talking and reading, but it's the living word.
And connection.
Yeah.
So if people were to ask you, what is your role? What's your official role in your life? What is it?
My official title is Director of Development.
Okay. What does that mean?
Good question. Amy Lyon, what does that mean? Where are you? So Director of Development. It's really the job of the development director and the development team, which I have such a great team of people. Shout out to Melody, Kamisha, Jessica, Charlotte, Karam. As a team, it's our job to really fund the program.
Yeah.
So we want to go out into the community, and the way that we do that is we use social media. We go out to events. We host fundraising events, community engagement, donor stewardship, stewarding relationships with our donors, finding new donors, telling the story of the mission, telling the story of the moms, translating that to the community so that we could just inspire the community to action, to be part of breaking generational cycles of poverty. So really the role of the development team is to raise money.
Yeah.
And the way that we do that, which I feel that is the best thing that we do, is to tell the story. Because it's not a hard story to tell.
No.
But I mean, these women are so beautiful, and to see the transformation that the program team, when you guys, the time that you spend with them, and it's just really amazing to see the transformation that happens. So being able to share that story is a blessing.
Yeah.
And it's not a hard job, because God brought me to the mission. And where He leads you, He will provide everything that you need for that.
Yeah.
So I don't have, like Amy, I didn't graduate with a marketing degree. I didn't come to the mission with a lot of fundraising experience, but I came to the mission was for a heart for God and for women and children, and I just make myself available for God to use.
Yeah.
And it's God that provides for this mission. He always has. And he always provides.
Yeah. I have 2 more questions. Okay. So in the almost 3 years, right, that you worked here?
Yes.
What would you say has been like the most impactful story or situation that you witnessed? Maybe no names. Unless it's a public story. Of one of the moms that really touched you. Or a transformation you saw, or... Jessica?
I honestly can't think of just one. I mean, there are just so many moments. So as part of the development team, we're always bugging you for who do you have lined up that can get in front of a camera and sit down with me and ask questions. Not because we want to exploit them.
Right.
At all. That's not why we do that. And I always say that to them.
I know.
But because there isn't anything that I can say. So when I get to sit with these women and ask them, like, where were you before you came to this mission? And they tell me. So I mean, I'm not going to name any names, but every single mom that I have sat with in my 3 years there, when I hear about the challenges that they faced growing up, that they found their addiction because their dad was an addict and she wanted to spend time with her dad, and that is how she became an addict. I mean, that is just such a heart-breaking reality. I
love Stacy's heart.
Or a mom that was pregnant in the woods.
Yeah.
Or she's living in her car on the side of 95, and these stories are real. And I'm just so glad that I get to know them just even a little bit.
Yeah.
and get to be part of. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I'm tired.
You're A-okay. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry.
I'm tired and I'm wet and it's raining. And I love my job.
I know.
And I love to meet with these women and hear their stories and just be just such a small part of their journey to transformation.
But you're not a small part, because we wouldn't exist without our development team. Right? So you get to help bring in the funds that sustain the mission and help the ladies.
Yeah. It's the best job ever. I'm just so blessed to be there. What's your last question?
My last question, how, if people want to get involved or want to donate, how can they do that?
Okay. So you can go to, well, let's talk about this. We have a fundraiser that's coming up on October 23rd.
Yes, we do.
It's at the American Muscle Car Museum. It's called Opening Doors for Women. And this fundraiser, we have big goals. We want to raise $100,000. We want to exceed that. And so tickets can be found on our website, www.newlife-mission.org. Go to events. You'll find all of our events. Opening Doors for Women at the American Muscle Car Museum. Tickets are $125. We have a live auction where we're going to have an experience with Intra. We have a beautiful pendant from Weshi Jewelers.
Wow.
And then we have great silent auction items, Urban Prime experience, Elaine Larson experience. I mean, it's going to be a great night. We actually have music by the creek.
Nice.
If you want to come and see, November 6th is a Thursday from 4 to 6.
What is Come
It's
and
really,
See?
the Come and See is like it's a guided tour of New Life Village, where you'll get to hear from our Kids Academy director, our program director.
Me.
It's just the best way to experience like the impact of what we do is to just really walk around the property. You know that the village property is 25 acres. It used to be the Hacienda Girls Ranch. There's such a rich history on the property. So to walk around and see the transformation is just such a powerful thing.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
Getting involved by fundraising, coming to the event, going online, you can become a monthly donor. All of that can be found right on our website. Take a tour.
Bring paper products.
I give good tours.
She does give good tours.
I give very good tours. We cry a lot.
That's true.
Yes. that is what we need. Thank you, Tara.
You're welcome. I think that's all for me for now.
You're watching Conversations on a Bench, a 24 hours live stream raising awareness about homelessness, while sharing real conversations about homelessness, addiction, and mental health. We're also collecting tangible items to help those in need to support families at New Life Mission and residents at Cedar Rescue Mission. Visit our bench in downtown Melbourne anytime, from October 9th at 3 p.m. to Friday 10th at 3 p.m. across from 407 East New Haven Avenue.
I couldn't really think about the future at all, like further than what we're going to eat for dinner.
I didn't really see a future before I got here.
Join us on October 23rd at the American Muscle Car Museum for Opening Doors for Women, a red carpet fundraiser dedicated to helping homeless women with children find stability and hope. Hosted by New Life Mission, this event raises critical funds to help families move from dependency to self-sufficiency, all in a Christ-centered environment. It's a night of inspiring stories and meaningful connections. As an attendee, you'll be part of a caring community committed to making a difference. Together, we can open the doors that transform homeless families for generations.
If I tell you the many doors that it has opened, we'll be here all day. It's the village that we needed. If you're facing homelessness, if you're facing abusiveness, whatever you're facing, it's hope. And you're going to find it here at New Life Mission.
At Retreat Restrooms, we believe everyone deserves a clean and healthy environment, no matter where they are. As a Marine veteran, I built this company on the values of excellence, reliability, and care. bringing high standards and comfortable restrooms to every mission, event, and emergency.
Once upon a time, there was a beautiful girl who lived in a castle.
I was a heroin addict and was living on the couches of people that I would do drugs with.
The little girl lived with her mom and dad, who loved her very much.
So I was 7 when my parents had divorced. The cops came and arrested my dad, and my mom went to a woman's shelter, and she sent me to live with my grandfather, who wasn't physically able to care for me. So I pretty much raised myself.
The little girl loved to spend time with her family and friends. She also likes coloring and chasing butterflies.
When I was 11, my uncle molested my best friend, and then he tried to come for me. I basically fought for my life.
One day, the little girl packed a picnic lunch for 2 and went on her way to grandmother's house.
As a young girl, I battled eating disorders, and I was very unhealthy. I just didn't know how to make good choices for myself.
As the little girl made her way to grandmother's house, she came across a lonely giant. He looked sad, so she stopped to see if he needed help.
So I met my husband when I was 19 at a party. He sold drugs as a side job, and that's how my addiction started. By the age of, I'd say about 23, I was pregnant with my daughter. I stayed clean during that time, started to live a normal life. The first time I used with my father, I was 22.
The little girl noticed that the giant was injured and hungry, so she shared her lunch with him and helped him find his way home.
My husband basically was ready to get sober, and I was not. So he left me at that time, and I was left homeless. I was in and out of jail.
After the little girl said goodbye to the giant, she continued to grandmother's house, but soon realized she'd strayed off the path along the way.
Eventually, I met someone that was a nurse, and he wanted to take care of me and help me with my daughter, and we got married shortly after.
That's probably standby.